Part 2, Chapters 21 and 22 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Part 2, Philosophy of the Christian Era. Introduction. All who have studied the history of human thought in the light of the Christian idea of providence have regarded the philosophy of Greece and Rome as a praeparatio evangelica, a preparation for the gospel of Christ. The church which Christ founded was not, it is true, a school of philosophy. By virtue of its divine commission, it rose above all schools and all systems. Still, although Christ in his teachings discarded all formal definition and formal proof, these teachings reformed the world of speculation as they reformed the practical ideas of men, and the Church, being by its nature and essence endowed with that power of adaptation to external conditions which is characteristic of a living organism, has an inherent right to speak to each generation in the language which that generation best understands. In the systematic development of dogmatic truth, the Church avails itself of the doctrines of philosophers and formulates its dogmas in the language of the schools of philosophy. Thus, the coming of Christ divides the history of philosophy as it divides the history of the world. From this point onward, there will be the religious view and the rationalistic view of every question. Philosophy may profit by the teachings of religion. It may accept revelation as an extension of the horizon of human hopes, an opening up of new fields of human investigation. It may acknowledge the debt due to that institution, to whose teachings we owe it that doctrines concerning the nature of God, the immortality of the soul, and the duties of men, which the noblest intellects of antiquity could barely grasp, have become the truisms of the village school, the proverbs of the cottage and of the alley. Or, on the contrary, philosophy may deny the special authority of Christian revelation. It may cite the doctrines of Christ and his Church before the tribunal of reason, and pass sentence on them, denying the right of appeal to a higher court. Henceforth, then, there will be the religious attitude and the rationalistic attitude in presence of the great problems which ancient philosophy discussed without reference to any source of knowledge superior to reason itself. Christianity will be an ever-present factor in philosophical speculation. The rationalist who refuses its aid and the religious philosopher who accepts that aid must show reason for such refusal or acceptance. But, though the rationalistic spirit and the religious spirit pervade the whole history of the philosophy of the Christian era, they are not always present in equal proportion or in equal strength. From the 1st to the 15th century, the religious spirit prevailed, while from the 15th century onward, the rationalizing spirit remained preponderant. There were rationalists in the first centuries, and there were religious-minded philosophers in the 19th. The difference on which the division is based is a difference in the spirit of the age, not in the character of individual philosophers. The prevailingly religious spirit is divided, according to another basis of division, into patristic philosophy, extending from the 1st century to the period of the great invasions of the barbarians, and scholastic philosophy, which begins with the reconstruction of European civilization in the 9th century and ends with the Reformation in the 15th. We may therefore divide the philosophy of the Christian era as follows. Section A, patristic philosophy, extending to the end of the 5th century. Section B, scholastic philosophy, extending from the 9th century to the 15th. Section C, modern or post-Reformation philosophy, extending from the 15th century to our own time. Section A, patristic philosophy. From the account given of pre-Christian systems of speculation, it should be evident that philosophy, like every other department of human thought and human activity, is continuous in its growth. In philosophical speculation, there is no possibility of breaking completely with the past, and so the philosophy of the first Christian writers was connected in its origin with the systems that preceded it. These writers took whatever truth the older systems contained and made it part of their own theory of reality, rejecting whatever contradicted the teachings of faith or whatever could not bear the light of reason reinforced by the light of revelation. From the beginning, however, the rationalizing spirit of which mention has been made began to assert itself in a tendency on the part of some Christian writers to subordinate revelation to the teachings of pagan philosophy. It was from this tendency that the heretical system sprang. At the same time, the religious spirit, working in the minds of the orthodox exponents of the teachings of Christianity, led them to place high above all human speculation the authority of Christ and his Church, although they did not reject the philosophy of the pagan world, but made use of it in their expositions of revealed truth. Writers of this class are the true philosophers of the early Christian era. On account of the influence which they exerted on succeeding generations, they are styled the Fathers, or spiritual progenitors of the Church's theology and philosophy. The orthodox patristic philosophers are to be subdivided, according as they undertook merely to defend Christianity against the misconceptions and calumnies of paganism, or sought to establish a positive system of Christian speculation. The apologists, as the former are called, belong chiefly to the period of intellectual struggle which preceded the Great Council of Nicaea, A.D. 325. The constructive thinkers of the patristic period belong, for the most part, to the post-Nicene age. It will therefore be convenient to study 1. Heretical systems, 2. Ante-Nicene Fathers, 3. Post-Nicene Fathers. Chapter 21. Heretical Systems. Of the heretical systems which sprang up during the first centuries of the Christian era, monarchianism, Arianism, and Apollinarism belong exclusively to the history of theological opinions. Gnosticism and Manichaeism are of great interest in the history of patristic philosophy. Sources: besides the work entitled Pistis Sophia and a few fragments which constitute the entire body of original Gnostic literature, we have the writings of Irenaeus and Hippolytus. To these must be added the works of Clement of Alexandria, Origen, Eusebius, St. Augustine, and the second of the Aeneads of Plotinus. For our knowledge of Manichaean doctrines, we are indebted to the writings of St. Augustine. Gnosticism. Corinthus, Saturninus, Marcion, Carpocrates, Basilides, and Valentinus, all of whom flourished during the 2nd century, were the principal teachers of the Gnostic doctrine. Dissatisfied with the explanation which the Christian religion had to offer on such questions as the origin of evil and the nature of men, the Gnostics turned to pagan philosophy for a solution of these and other problems. But, while they thus made reason the basis and criterion of all truth, they were not willing to set aside altogether the authority of Christ's teaching. They had recourse, therefore, to the theory that Christ, besides the exoteric doctrines which he imparted to all his listeners, committed to his chosen disciples a higher esoteric doctrine which constitutes the true essence of Christian teaching. This esoteric doctrine, gnosis, is the alleged source of all that the Gnostics taught. In point of fact, the Gnostic teaching is a mixture of the philosophies of Philo and Plotinus with certain elements of Christianity. The Gnostics maintain the essential antitheses of the spiritual and the material, the origin, by emanation from God, of numberless aeons, the sum of which is the pleroma, and the final return of all things to God by a universal redemption. They recognize no mystery in the Christian sense of the word, the gnosis being the merest subterfuge, and human reason the really ultimate test of all truth, supernatural as well as natural. Manichaeism. This sect was founded by Manes, a Persian, who in the 3rd century became a Christian and sought to introduce into Christian theology and philosophy the Parsi conception of the dualism of God and matter. There is no doubt that his followers, in developing the teachings of the founder of the sect, were influenced to a large extent by the Gnostic dualism and laid claim, as the Gnostics did, to a special gnosis. They concerned themselves chiefly with the problem of evil, assuming the existence of two eternal principles, the one essentially good and the other essentially evil, and deriving from the latter all the evil, physical and moral, which exists in the world. They maintain that from the good principle there emanated, in the first place, primeval man, who was the first to enter into the struggle with evil. In the next place, the spirit of life, who rescued primeval man from the powers of darkness. Finally, the world soul, Christ, the son of primeval man, who restored to man the light which he had lost in the struggle with darkness. They distinguished in man two souls, the soul that animates the body and the soul of light, which is part of the world soul, Christ. The former is the creation of the powers of darkness, the latter is an emanation from light itself. Thus, man's soul is a battlefield on which light and darkness are at war, as they are in the universe. Human action depends on the outcome of the contest. There is no freedom of choice. All matter is evil, and the cause of evil. Chapter 22. Ante-Nicene Fathers. To the period extending from the beginning of the Christian era to the end of the 3rd century belong the great apologists, such as Justin Martyr, 100 to 160, Athenagoras, died about 180, Tatian, and Theophilus, both belong to the end of the 2nd century, who devoted their attention to the defense of Christianity against the last attacks of the representatives of pagan civilization. The period includes also Irenaeus, 140 to 102, Hippolytus, first half of the 3rd century, and Tertullian, 160 to 240, whose life work consisted in the refutation of the Gnostics and other heretics. Finally, the period includes Clement of Alexandria, Origen, Arnobius, and Lactantius, who, during the 3rd and 4th centuries, expounded in their catechetical treatises the dogmas of Christianity, and developed in their exposition the first systems of constructive Christian philosophy. Tertullian's hostile attitude towards philosophy is expressed in the well-known Credo Quia Absurdum, which is attributed to him. It must be remembered, however, that Tertullian, being a controversialist, was not always so measured in his language as he might have been, had he, like Clement and Origen, devoted himself to the task of building up a system of positive doctrine. Clement of Alexandria, died about AD 217, in the Cohortatio ad Gentes, the Pedagogus, and the Stromata, Stromateis, exposes the extravagances and absurdities of paganism, and undertakes a systematic arrangement and defense of the moral and dogmatic teachings of the Church. Following Justin, he maintains on the one hand that whatever is true in Greek philosophy is to be traced to the divine Logos, who enlighteneth every man that cometh into the world, and on the other hand that whatever errors are found in Greek philosophy must be attributed to man's weak and erring nature. The true gnosis is not the alleged esoteric doctrine of Christ, but the teaching of the Gospels and of the Church which Christ founded. He who assents to the teaching of Christ and the Church without striving, by the aid of philosophy, to give an intellectual basis to his assent, possesses faith, but he does not possess the gnosis, which is to faith what the full-grown man is to the child. Just as the Stoics idealized the wise men, so did Clement set up the Christian Gnostic as the idealized type of the Christian. Origen, 185 to 254, a disciple of Clement, possessed by far the most synthetic mind among the Christian writers of this period. In his work Peri Archon, he exhibits a sense of system more imperative than that shown by any of his predecessors or contemporaries. He assimilated into his exposition of Christian dogma elements from Plato, Aristotle, Philo, the Neoplatonists, and the Gnostics. On such questions as the pre-existence of the human soul, the eternity of the world, and the final return of all things to God, apokatastasis, his orthodoxy has been a matter of dispute. His greatest achievement was the scientific formulation of the creationist account of the origin of the universe. It is true that Clement also taught the doctrine of creation, but he did not develop it so systematically as did Origen. Historical position. Clement and Origen are representatives of the great school of Alexandrian speculation, which, in the 3rd century, renewed the intellectual and philosophical prestige of the ancient capital of Egypt. Successful as Greek philosophy had been in defining the relations between matter and spirit, it had failed to determine satisfactorily the notion of personality and to explain the origin of primal matter. This is what patristic speculation accomplished by its definition of the personalities of the divine Trinity and by its doctrine of creation. The work begun by Clement and Origen was completed by their successors after the Council of Nicaea. End of chapter 22. Part 2, Chapter 23 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Part 2, Patristic Philosophy. Chapter 23, The Post-Nicene Fathers. The period extending from the Council of Nicaea, 325, to the end of the 5th century was one of great literary and speculative activity in the Christian Church. For, although the definitions of the Council stayed the progress of the Arian heresy, still the contest with the Arians was by no means ended. Day by day, the theology of the Church was organized into a system which offered an impregnable front to heretic and schismatic, and, side by side with theology, there developed a stronger and more complete philosophy, which, chiefly through the influence of the Latin fathers, discarded the last remnants of Neoplatonism and Gnosticism, and sought inspiration in the earlier and healthier form of Platonic teaching. Among the great fathers of this period are Athanasius of Alexandria, died 373, and the three Cappadocians, Gregory of Nyssa, 331 to 394, Basil, died 379, and Gregory Nazianzen, born 330. These men devoted their energies to the defense of the Church in the great Trinitarian controversy, as did also Cyril of Alexandria, died 444, in the controversy with Nestorius concerning the personality of Christ. Besides these writers, there flourished, towards the end of the patristic period, two others who devoted special attention to philosophy, Pseudo-Dionysius and St. John of Damascus. Pseudo-Dionysius. The works entitled De Divinis Nominibus, Theologia Mystica, and De Caelesti et Ecclesiastica Hierarchia, which were at one time attributed to St. Dionysius the Areopagite, of whom mention is made in the Acts of the Apostles, are now universally acknowledged to belong to the end of the 5th century. They contain the last exposition of Christian Neoplatonism. The ineffable superiority of God with respect to the world, the emanations, processiones, of creatures from God, the arrangement of all created beings in a scale of gradual descent from God, the final return of all things to their first source, the return of men to God by means of contemplative ecstasy, all these Neoplatonic elements are present in the philosophy of Dionysius. There can, however, be no doubt that Dionysius understood these doctrines in a sense perfectly compatible with the teaching of the Church. The works of Dionysius, as well as those of his follower Maximus Confessor, 580-662, were translated by John Scotus Erigena at the beginning of the scholastic era. St. John of Damascus, end of the 7th century, composed a work entitled Fountain of Knowledge, Pegednosios, and a treatise De Fide Orthodoxa. In the former, he gives an exposition of Aristotelian dialectic and ontology, or science of being. By some, he is said to be the author of the saying, "Philosophy is the handmaid of theology, ancilla theologiae." The phrase is probably of later origin. Among the Latin fathers of this period are to be mentioned St. Hilary, died 368, St. Ambrose, 340 to 397, and St. Jerome, 346 to 420. They belong to the history of theology rather than to that of philosophy. It was in the writings of St. Augustine that patristic philosophy attained the zenith of its course. Augustine is the greatest as well as the last of the masters of speculative thought who made it possible for the patristic age to hand down to the Middle Ages a complete system of Catholic theology. At the same time, he stands among the foremost of the world's great philosophers. St. Augustine. Life. Aurelius Augustinus was born at Tagaste in Numidia in the year 354. His father, Patricius, was a pagan. His mother, Monica, was a most exemplary Christian. At Madora and at Carthage, whither he went for the purpose of completing the education begun in his native city, Augustine was lured into the career of sin which he describes in his Confessions. During this period of his life, it seemed to him that the Manichaean sect offered the best solution of the enigma of existence. Later, however, when, after having completed his education, he taught rhetoric at Carthage and at Rome, the contradictions in which he perceived Manichaeism to be involved drove him to the academy, where he learned to be content with probability in lieu of certainty. There also he learned to study Plato, and it was Plato who first stirred within his soul the impulse to rise from the moral degradation into which he had fallen. To the influence of these studies must be added the prayers of his mother and the persuasive eloquence of St. Ambrose. Augustine was baptized in the year 387. After his conversion, he devoted himself to the study of the Scriptures, to the refutation of Manichaean and other heresies, and to the task of instituting a systematic philosophical inquiry concerning God and the human soul. In 395 he was made Bishop of Hippo in Africa. He died in 430 after 35 years of active episcopal administration. Sources. The principal works of St. Augustine which are of interest in the study of his philosophy are Contra Academicos Libri 3, Soliloquia, De Immortalitate Animae, De Libero Arbitrio, De Civitate Dei, Confessiones, Retractationes, and his treatises against the Manichaeans. The treatise entitled Principia Dialectices may be genuine, although the treatise Categoriae Decem, which is usually appended to it, is certainly spurious. Doctrines. General idea of philosophy. The central ideas of St. Augustine's philosophical inquiry are God and the human soul. Deum et animam scire cupio, nihil ne plus, nihil omnino. Deus semper idem, noverim me, noverim te. On the problems of the existence of God and the nature of the soul, all philosophical science, ethics, physics, dialectic, is made to converge. Knowledge which cannot be brought to bear on the soul, teaching it to love God, is unprofitable. It is the knowledge which puffeth up. Far from assenting to the maxim attributed to Tertullian, credo qui absurdum, Augustine viewed the relation between faith and reason in the light of the principles which the scholastics formulated in the maxims credo ut intelligam, intelligo ut credam. He says, for example, in De Praedestinatione Sanctorum, nullus quippe credit, nisi prius cogitaverit esse credendum, and in De Vera Religione, nostrum est considerare quibus vel hominibus vel libris credendum sit. St. Augustine, however, does not define accurately the relations between philosophy and theology. This was a task reserved for the mastermind of the 13th century. Theory of knowledge. In his treatise Contra Academicos, St. Augustine begins by discussing the possibility of arriving at certain knowledge. The Academy maintained that a high degree of probability is the most that the human mind can attain. St. Augustine refutes this assertion and proves by the following arguments that certitude is possible of attainment. 1. Probability supposes certitude. For that is probable which is like the truth. If there's no truth, there's no probability. 2. No one can be happy unless he possesses wisdom. For all men desire wisdom, and no one is happy unless he attains that which he desires. To deny that wisdom is possible of attainment is therefore to deny that happiness is possible. 3. the alleged inability of man to attain certitude is not founded on fact. It is not true that the senses are altogether untrustworthy, nor is it true that thought is utterly dependent on the impressions of the senses. It would be absurd to suppose that intellect is not more reliable than sense. 4. The possibility of arriving at certainty may be proved by positive argument, for whatever else is called in question, our own mental states are beyond the region of doubt. You may doubt whether you are one or multiple. You may doubt whether you are moving or at rest, but you cannot doubt that at this moment you think. You may contend that I am deceived, but the very fact that I am deceived proves that I exist. Quod si fallor sum. A man's doubt proves that he exists. Quandoquidem etiam si dubitat vivit. This last argument certainly suggests the Cartesian cogito ergo sum. It must, however, be remembered that while Descartes, according to the commonly received view, intended his argument to be a demonstration, if indeed he intended the cogito ergo sum to be an argument at all, Augustine intended the quod si fallor sum to be merely an indirect refutation of the principles of the Academy, and not a direct demonstration of the existence of the thinking subject. Having shown that certainty is possible of attainment, St. Augustine proceeds to inquire into the conditions of intellectual knowledge. There are two ways, he says, in which the human mind arrives at a knowledge of intelligible objects. The first is by rising from the data of sense to an understanding of the hidden causes of things, and ultimately to a knowledge of Him who is the highest cause. This is the process of which St. Paul speaks, in visibilia Dei per ea quae facta sunt intellecta conspiciuntur. The second method is one of introspection. Noli foras exire, he says, in te ipsum redi, in interiore homine habitat veritas. The truth is indwelling in us. The most excellent means of attaining higher intellectual knowledge is the contemplation and study of our own intellectual life. For this, purity of heart and the practice of virtue are necessary. The purer the heart, the freer is the soul from all defilement, and the more perfectly will the mind mirror truth. For then it will mirror Him who is the source of all truth. This leads to the next point in St. Augustine's theory of knowledge. God is the source of all truth. This principle is proved as follows. In order to know anything as good or beautiful or true, and to distinguish it from what is not good or beautiful or true, we must possess a rule or standard by which our judgment regarding the object in question is determined. Our standard, in order to be trustworthy, must be immutable, and in order to be available, it must be present to our minds. Such a standard, absolute, immutable, omnipresent goodness and truth and beauty, is God. In this light, the light of eternal truth, is all truth known. Whether we rise in contemplation from the data of sense to the hidden world of intelligible objects, or from an introspective knowledge of self to a knowledge of higher truths, we do so in virtue of the illumination which is the light of the glory of God. In the Word of God, which is the wisdom of the Father, there dwell the unchangeable essences, the reasons of things, rationes rerum, the types according to which all things were made. To deny the existence of these archetypal forms would be to maintain that God created things irrationally. He, the all-wise Creator, made all things according to His wisdom, that is, according to the rationes aeternae indwelling in the Word. Singula propriis creata sunt rationibus. Corresponding to the ectypes in the world of concrete existence are the prototypes, whose locus is not a separate intelligible world, but the divine wisdom, the Logos, the Son of God. This, according to St. Augustine, is what Plato, inspired by biblical teaching, understood by the topos noitos. God is, therefore, the source of all truth and of all intellectual light. In him are the essential types of truth. He it is who illumines the ectypes, so that from a knowledge of them we may rise to a knowledge of truth. And he it is who illumines the soul itself from within, so that when we turn our thoughts inward on the soul, we may rise in contemplation to him who is the light of the soul, as the sun is the light of the physical world. In St. Augustine's theory of knowledge, the lines of thought are undoubtedly Platonic. The ontologists, however, are mistaken when they understand the Platonism of St. Augustine to include the doctrine of immediate intuition of God or of the divine ideas. When he teaches that we know the essences of things in rationibus aeternis, he is careful to point out that we rise from the data of sense or from a study of our own intellectual life to a knowledge of these essences. His meaning is that the essences of things could neither be nor be known by us unless they first existed and were known in the mind of God, that there is a divine element in our knowledge of created things, St. Thomas as well as St. Augustine maintained. It is God who made the objects of our knowledge, who endowed the mind with the power whereby it abstracts from the data of sense the necessary and universal element which is the object of thought, and who cooperates in the act of the mind by which the potentially intelligible is rendered actually intelligible. In this sense does the word illumine every man that cometh into the world. It is clear, then, that the ontologists exaggerate the divine element in human knowledge when they maintain that we have immediate intuition of God and of the ideas contained in the divine mind. Such exaggeration was as far from the mind of the Plato of Christianity as it was from the mind of the great Christian Aristotle of the 13th century. It must be admitted, nevertheless, that the Platonic form of St. Augustine's teaching lends more favor to the ontologist's interpretation than does the Aristotelian form in which St. Thomas expressed his theory of knowledge. Theology and cosmology. While admitting the validity of the teleological argument for the existence of God, as well as that of the argument from the testimony of conscience, St. Augustine bases his whole system of theodicy on the argument derived from the immutability and permanence of the object of our intellectual knowledge. The argument is as follows. We know the truth and we strive for the good, but nothing is true or good in this world of change and imperfection, except insofar as it participates in the absolute truth and goodness of him who never changes. Whoever denies that God exists must be prepared to maintain that knowledge and virtue have no object. The existence of God is therefore the essential condition of the moral and intellectual life. God cannot be comprehended by the human mind. He is above all predicates and all categories. When therefore we speak of him, we are nearer to the truth when we say what he is not than when we say what he is. When we speak of God, we are little children, lisping a language which we do not understand. Deus melius scitur nesciendo. And again, verius enim cogitatur Deus quam dicitur, et verius est quam cogitatur. This truly Christian humility in presence of the great problems of theodicy we shall find to be as characteristic of the great masters of scholasticism as it is of the greatest of the patristic philosophers. The fathers and the schoolmen were as willing as any modern agnostic is to admit the inability of the human mind to grasp the truth of God's nature and the inadequacy of human language to express our thoughts about God. God is immutable, eternal, all-powerful, all-knowing, absolutely devoid of potentiality or composition. He is form without matter, essence unparticipated. In his account of the origin of the universe, St. Augustine maintains that God from all eternity designed to create the world. God did not create matter, however, until the beginning of time, for before matter existed, time did not exist. God is the cause of matter as well as of intelligible being. He made it out of nothing, creation. It did not proceed from the substance of God, emanation. Together with matter, all things else were created at the beginning. Creavit omnia simul. Creation was the act of an instant, the Mosaic account of the 6 days of creation being merely a description of the 6 orders or grades of perfection in which things were created. Not all things, however, were created in the full possession of what came to be called their specific perfection. Augustine distinctly admits a process of development, as when, in the treatise entitled De Genesi ad Litteram, he says, "In semine ergo illa omnia fuerunt primitus, non mole corporeae magnitudinis, sed vi potentiaque causali." 5:23. Here he is alluding to the seminariae rationes, of which he speaks elsewhere as destined, cum data fuerit opportunitas temporalis et causalis, to develop, prorumpere, into their proper species. God is not the author of evil, he merely permits it. The order of the universe and the gradation of beings require that some things should be less perfect than others. God would not permit evil if he could not draw good from it. Moral evil alone is opposed to the divine will. Man is a microcosmos, a compendium of the universe. He is the only being that mediates between God and matter. For, while Augustine admits the existence of ministering angels, he rejects the whole celestial and terrestrial hierarchy of the Neoplatonists. Psychology. The soul is simple, immaterial, spiritual. It is devoid of quantity. It has no extension in space. In his proof of the immateriality of the soul, St. Augustine has recourse, among other arguments, to the following, which was formulated before his time by Plotinus. If the soul were not immaterial, it could not be in all parts of the body at the same time. Now, the soul is in all parts of the body at the same time, for wherever an impression is made upon the body, the soul perceives that impression, and it is not part of the soul that perceives, but the whole ego. Therefore, the soul is immaterial. The soul is essentially individual. The notion of a universal soul is absurd. Equally absurd is the doctrine of transmigration, for that which is immaterial cannot enter into composition with that which is material and irrational. Mortality is the only bond of kinship between man and brute. The angel, like man, possesses a body, but the angelic body is immortal. The brute possesses a mortal body, but the soul of the brute is irrational. Man is therefore unique in this, that he is an animal rationale mortale. The arguments which St. Augustine adduces in favor of the immortality of the soul savor of Platonic influence. They are as follows. 1. That in which the imperishable exists must be imperishable. Imperishable truth dwells in the soul, therefore the soul is imperishable. 2. The soul is inseparable from reason, for reason and the soul are not united in space, and it is only in space that separation can take place. But reason is imperishable because the principles of reason are immortal. Therefore, the soul cannot perish. The body is animated, that is, endowed with life. The soul, on the contrary, is life. To maintain, therefore, that the soul could be deprived of life would be to say that life is not life, or that the soul is not the soul. With regard to the origin of the soul, St. Augustine teaches that the soul of Adam was created at the beginning. Creavit Deus omnia simul. At some subsequent time, the soul of Adam was united to the body, not because of any sin on the part of the soul, but because the soul requires the body. The souls of the descendants of Adam come into existence at the moment of their union with the body. As to how they come into existence, whether by an act of creation, creationism, or by virtue of the generative process by which the body originates, traducianism, St. Augustine is unable to decide. The soul and body together form one substance, man. The soul gives being and species to the body. It acts on the body. The body, however, has no independent power of acting on the soul, Whatever power the body possesses is conferred on it by the soul itself. Between soul and body is interposed a subtle element, partaking at the same time of the material nature of the body and of the spiritual nature of the soul. It is analogous to light and air. The function of this element is to mediate between the soul and the organs of the body, and to unite, in some mysterious manner, soul and body in one substance. The faculties of the soul are thus classified. Faculties of the sense: appetite and knowledge. Knowledge divided into external senses and internal senses, which are divided into sensus communis, imagination or vis spiritualis, and sensuous memory. Faculties of the soul as spirit, divided into will, voluntas, liberum arbitrium, and knowledge, divided into intellectual memory, and intelligence, divided into intuitive, mens, and discursive, ratio. St. Augustine attaches special importance to the idea of will. Voluntas est quippe in omnibus omnes nihil aliud quam voluntates sunt. It is the will that moves the intellect to action, and it is the element of will in the act of faith that makes faith meritorious. Free will is the proximate cause of moral evil. St. Augustine's discussion of free will in its relation to grace and predestination belongs to the history of theology. Ethics. The supreme good of man consists in the eternal contemplation and love of God in the life to come. Here on earth, man's duty is so to act that he may attain the happiness which is reserved for him beyond the grave. The path of duty is clearly marked out by the divine law. The destiny of the human soul and the law of God are, therefore, the determinants of moral good. To fulfill the law, man must practice virtue. Virtue is defined ars bene recteque vivendi. Virtue does not imply apathy, as the Stoics taught. The emotions are not to be destroyed or eradicated, but to be kept under control and restrained within the limits prescribed by the law of God. Now, the law of God is the law of love. Man should love God above all things. He should love himself with a rational love, seeking what is best and doing what is best for himself in the light of his eternal destiny. He should love his fellow men, desiring what is best for him and aiding him to attain it. Charity, therefore, which is love, is the foundation of all virtue. On this foundation are built prudence, fortitude, temperance, and justice. Historical position. Even from this summary sketch of the philosophy of St. Augustine, it is possible to glean something of the vastness of his system of speculative thought. His inquiries cover the whole range of speculation. He synthesizes the best elements of pagan philosophy into a system of Christian thought, and wherever his inquiries lead him, he exhibits that spirit of coherent system, that perfect grasp of his subject, that sublimity of thought and language which distinguish him among all the philosophers of Christian times as the Plato of Christianity. And when we remember that St. Augustine was as distinguished among theologians as he was among philosophers, we realize that his was a mind almost superhuman in its transcendent power of synthesis. The debt which philosophy owes to St. Augustine includes, besides many original contributions to the definition of the Christian concept of God, of the human soul, and of the destiny and duty of man, the first essay on the part of a Christian philosopher to discover and expound the philosophy of human history. In the treatise De Civitate Dei, he appears as the exponent of the law of progress which governs the history of humanity, and of which even those who fight against it become instruments in the hands of Providence according to the divine plan. It is scarcely necessary to call attention to the preponderance of the influence of Plato on the philosophic thought of St. Augustine. Like all the other fathers of the Church, St. Augustine esteemed Plato more highly than Aristotle. The latter he styled vir excellentis ingenii et Platoni quidem impar sed multos faciles superans. Although, however, the era of Christian Platonism virtually came to an end with Augustine, The scholastic era, in which the importance of Aristotle grew until it reached its maximum in the 13th century, was not oblivious of the debt which Christianity and philosophy owe to the men who first Christianized the teachings of Plato. The period between the death of St. Augustine and the rise of scholasticism is one of comparatively little intellectual activity. Throughout Europe, men like Claudianus Mamertus, middle of 5th century, Boethius, 470 to 526, Cassiodorus, 468 to 575, Saint Isidore of Seville, 7th century, and Venerable Bede, 674-735, labored merely to preserve what the past had bequeathed and to transmit the legacy to times more favorable for the growth and development of Christian speculation. Retrospect. Patristic philosophy exhibits all the characteristics of the age to which it belonged, the era of the struggle and triumph of Christianity, and of the first adjustment of Christian thought to pagan civilization and culture. To the period of struggle belongs the work of the apologists. To the first centuries of triumph belong the earliest constructive attempts of the Alexandrian school, while to the later centuries of the period intervening between the triumph of Christianity and the invasion of the barbarians belongs St. Augustine's systematic effort to harmonize Christian teaching with the greatest achievements of pagan thought. After the time of St. Augustine, the condition of Christian Europe was not favorable to speculation, and it was not until the dawn of the era of Neo-Latin civilization that, in new circumstances and in a different social and political climate, the schoolmen completed the task begun by the fathers. Patristic philosophy is fragmentary and devoid of unit. It belongs to an epoch in which everything except religion was decadent, and in which religion itself, though vigorous, had not yet succeeded in infusing the Christian ideal into the life and thought of Europe. Scholastic philosophy will begin with the opening of the new era. It will grow into the new life of Christianized Europe, and will attain the golden age of its development whenever and wherever the ideal of the Christian life shall have transformed the social and political conditions into an atmosphere most congenial to Christian speculation. The Fathers defined, at least provisionally, the intellectual basis of the dogmatic system of the Church. They protested successfully against the Gnostic, which was in reality the rationalistic subordination of revelation to reason, and they stated the question which scholastic philosophy took up and answered: how can reason and revelation be shown to be distinct and at the same time consistent sources of truth? End of chapter 23.
Section B and Chapter 24 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Section B. Scholastic Philosophy. The centuries which elapsed between the death of St. Augustine and the foundation of the Carolingian schools were centuries of barbarian invasion and barbarian rule. They witnessed the dismemberment of the Roman Empire, the disappearance of the last vestiges of Roman civilization in Europe, and the substitution of a civilization of a new order. During the lifetime of St. Augustine, the West Goths under Alaric besieged and sacked Rome in 410. 19 years later, the Vandals under Genseric overran Numidia and Mauritania and laid siege to Hippo. Meanwhile, the Vandals from the Upper Rhine had invaded Gaul, ancient Germany, and Burgundy in 407. These invaders were followed, in 443, by the Burgundians, who settled on the Upper Rhone and on the Saône. Later, in 451, came the Huns under Attila, and last of all the Franks from the Lower Rhine, who toward the end of the 5th century spread over Gaul, destroying every trace of civilization that had survived the invasion and occupation of France by the Vandals and the Burgundians. In the same century, the Angles and Saxons took possession of Britain, and the Visigoths established barbarian rule in Spain. In the 6th and 7th centuries, the Heruli and the East Goths and the Lombards destroyed whatever remained of Roman civilization in northern Italy. We can scarcely realise the desolation that during those centuries reigned throughout what had been the Roman Empire. The condition of France is vividly portrayed by the words of St. Gregory of Tours, who, towards the end of the 6th century, wrote, Vae diebus nostris quia periet studium literarum a nobis, and by the verdict of the Benedictine authors of l'Histoire littéraire de la France, that the 8th century was the darkest, the most ignorant, the most barbarous that France had ever seen. The utter disregard for learning which characterized those times may be inferred from the fact that Ambrose of Hautepert, who died in 778, was forced to invoke the authority of Pope Stephen III in defence of the study of the Scriptures. Inquiunt multi, non est tempus iam nunc deserendi super scripturas. Although surrounded by all the external signs and conditions of dissolution and decay, the Church remained true to her mission of moral and intellectual enlightenment, drawing the nations to her by the very grandeur of her confidence in her mission of peace, and by the sheer force of her obstinate belief in her own ability to lift the new peoples to a higher spiritual and intellectual life. It was these traits in the character of the Church that especially attracted the barbarian kings, but, though towards the end of the 5th century Clovis became a Christian, it was not until the beginning of the 9th century that the efforts of the Church to reconquer the countries of Europe to civilization began to show visible results. The Merovingian kings, the do-nothing kings, as they were styled, could scarcely be called civilized. Even Charlemagne, who was the third of the Carolingian dynasty, could hardly write his name. Still, Charles, illiterate as he was, realized the necessity of reviving culture and learning throughout his empire. Inspired by this noble purpose, he summoned the Church to his aid, invited learned ecclesiastics to his court, and founded schools which became centres of the new intellectual movement in different parts of Europe. To this movement scholastic philosophy owes its origin. The scholastic movement, therefore, which dated from the foundation of the Carolingian schools, was from the outset a reaction against the intellectual stupor of the times. The movement was at first confined merely to the restoration of the study of grammar and rhetoric. Later on, dialectic assumed in the schools more importance than it had at first possessed, while an impulse to philosophical speculation was given by the Neoplatonism of Erigena and other Irish teachers. Thus, during the 9th and 10th centuries, there were many attempts at forming a system of philosophy, but it was not until the 11th century, when the problem of universals gave the greatest impulse to the growth of the scholastic dialectic, that these attempts were concentrated into a definite movement. Towards the end of the 12th century, the physical and metaphysical writings of Aristotle became known to the schoolmen and caused that great outburst of intellectual activity which made the 13th century the golden age of scholasticism. The middle of the 14th century marks the beginning of the decadent movement, which in the following century ended in the downfall of the scholastic system. We have, therefore, the following division. First period, Scotus Erigena to Roscelin, from the beginning of the 9th century to the 11th, the period of beginnings. Second period, Roscelin to Alexander of Hales, from the rise of the problem of universals to the introduction of the works of Aristotle, 1050 to 1200, the period of growth. Third period, Alexander of Hales to Occam, 1200 to 1300, the period of perfection. Fourth period, from the birth of Occam to the taking of Constantinople, 1300 to 1453, the period of decay. Sources. The neglect of the study of the sources of scholastic philosophy on the part of some of its historians, and the apparently inexcusable misrepresentation on the part of others, render it imperatively necessary that we keep constantly at hand the primary sources, the works of the schoolmen themselves. It is from these works, and from these alone, that the student will learn the true meaning and value of scholastic philosophy. Many of the writings of the first schoolmen are of easy access, being included in Means' Patrologia Latina. Additional primary sources, Beitrag zur Geschichte der Philosophie des Mittelalters, Munster, 1891, are at present being published by Baumke and others. The works of the scholastics after the time of St. Bernard are not included in Means' Patrology. They are, however, published in separate editions, to which attention will be called. With regard to secondary authorities, the list given by Weber, page 9 of the English translation, will be found complete with the exception of a recent work, De Wolf's Histoire de la philosophie médiévale, Louvain, 1900, which is a valuable aid to the study of this period. De Wolf's work does not, however, supersede Stockel's Geschichte der Philosophie des Mittelalters, which is still the standard work of reference, although since its publication, 1864 to 1866, numerous important documents bearing on the history of scholasticism have been published. It is well for the student to remember that, although Heureux is referred to as an authority, he owns his distinction as a historian to the care with which he has studied and edited manuscript sources, rather than to the accuracy of his appreciations. Valuable biographical material is to be found in Wetzer and Welt's Kirchlexikon, published in Freiburg in 1886 to 1901. Section First Period of Scholasticism, Erigena to Roscelin, 800 to 1050, the period of beginnings. The Carolingian schools. In the chronicles and biographies of the Merovingian epoch, mention is made of a schola palatina at the court of Dagobert, and of other Merovingian monarchs. It is clear, however, that these schools were institutions for the training of court guards, bellator, in the art of war and the manners of the court. Before the time of Charlemagne, the only thing that the Frank was taught was how to fight. The schools which Charlemagne founded were intended to teach the Frank to respect knowledge as well as valour. They were literary schools, in which at first the programme was very elementary, the nobles and clerics who attended being taught merely the arts of reading and writing and the rudiments of grammar. The project of forming these schools seems to have suggested itself to Charlemagne during his sojourn in Italy, where the traditional learning was in part preserved by masters who taught the grammar of Priscian and Donatus and read the works of Virgil, Cicero, St. Augustine, Boethius, and Cassiodorus. In the famous Capitulari of 787, and in other enactments, Charles recommended the foundation of the diocesan and monastic schools throughout the empire, having previously founded the Schola Palatina at his own court, and given to the Abbey of Fulda the Capitulari, empowering the abbot to establish a school at that monastery. But although it was Italy that inspired Charles with the idea of founding schools throughout the empire, it was Ireland that sent him the masters who were to impart the new learning. Ireland, which had never formed part of the Roman Empire, and which had escaped the invasions of the barbarians, had preserved since the days of its conversion to Christianity the tradition of ancient learning, a knowledge of Greek and Latin which was now to astonish continental Europe. Alcuin, although an Englishman, is justly considered a representative of Irish learning. With him is associated Clement of Ireland, who assisted in the work of founding the Palace School. Unfortunately, history has not preserved the names of Clement's fellow countrymen, who, during the reign of Charles and throughout the 9th century, were found in every cathedral and monastery of the empire, as well as at the court of the Frankish kings, and were so identified with the new intellectual movement that the teaching of the newly founded schools was characterized as Irish learning. Eric of Auxerre, middle of the 9th century, writing to Charles the Bold, testifies to the nationality of many of these pioneers. Quid hibernum memoram contipto pelagi discrimine pene totum cum gregi philosophorum ad littera nostra migrantem. We find a mention of a Hibernicus exul, author of a poem in praise of Charles the Great, of Donegal, teacher at Pavia, of another, or possibly the same, Donegal, who wrote to Charlemagne, explaining the eclipse of the sun in 810, and of a Sedulius Scotus, sometimes identified with the Irish poet Sedulius, who was one of the authors most widely read throughout the early Middle Ages. Ireland has, therefore, every claim to be considered the Ionia of scholastic philosophy. After the death of Charles and the subsequent division of the empire, a reaction set in against the schools in several parts of the empire. Lupus Servetus, the celebrated abbot of Ferrières, complains of the opposition on the part of the ignorant vulgar who, if they detect any fault in the representatives of the new learning, attribute it not to human weakness, but to some quality inherent in the studies themselves. There were some also who, according to Amalarius of Metz, reproved the reading even of the Scriptures. These reactionaries, however, were silenced by the voice of Eugenius II, who encouraged the foundation of schools and spread of the new learning. Supported by the highest authority in the Church, the movement continued under the successors of Charlemagne, so that during the 9th and 10th centuries there sprang up besides the palace school, which seems to have accompanied the Frankish court from place to place, the no less celebrated cathedral and monastic schools of Fulda in Germany, and of Utrecht, Liège, Tournai, and Saint-Laurent in the Low Countries. It was in France that the scholastic movement found its first home, and it was in that country also that, after the temporary opposition of the reactionary alarmists, the most important schools were founded, namely at Tours, Rheims, Léon, Auxerre, and Chartres. These homes of the new learning were the scene of the first crude attempts of scholastic speculation. As at a later time, the University of Paris was the scene of the last and most brilliant triumphs of scholasticism. It would be a mistake to imagine that philosophy was taught in the schools at the beginning. The curriculum of studies at first consisted of the 7 liberal arts, that is to say, the trivium, grammar, rhetoric and dialectic, and the quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music. Little by little, however, the programme was extended. Around the problems of dialectic were grouped problems of metaphysics and psychology, and gradually philosophy became part of the programme of the schools. The Magister Scholae, or Scholasticus, as the teacher was called, expounded the text of the author. This was the method employed, whether the subject was grammar or dialectic, or any other of the 7 branches. The Library of Schools. Of Aristotle's works, the first schoolmen possessed the De Interpretione, and, in the 10th century, the Categoriae in Boethius's translation. It was only in the 12th century that the first book of the Analytica Priora, the Tropica, and the Sophisticus Elenchis became known, and it was not until the 13th century that the physical, psychological, and metaphysical treatises were introduced into the schools. These facts explain why, during the first and second periods of the scholastic movement, philosophy was almost altogether occupied with logical problems. Secondly, of Plato's dialogues. The Timaeus was known to the Irish monks, possibly in the original. It was known on the continent in the translation made in the 5th century by Chalcidius. The works of St. Augustine and the Neoplatonists were used as sources from which the first schoolmen derived their knowledge of Platonism. Third, of the commentators of Aristotle, only Porphyry, whose Isagoge circulated among the schoolmen in Boethius's translation, and Boethius, who commented on the Categoriae and De Interpretione, were known to the schoolmen of the first period. Fourth, Translations and compilations by Marius Victorinus, 4th century, and Macrobius, 5th century, Claudianus Mamertus, and Donatus were read and expounded in the schools. 5th, the Neoplatonic commentaries of Apuleius and Trismegistus were also used. 6th, of Cicero's works, the rhetorical and dialectical treatises such as the Topica de Officiis, etc., were known at least in part. Seneca's De Beneficiis and Lucretius de Rerum Natura were also read. 7th, in addition to the genuine works of St. Augustine, the pseudo-Augustinian treatises Categoriae Decem, Principia Dialecticae, Contra Quinque Hereses, and De Spiritu et Anima were studied by the first scholastics. 8th, finally, the library of the first schoolmen included the works of Clement of Alexandria and of Origen in Latin translations, and the Latin version of Pseudo-Dionysus by Scotus Erigena, as well as the commentaries and original works of Martianus Capella, Cassiodorus, and Boethius. Chapter 24. First Masters of the Schools. Alcuin, 735 to 804, educated in the famous school of York, appeared at the court of Charlemagne in 781, and there for 8 years taught grammar and dialectic in the palace school. Later he retired to the abbey of Tours, where he founded a school which was soon to eclipse the palace school itself. Alcuin was distinguished chiefly as a grammarian. His contributions to dialectic are of secondary importance, and his psychological treatise De Anime Ratione merely reproduces the doctrines of St. Augustine. His importance in the history of scholastic philosophy is due to the prominent part which he took in the establishment of the first schools. Fridagus, who was probably a fellow countryman of Alcuin, taught at the palace school about the beginning of the 9th century. After Alcuin's death, he became abbot of the monastery of Tours. Taking up the problem of the nature of darkness, he proved in a treatise, De Nihilio et Tenebris, that both nothing and darkness are real beings. On this point, at least, Fridagus is a realist. He does not, however, discuss the general question of the objective reality of universal ideas. With Fridagus is associated the unknown author of the treatise entitled Dicta Candida de Imagine Dei. The work is virtually an attempt at finding in man the image of the Trinity. In spirit and in method it is Augustinian. Rahabanus Maurus, 784 to 856, is one of the most remarkable of the first masters of the schools. He was born at Mainz in the year 784. At the age of 18 he became a Benedictine monk in the monastery of Fulda. Thence he went to Tours, where for 6 years he studied under Alcuin. From Tours he returned to Fulda in order to assume the office of teacher. According to Trittenheim, Rahabanus and his new learning were regarded with suspicion by Ratgerus, abbot of the monastery of Fulda. Rahabanus, however, overcame the opposition of the reactionaries. He was made abbot of Fulda and later became bishop of Mainz. He died in the year 856. Like Alcuin and Fridagus, Rahabanus is of importance rather as a teacher and inaugurator of the new learning than as an independent philosopher. It was he who introduced the learning of the schools into Eastern Germany. In his work De Universo, he treats in 22 books a variety of subjects: God, the angels, biblical personages, ecclesiastical institutions, astronomy, chronology, philosophy, poetry, medicine, agriculture, military tactics, and language. The work is a veritable encyclopedia of knowledge. Except in the portions referring to chronology and grammar, it is merely a résumé of the traditional teaching. Historical position. These first masters of the schools belong, with Isidore of Seville and the Venerable Bede, to the encyclopedists of the period of transition between patristic philosophy and the philosophy of the Middle Ages. They rendered inestimable service to the scholastic movement by their personal influence as teachers, while by their writings they summarized and helped to popularize the dogmatic and exegetical teachings of the Fathers. The encyclopedic scope of their writings is evidence of a condition of affairs similar to that which existed in the first schools of Greek philosophy. Just as the early Greek philosophers wrote Periphusios, the first schoolmen wrote De Universo. There is, however, this difference, that while the philosophical movement in the first schools of Greece was independent of the past, the philosophy of these first schoolmen was virtually an epitome of the doctrines of the Fathers. Erigena was the first of the schoolmen to attempt an independent system of philosophical speculation. With Erigena, therefore, the first period of scholastic philosophy begins. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 25. John Scotus Erigena. Life. John Scotus Erigena, or Erigena, was born between the years 800 and 815. Ireland was probably the place of his birth. About the middle of the 9th century he appeared at the court of Charles the Bald, by whom he was placed at the head of the palace school. He was ordered by his royal patron to translate the writings of Pseudo-Dionysius and of Maximus Confessor. He is said to have gone to Oxford at the invitation of Alfred the Great, and to have founded a school at Malmesbury, where, according to a tradition by no means reliable, he was put to death by his scholars. These biographical data are, with the exception of his relations with Charles and with the palace school, matters of great uncertainty. There are many reasons for supposing that Erigena was a layman, although Stockel believes that he was probably a priest. Sources. Erigena composed, besides the translations of Pseudo-Dionysius and Maximus Confessor, a comprehensive philosophical work, De Divisione Naturae, and a treatise, De Egressu et Regressu Animae ad Deum, of which only a fragment has come down to us, to the predestination controversy which was waged in the 9th century between Gottschalk, Ratramus, and Servius Lupus on the one hand, and Hincmar, Florus, and Remy, Archbishop of Rheims, on the other. Erigena contributed a treatise, De Praedestinatione, which seems to have given offence to both parties. In the other great controversy of the 9th and following centuries, the dispute concerning the doctrine of transubstantiation, in which Ratramnus and Berengar were opposed by Pascasius Radbertus and Lanfranc. Erigena also took an active part. The work, however, De Corpore e Sanguine Domini, which has been ascribed to him, is undoubtedly to be assigned to some other writer of the 9th century, very probably to Ratramnus. Of considerable importance in determining the philosophical views of Erigena are his Expositiones, commentaries on the works of Pseudo-Dionysius, and the commentary on Martianus Capella, fragments of which were published by Oro, the commentary on the Gospel of St. John, and the Homilia in Prolegomenon Evangelii sec Ionem are Erigena's contributions to scriptural exegesis. The works of Erigena, as published by Dr. Floss, are reprinted in Means Patrologia Latina, volume 122. The De Divisione Naturae was first published by Gale, Oxford, 1681. A recent addition to our secondary sources is Alice Gardner's John the Scot, London, 1900. Erigenes philosophy. General idea of Erigenes philosophy. In its general outlines, the philosophy of Erigena is Dionysian, that is to say, Neoplatonic. Erigena carries the union of philosophy and theology to the point of identifying the two sciences. In his work De Praedestinatione he quotes St. Augustine as saying, Non alium esse philosophiam id est sapientiae studium, et aliam religionum, cum ii quorum doctrinam non approbamus, nec sacramenta nobiscum communicant. But while Augustine evidently means merely that the speculative aspect of religion is as important as the practical, Erigena understands him to mean that philosophy and religion are one and the same. For he continues, Quid est aliud de philosophia tractare nisi verae religionis, qua summa et principalis omnium rerum causa, Deus et humiliter, colitur et rationabiliter investigator regulas exponere? Conficitor inde verum esse philosophiam verum religionem. Conversimque veram religionem esse veram philosophiam. We have here the characteristic trait of scholasticism, though in an exaggerated form, the attempt, namely, to find a rational basis for the union of reason and revelation. Later on, the great masters of scholasticism, while recognizing the union of reason and revelation, will allot to philosophy a sphere of its own, maintaining that faith and science are distinct, though perfectly accordant with each other. Thus, St. Thomas would not subscribe to Erigenes' methodological principle that the Scripture and the Fathers are sources of proof in philosophy. The identification of philosophy with theology by Erigena is not to be understood as an advocacy of rationalism. It is true that Erigena maintains the priority of reason with respect to authority, as when he says, Omnis auctoritas quae vera ratione non approbatur infirma esse videtur. But this is a principle common to all the scholastics. Far from being a rationalist, Erigena is more inclined to take sides with the mystics, to belittle all reason, unless insofar as reason is illumined from on high. Instead of rationalizing theology, he would theosophize philosophy. Erigena assigns to philosophy a fourfold task: to divide, to define, to demonstrate, and to analyze. Resolutiva. This may be described as Erigena's definition of the applicability of dialectic to philosophy and theology, a notion which, like that of the union of faith and science, is destined to develop in the subsequent growth of scholastic philosophy. General metaphysical doctrines. The treatise De Divisione Naturae begins with the definition of nature. Nature is quid vel animo percepi potest vel animi intentionem superat. Nature is therefore synonymous with being. The first great division of nature is into things which are and things which are not. Now, there are 5 ways in which a thing may be said not to be. 1. A thing is not in the sense that it cannot be known. Quae per excellentiam suae naturae omnem sensum intellectum reactionemque fungiunt, iure videri non esse. In this sense, God and the essences of things are non-existent. 2. A thing is not relatively to something else, in the sense that, being what it is not that which is higher. Inferiores affirmatio, superiores est negatio. inferiores negatio est superiores affirmatio, that is, a plant is not because it is not an animal, and in like manner every being is relatively not being. 3. A thing is not when it is in mere potency. Quae vero ad hoc in naturae sinibus continetur, nec in formata materiae apparent dissimus non esse. Erigena adduces the example of the human race potentially constituted by God in the first man. 4. A thing is not in reference to the intellect when it is enveloped, as it were, in material conditions. Quae locorum species temporumque notibus verantur, colliguntur, solvuntur, vere dicuntur non esse. 5. Finally, there is a mode of not being which is peculiar to man. Man's being is the imaged beauty and holiness of God. When by sin he loses this dignity, destroying the image of God which is in him, man ceases to exist, he is not. Leaving this fivefold enumeration of the modes of not being, we come to the celebrated division of nature into 1. Natura quae creat et non creatur. 2. Natura quae creatur et creat. 3. Natura quae creatur et non creat. And 4. Natura quae nec creatur nec creat. 1. Natura quae creat et non creatur is God, the origin, principle, and source of all things. True to the tenets of the Dionysian philosophy, Erigena denies that God can know himself. God is incomprehensible to himself as he is to us. For to know himself, he should place himself in one of the categories of thought, and that is impossible. In discussing the possibility of our knowing God, Erigena dwells on the twofold theory of theological predication. There is the affirmative theory, which says that substance, goodness, and so forth may be affirmed of God, and there is the negative theory, which maintains that all these predicates should be denied. The truth, according to Erigena, is that these predicates may be affirmed of the Supreme Being, if they are taken in a metaphorical sense. In their proper or literal meaning they must be denied, because God is more than substance, more than goodness. Thus, though in speech we affirm these and other predicates, in thought we deny them. In pronunciatione est forma cataphatica, in intellectu autem apophatica. It is remarkable how much the first most daring of the schoolmen is willing to concede to agnosticism. What is said of predicates of God in general is true also of the term creator. God and the action by which he made things are one. When therefore we say that God is creator, we mean, according to Erigena, that he is more than creator, that he is in all things as their sole substance. Cum ergo ortimus Deum omnia facere nil aliud debemus intelligere, quam Deum in omnibus esse, hoc est essentiam omnium subsistere, ipse enim solus posse vere est, et omne quod vere in his quae sunt dictur esse ipse solus est. This pantheism is professed over and over again as, for example, Deus namque omnium essente est, quia solus vere est, and the oft-quoted formula of Pseudo-Dionysus, esse omnium est super esse divinitatis. It is true that Erigena sometimes speaks of God as separate from creatures. Ipse Deus in se, ipso ultra omnem creaturam nullo intellectu comprehenditur, and again, Deus non est totum creaturae, neque creatura pars Dei. Nevertheless, we cannot, without accusing Erigena of self-contradiction, attach any philosophical value to these expressions. They are merely the incidental use of common modes of speech. for Erigenes certainly maintained that the being of creatures is the being of God, and that by creation God becomes his creatures. This consideration leads to the next division. 2. Natura quae creatur et creat. By this our philosopher understands God as containing in the word logos the primordial causes or types of things formed before all creation. Pater id est omnium principium in verbo suo. Unigento videlecit filio. Omnium rerum rationes, quas faciendas esse voluit priusquam res fierent praeformavit. There is no hierarchy among these types, as there was among the Platonic ideas. Still, Erigenes, following the pseudo-Dionysians, enumerates 10 first primordial causes. These types are in God, consequently they are intelligent, understanding themselves and understanding the things of which they are types. They are indeed made, but made from all eternity, for they are co-eternal with God. Of this co-eternity, however, Erigenes is not altogether certain. The primordial causes proceeded from the Father by a process which is figuratively described as a flowing. We must be careful not to conclude too hastily, as has sometimes been done, that Erigenes identified the primordial causes, the world of ideas, with the second person of the Blessed Trinity. The Son is begotten from all eternity. From all eternity, too, the primordial causes were made. They are in the Son, of the same substance as the Father, yet, as the defenders of Erigenes have conclusively shown, they are not the Son. Here, as well as in his treatment of the first division of nature, Erigenes' pantheism is apparent. He maintains that by the emanation or flowing of the ideas from God, the divine nature creates itself. Creator enim aciepsa in primordialibus, causis ac per hoc siepsam creat. He goes on, however, to explain that the creation in this case consists in a showing forth, theophania, of the divine nature. 3. Natura quae creatur et non creat means the world of phenomena, things subject to change and to the conditions of time and space. Quae in generatione temporibusque et locis cognoscuntur, hoc est in primordialium causarum effectibus extremis. Individual things, creatures as we call them, are derived from God. They participate in the divine nature, for all derivation is participation. Now the order of derivation is from the Father to the primordial causes, and from these to concrete individual existences. In the Word, which is the locus of the primordial causes, all things are in a condition of comparative undifferentiation. But when they issue forth from the Word to become the complex world of concrete things, they suffer separation, differentiation, and multiplicity. Our philosopher illustrates his thoughts by referring to the radii of a circle. At the centre of all, the radii are united, but as they proceed towards the circumference, they become distinct and separate. The separation of the primordial causes is the work of the Holy Spirit, of the Spirit who in the beginning moved over the face of the waters. The derivation of all things proceeded in definite order through the highest genera, lower genera, intermediate species, and special species to the individual. Thus did Erigenes hypostatize, as it were, the categories and lay down the principle of the most rigorous realism, that the categories of thought and being exist outside the mind in all their universality. We may, then, describe the process of the origin of things as an emanation or flowing from the first principle of existence. Erigenes calls the process a theophania, or showing forth of the divine nature, and it is in this sense that the supreme principle of existence pervades or runs through all nature. For theos is derived from theou, to run. Creation, in the common acceptation of the term, does not apply to the origin of things, yet, since God has made all things out of his own substance, and since, in the meaning already described, he is non-existent, he may be said to have made all things ex nihilo. The fourth division of nature is natura quae nec creator nec creat. This is God as the end of all things, the goal to which all created beings must return. Everywhere in the universe Erigener finds traces or signs of the final return of creatures to their Creator. The heavenly sphere is constantly returning to the point where it was 24 hours previously. In 4 years the sun completes its course in the celestial circle, returning to the point whence it started. There is a period set for the return of the flowers and leaves and herbs, and so all creatures, at the completion of the cosmic cycle, will return to the principle whence they came. This is especially true of man, for the life of man on earth is but a striving after the true, the beautiful, the good, the perfect, from which he came and to which he must return ere he can find rest. God, who revealed himself in creation, will retire within himself in the final apokatastasis, or universal return of creature to creator. Just as creatures emanated from God according to definite order, so shall they return to him in order, the lower through the higher. As air is changed into light and metal into fire, so shall bodily substance be changed into soul, and, in like manner, whatever is inferior shall rise through the higher forms to God. This doctrine of Erigener on the one hand reminds us of the Heraclitean doctrine of the upward and downward way, and on the other hand suggests the Hegelian theory of divine processes. Problem of universals. Although the problem of universals was not proposed to the scholastics of Erigener's day, our philosopher treats incidentally of the existence of the categories, and placing himself on the side of the extreme realists, affirms the objective reality of the highest genera as well as of the individual. Indeed, he goes farther than the Platonic realists when, not content with affirming the logical unity of the concept of being, he attributes to being objective or ontological unity, affirming that being is one. Erigener's psychological doctrines do not occupy an important place in his system of thought. He divides the cognitive powers of the minds into sensible and supersensible. The sense faculty is one, the so-called 5 senses being merely the different organs which the sense employs. The higher or supersensible faculties are threefold, imaging the Trinity. The first is intellect, nous, by which the mind contemplates God, the source and author of all things. The second is reason, logos, by which the mind contemplates the primordial causes in the Word. The third is internal sense, dianoia, by which the mind attains a knowledge of the world of phenomena. Circa effectus causarum primordialium, sive visibilis, sive invisibilis sint, circumvolvitur. Now, while these 3 are merely phases of the soul, the first is properly the essential nature of the soul, the second is a power, dunamis, and the third is a kind of energia, or actuality of the soul. The evolution or march of knowledge is twofold, from the higher to the lower, that is, from an intuitive knowledge of God, gnostico intuitu, to a knowledge of primordial causes, and thence to a knowledge of concrete things, and from the lower to the higher, that is, from sense experience to the internal sense, which abstracts the specific and generic concepts, and thence through a knowledge of primordial causes to a knowledge of God himself. The descending march of knowledge corresponds to the origin of things from God. The ascending march corresponds to the return of things to God. Thus, in his theory of knowledge, Eriugena is inclined to admit Aristotelian as well as Neoplatonic principles. He is, however, in final analysis, a Neoplatonist, for he teaches that the knowledge which most avails is knowledge of which the origin and starting point is God himself. With regard to self-knowledge, the soul can know its own existence, but not its essence, and herein the soul is most like to God, for of God we can know merely that he is, not what he is. The reason adduced in proof of the soul's inability to know itself is interesting. A definition, our philosopher argues, is a place, but the containing is greater than the contained. If therefore the soul could define itself, it should be greater than itself, which is manifestly absurd. Anthropological doctrines. Man is composed of body and soul. Homo autum corpus et anima est. The soul is a simple spiritual substance. It is the principle of life. Moreover, the soul creates the body. Anima corpus suum ipsa creat non tamem de nihilo sed de aliquo. Anima namque incorporales qualitates in unum conglutinante, et quasi quodam subjectum ipsis qualitatibus ex quantitate sumente et sepunte corpus sibi creat. The essence of the soul, as we have seen, is intellect. Its essential nature includes will also. Tota animae natura voluntas est. In fact, will and intellect are indissolubly associated. Ubi rationabilitas ibi necessario libertas. In the first man, who was created in a state of happiness and lived a life like to that of the angels, were contained in sola possibilitate in all his successors. Simul ac semel in illo uno homine omnium hominum rationes secundum corpus et animam creatae sunt. This postulate being granted, it was easy for Eriugena to explain the transmission of original sin. Historical position. When we come to form an estimate of Eriugena as a philosopher, we must not allow his many brilliant qualities to blind us as to the enormity of his errors. He was without doubt the most learned man of his century. He was the first of the representatives of the new learning to attempt a system of constructive thought, and he brought to his task a truly Celtic wealth of imagination and a spiritual force which lifted him above the plane of his contemporaries, mere epitomizers and commentators. His philosophy has all the charm which pantheism always possesses for a certain class of minds. It is subtle, vague, and poetic. When we come to examine its contents and method, we find that it is dominated by the spirit of Neoplatonism. Through the works of Pseudo-Dionysius and of Maximus, Eriugena made acquaintance with the teachings of Plotinus and Proclus, and when he came to construct his own system of thought, he reproduced the essential traits of Neoplatonic philosophy: pantheism, the doctrine of intuition, mysticism, and universal redemption. The work De Divisione Naturae was condemned in 1225. Its heterodoxy is undeniable, yet we cannot doubt the sincerity of Eriugena's devotion to the truth of Catholic dogma. He was, as Anastasius, the Roman librarian, described him, vir per omnia sanctus. Perhaps his attitude towards dogmatic truth is best described in the words of Gale, who first published the De Divisione Naturae. Potuit ergo errare, haereticus esse noluit. Eriugena illustrates the many-sidedness of the scholastic movement. To classify as anti-scholastic whatever does not agree with the synthetic systems of the great masters of scholasticism is to break the line of continuous historical development which led through the failures and partial successes of Erigena, Abelard, and other philosophers to the philosophy of the 13th century. Scholasticism, in its final form, is the outcome of the forces of Christian civilization which, in different conditions and in less favourable circumstances, produced the imperfect scholasticism of the period of beginnings and the period of growth. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 26. Gerbert. Life. Gerbert was born in Aquitaine about the middle of the 10th century. He became a monk at the monastery of Aurillac, and there, according to Richer, a contemporary and disciple, he met the Count of Barcelona, with whom he went to Spain in order to study mathematics and the physical sciences. Thence, at the request of Otho II, he went to Rome. From Rome he went back to France, and in 991 became Archbishop of Rheims. In 997 he was transferred to the see of Ravenna. In 999 he became Pope, taking the name of Sylvester II. He lived until 1003. Gerbert is credited with being the first to introduce the Arabic numerals into Christian Europe. He is said also to have constructed clocks and other mechanical contrivances. It was probably his acquaintance with astronomy and his success as a mechanical inventor that earned for him the reputation of magician. The legends collected and published by Benno in the 11th century represent Gerbert as in league with the devil. The less ignorant, however, among Gerbert's contemporaries acknowledged him to be a pious monk and a man of extraordinary learning. Sources. Mean, in his Patrologia Latina, volume 139, publishes the following works of Gerbert: Libellus de numerorum divisione, de geometria, de spherae constrictione, and Libellus de rationale et ratione uti. Gerbert's letters were published by Masson in 1611 and republished by Duchesne in 1636. Richer's histories, which throw so much light on the life and character of Gerbert, as well as on some important points of his doctrine, were first published by Pertz in the Momenta Germaniae. To these sources must be added a poem by Adalbero, published in the Patrologia Latina, volume 151, and a letter of Leo, abbot and papal legate, which is found in volume 139 of the Patrologia Latina. The work, De Corpore et Sanguina Domini, attributed to Gerbert by Pertz and others, is of doubtful authenticity. An excellent monograph of the life and teaching of Gerbert is Monsieur Piquevet's Gerbert, un pape philosophe, Paris 1897, from the Catholic University Bulletin, Volume 4, pages 295 onwards, July 1898. Doctrines. Gerbert as a teacher. In the midst of the wars and other external circumstances, which combined to bring about a state of almost universal neglect of learning, Gerbert revived at the school of Rheims the best traditions of the early days of the scholastic movement. He taught the dialectic of Aristotle, using a translation of the Categoriae, in addition to the Esagoge of Porphyry and the commentaries of Boethius. He also taught rhetoric, employing, it is said, a mechanical contrivance in order to express the different combinations of figures of speech. And in one of his letters he speaks of a sphere by means of which he illustrated the horizon and the beauties of the heavens. His work, De Divisione Numerorum, shows that he occupied himself with the task of popularizing the theory of multiplication. Gerbert as a philosopher. 1. Richer, a contemporary and disciple of Gerbert, gives a most interesting description of an encounter which took place at Ravenna in the year 980 between Gerbert, master of the schools at Reims, and Otteric, the most famous of the masters of the German schools. The Emperor, Otho II, and many distinguished prelates lent solemnity to the scene by their presence. Gerbert opened the discussion by defining philosophy as divinarum et humanarum rerum comprehensio veritatis, thus identifying philosophy with knowledge. Then he proceeded to divide philosophy into theoretical and practical. He further distinguished physics, mathematics, and theology, theologia intellectibilis, as parts of theoretical philosophy, and moral, dispensativa, economic, distributiva, and political, civilis, philosophy as subdivisions of practical philosophy. After a discussion as to the place which physiology and philology should occupy in this classification of philosophical sciences, the disputants passed on to the question, what is the aim of philosophy? Gerbert answered that the final cause of philosophical study is a knowledge of things human and divine, in other words, that philosophy is, so to speak, its own reward. At this point the argument veered round the Platonic account of the cause of the world. Next the disputants took up the discussion of the cause of shadows, and when, at the close of the day's debate, the Emperor put an end to the disputation, the question under discussion was whether mortal is to be subordinate to rational or vice versa, or, as we should say, whether the term mortal or the term rational has the greater extension. 2. The libellus et rationale et ratione uti, addressed to the Emperor, takes up the problem of predication at the point where the oral discussion had been interrupted, and inquiries whether ratione uti should be predicated of rationale. It was a principle admitted by the dialecticians that the predicate should possess wider extension than the subject. Since, therefore, reasonable is of wider extension than using reason, is not Porphyry wrong when he says that using reason may be predicated of reasonable? Gerbert approaches the problem by stating the objections which may be urged from three sources, namely from the relation of power to act, from the relation of the accidental to the substantial, and from the relation of the higher concept to the lower. He then proceeds to elucidate these notions, determining the nature of act and power, thus using the objections in order to throw light on the problem, so that when he comes to the thesis that ratione uti may be predicated of rationale, he has no difficulty in proving his proposition by the use of the concepts act, power, etc., on which the objections rested. This little treatise is, therefore, the first sample of the use of the scholastic method, which, a century later, was employed in Abelard's Sic et Non, and was perfected by the philosophers of the 13th century. It is by reason of its method, rather than of its contents, that the treatise occupies so important a place in the history of scholastic philosophy. 3. Adalbero, who was at one time a disciple of Gerbert at Reims, and who died in 1030, mentions in a poem addressed to Robert II of France certain theories concerning the origin of the universe, and adds, "I found these things, being not unmindful of what I have heard." If the theories in question are those of Gerbert, and it is natural to suppose that Adalbero is speaking of his former teacher, it is evident that our philosopher did not confine his philosophical teaching to the problems of dialectic, but that he carried his inquiries into the region of cosmogony and anthropology. 4. The letter of Leo, the papal legate appointed to inquire into the rival claims of Gerbert and Arnulf to the see of Reims, bears further testimony to the many-sidedness of Gerbert's teaching. It implies that Gerbert included in his curriculum the study of nature and, perhaps, the study of animal life. This is all the more remarkable when we recall that Gerbert belonged to an age to which Aristotle's treatises on the natural sciences were completely unknown. Historical position. Gerbert must have exercised considerable influence on his own generation. The very grotesqueness of the notions which the superstitious entertained concerning him is proof of his preeminence. He is in the 10th century what Erigena was in the 9th, and what Abelard will be in the 12th. His influence, however, was exercised by his oral teaching rather than by his written works. To his disciples, and to the masters who succeeded him in the schools of France, the dialectical movement, which was continued by Roscelin, Abelard, and St. Anselm, and by them transmitted to the 13th century, owes a larger debt than can be accurately determined. Chapter 27. The School of Auxerre. Eric, Hericus, of Auxerre. Life. St. Eric, 841 to 881, a monk of Saint-Germain of Auxerre, studied at Fulda, where he had for teacher Haimo, the successor of Rabanus, and afterwards at Ferrières, where Servatus Lupus, who was also a disciple of Rabanus, was at that time master. After returning to Auxerre, Eric became master in the monastic school of that place, and under his guidance the school became one of the most renowned in all France. Sources. Aurier has shown that the marginal glosses found in manuscript number 1108 of the National Library of Paris are the work of Eric. The manuscript contains the Categoriae Decem, falsely attributed to St. Augustine, the Perihermenias of Aristotle, the Isagoge of Porphyry, and several works of Boethius. Naturally, therefore, the glosses added by Eric deal almost exclusively with logical or dialectical problems. In addition to this document, Aurier mentions a poem by Eric on the life of Saint-Germain, to which the author attached, as a marginal note, an extract from Erigena's treatise De Divisione Naturae. The poem was published by Mine, Patrologia Latina, volume 129. Doctrines. Eric affirms with Aristotle and Boethius that the concept is the image of the object, while the word is the expression of the concept. Ren concipit intellectus, intellectum vocis designant, vocis autem literae significant. With regard to the universal, generic and specific concept, he expresses himself as follows: Genus non praedicare di animali, secundum rem, id est substantium, sed designativum esse nomen animalis quo designatur animal de pluribus specie differentibus dici, namque neque rationem animalis potest habere genus, cum dicitur animal est substantia animata et sensibilis, similiter neque species dicitur de homine secundum, id quod significat, sed juxta iliud quod de numero differentibus praedicatur. This passage indicates a departure from the realistic view and a leaning towards the nominalism which appeared in a more definitive form in the 11th century. In a similar spirit, Eric accounts for the collocation of individual things in genera and species, and even in the highest genus, ousia. In Eric's glosses there are several indications of an acquaintance with the writings of Erigena. His doctrines may be described in general as a protest against the extreme realism of his predecessor. Remy of Auxerre, life. St. Remy, Remigius, of Auxerre, was a monk in the abbey of Saint-Germain of Auxerre. He had for teacher Eric of Auxerre and Servatus Lupus. After the death of Eric, he taught at Auxerre, Rheims, and Paris. At the last mentioned school he had for disciple Otho of Cluny. He died in 904. Sources. Beside a theological treatise entitled Enarrationes in Samos, we possess Remy's glosses on the grammatical works of Priscian and Donatus, and a dialectical commentary entitled Commentum Magistri Remigii super Librum Martiani Capelli de Nuptis Mercuriae et Philologiae et super Septum Artis Liberalis. As a secondary source we have the biography of Otho of Cluny by the monk John. Doctrines. From the commentary on Martianus Capella, it appears that Remy attempted to reconcile the extreme realism of Erigena with the anti-realism of Eric. Martianus Capella had defined genus as multarum formarum per unum nomen complexio. Erigena, on the contrary, had defined it as multarum formarum substantialis unitas. The definition given by Remy is evidently a compromise. Genus est complexio, id est adelectio et comprehensio multarum formarum. Remy seems to have occupied himself with the problem of the world of ideas. The ideas, he maintained, exist in an invisible sphere, hidden in the mind of God. Per spheram, Martianus, vult intelligi mundum, invisibilum, qui in mente Dei latebat, antiquatum iste visibalis, per varias producteratur causas. Quem mundum, id est invisibilum, philosophi vocant ideas, id est formas. Associated with the school of Auxerre is the unknown author of another commentary on Martianus Capella. This commentary, on account of the frequent occurrence of Greek words, is judged by some to be the work of an Irish monk. Mention must also be made of a work entitled Glosses on the Isagoge of Porphyry, discovered by Cousin, and by him assigned to the 9th century. Both Cousin and Oreilleux attribute the work to Rahabanus Morius. Prantl, Kolisch, and Stockel are of an opinion that it should be assigned to a pupil of Rahabanus, who is called Ieper. On the question of universals, the author of the glosses propounds certain realistic principles which approach more closely to what afterwards became known as Thomistic realism than do any of the tenets of the other dialecticians of the 9th or 10th centuries. Genus et species substitunt alio modo, intelliguntur alio, et sunt incorporali, sed sensibilibus juncta substitunt insensibilibus, et tunc est singulare, intelliguntur ut ipsa substantia, ut non in aliis esse suum habentia, et tunc est universale. Retrospect. During the 9th and 10th centuries, the philosophy which formed part of the general intellectual movement, inaugurated by the foundation of the schools, was still in its beginnings. Here and there different springs gave rise to different streams of thought, but it was not until the following century that these streams began to flow in a common channel, and the philosophy of the schools, uniting all its tributaries, took a definite course, the direction of which may be easily traced. Rahabanus, Erigena, Gerbert, and the monks of Auxerre are practically independent of one another, yet each in his own way exhibits the essential traits of the scholastic, vague and ill-defined as these traits are. When compared with the characteristics of the scholasticism of the 13th century, all of these philosophers agree in maintaining that there is no contradiction between philosophy and theology. They hold that dialectic should be applied to the great problems of human thought, and they all attempt, on a more or less restricted scale, to make faith reasonable. Scholasticism in the 9th century draws the first rough sketch of what scholasticism in the 13th century will be. This period is generally described as an age of blind realism, but it is far from being so. True it is that Erigena's philosophy the most ambitious constructive attempt of the 9th century, is based on the realistic concept of the universe, but it must be remembered that Erigenes' realism did not go uncontradicted, and while Eric Remy and the author of the glosses did not succeed in finding the formula best fitted to express the doctrine of moderate realism, they refused with unmistakable emphasis to accept the ultra-realistic concept. It was through the storm and stress of the age of Roscelin and Abelard that moderate realism struggled to be an adequate expression. In that age, too, there first appeared rationalism, which, in a sense to be subsequently explained, is regarded by Cardinal Gonzalez as an essential phase of the scholastic movement. The occasion of the extraordinary intellectual activity of the second period of scholasticism was the problem of universals. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Second period of scholasticism. Roscelin to Alexander of Hales, 1050 to 1200. The problem of universals. In the Isagogy of Porphyry, translated by Boethius, which until the 13th century was the common textbook of logic in the schools, the following passage occurs. Mox de generibus et speciibus iliad quidem sive subsistant, sive in solis nudis intellectibus posita sint, sive subsistentia corporalia sint an incorporalia, et utram separata a sensibilibus an in sensibilibus posita, et circa haec consistentia dicere rei usabu altissimum enim negotiatum est huius modi et maiores egens inquisitionis. This passage, which thrust the problem of universals on the philosophers of the Middle Ages, proposes three questions. 1. Do the universals, generic and specific concepts, exist in the world of reality, or are they merely things of the mind, nuda intellecta? 2. If they do exist outside the mind, are they corporal or incorporeal? 3. Do they exist in concrete sensible things or outside them? The dicere recusabo of Porphyry was a direct challenge to the schoolmen. Boethius, in one of his commentaries, had asserted the objective reality of universals, although in another commentary he had spoken as if he held that they were merely things of the mind. The early schoolmen were, therefore, thrown upon their own resources. Not having yet developed an adequate system of psychology, they were obliged to be content with the imperfect, and what may be called a provisional solution of Porphyry's questions. Little by little, however, the problem of universals suggested questions of psychology and metaphysics, so that while it is incorrect to represent all scholastic philosophy as centering around the problem of universals, it is true that this was the problem that occasioned the growth from the primitive form of scholasticism to the scholasticism of the Age of Perfection, although there were, as we shall see, other factors which contributed to this development. The answers to Porphyry's questions are generally classed under three heads: nominalism, conceptualism, and realism. Nominalism maintains that there is no universality either of concept or of objective reality, the only universality being that of the name. Conceptualism concedes the universality of the idea, but denies that there is a universality of things corresponding to the universality of the mental representation. Realism, in its exaggerated form, maintains that the universal, as such, exists outside the mind, in other words, that there are objective realities which, independently of our minds, possess universality. Realism, in its moderate form, known as Aristotelian or Thomistic realism, while it grants that there is in things an objective, potentially universal reality, contends that the formal aspect of universality is conferred by the mind, and that, consequently, the universal, in the full panoply of its universality, exists in the mind alone, having, however, a fundamentum in re. The formula, which came to be the recognised watchword of the nominalist and conceptualist, is universalia post rem. The formula of exaggerated realism is universalia ante rem. Moderate realism, in the spirit of true synthesis, maintained universalia ante rem, the types of things existing in the mind of God, universalia post rem, concepts existing in the human mind, and universalia in re, the potentially universal essences existing in things. In the first period of scholastic philosophy, Eriugena and Fredegus advocated the exaggerated form of realism. The reason of this is not far to seek. The doctrine accorded with the pantheistic spirit of Eriugena's philosophy. It offered the most obvious solution of certain dogmatic problems, such as that concerning the transmission of original sin, and its assumption of the perfect correspondence of mental representations with external things commended it to the uncritical spirit of an age of beginnings. It was for lack of a developed system of psychology that the age demanded a categorical answer to the question, do universals exist outside the mind? When, therefore, Eric and others deny the objective existence of universals, they are to be classified not as nominalists or conceptualists, but merely as anti-realists, for, though they endeavour to find a positive answer to the question, how do universals exist, their solution of the problem is to be considered in its negative rather than in its positive aspect. Nominalism and conceptualism did not appear until the second period of scholastic philosophy, and even then the treatment of the problem of universals was dialectical rather than psychological. It cannot be denied that some of the problems discussed by the later schoolmen were of a frivolous character. It is, however, a serious mistake to describe the problem of universals as a barren dispute, a controversy over refined subtleties. The denial of the universal means sensism, and leads incidentally to the denial of the abstractive power of the human mind. Moreover, the universal has its ethical as well as its psychological aspect, and the denial of the universal means ultimately the destruction of moral ideas and the subversion of the stability of moral principles. Consequently, the schoolmen are to be admired, not blamed, for attaching so much importance to the problem of universals. It is interesting to note that it was this problem that developed the scholastic method, brought out the element of rationalism latent in scholasticism, and led, as has been remarked, to the growth of scholastic psychology and metaphysics. Chapter 28. Predecessors of Roscelin. Besides the anti-realists, Eric, Remy, etc., there were, before the days of Roscelin, dialecticians who opposed the prevailing spirit of realism. Du Boulay mentions a certain Ioannis qui iardem artum sophisticam vocalem esse disseruit. The authors of l'Histoire littéraire de la France speak of the same teacher as Ioannis Sophista. Oudin and Kolisch believe that Du Boulay refers to Eriugena. It is more probable that the Ioannis referred to is John the Deaf, otherwise called John the Physician. Hermin, abbot of Tournai, writing in the first half of the 12th century, says that in 1100 Rambert of Lille and many others taught dialectic nominalistically. It is impossible that the school of Roscelin could have grown to such dimensions within half a century of its birth. Consequently, Roscelin must have had predecessors in the teaching of nominalism. He was not the founder of the system, but rather its first great expounder and defender. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Roscelin. Life. Roscelin of Compiègne was born either at Compiègne or, as is more probable, in Lower Brittany about the middle of the 11th century. He studied at Soissons and at Reims. In 1098 he became canon of Compiègne and taught in that city, and later at Besançon and at Tours. Among his many disciples was Abelard. On account of the great number of those who flocked to hear him, and partly also on account of the development which he gave to Aristotle's dialectical doctrines, Roscelin was styled Novi Lycaei Conditor. He died about 1100. Sources. It appears that Roscelin did not commit his doctrines to writing, contenting himself with promulgating and defending them orally. There has come down to us, however, a letter addressed by him to Abelard, dealing chiefly with Roscelin's Trinitarian doctrine. Apart from this document, we have no sources of information except the statements of Anselm, Abelard, and John of Salisbury, who were Roscelin's opponents. Monographe Monsieur Piquet, Roscelin d'après la légende et d'après l'histoire, Paris, 1896. Doctrines. From the sources mentioned in the preceding paragraph, we derive the following points of doctrine. 1. Roscelin taught that universals were mere flatus vocis. Anselm says, Illi utique nostri temporis dialectici, immo dialectici hieretici, qui non esse flatum vocis, putant universalis substantias. John of Salisbury refers the same opinion to Roscelin by name. Alias ergo consistit in vocibus, licet haec opinio cum rucellio su omnio iam evanuerit. From these passages we infer that Roscelin was a nominalist, although the expression flatus vocis is obviously the phrase used by his opponents, rather than by Roscelin himself to describe his doctrine. Consistently with his nominalistic doctrines that the genus and the species have no substantial unity, that the union of individuals in the genus or in the species is a mere fabrication of language, or at most the work of thought, Roscelin maintained that the distinction of the whole is also the result of mere mental analysis. Thus Abelard declares, Fuit autem memini magistri nostri Roscelini tam insana sentia ut nullam rem partibus constari velit, sed sicut solis vocibus species ita et partes ad describabat. And elsewhere, after describing his former teacher as pseudo-dialecticus et pseudo-Christianus, he argues that when the Gospel tells us that Christ ate part of a fish, Roscelin would be compelled to maintain that Christ ate part of a word. 3. Roscelin did not hesitate to apply his nominalism to the doctrine of the Blessed Trinity. The one nature in three divine persons must, he argued, be universal. Now the universal has no real existence. Therefore, he concluded, the oneness of the divine nature is not real. Tritheism. That Roscelin held this doctrine is evident from the references of St. Anselm, from Abelard's epistle to the Bishop of Paris, and from Roscelin's letter to Abelard. 4. It appears from the testimony of St. Anselm that Roscelin either taught or was suspected of teaching the tenets of sensism. In De Fide Trinitatis, Chapter 2, Anselm is evidently speaking of Roscelin's school when he says, In eorum quipe animabus ratio, quae et princeps et iudex omnium debet esse, quae sunt in homine, sic est in imaginationibus corporalibus obvulta, ut ex eis non posset evolvere nec ab ipsis, ea quae ipsa sola et pura contemplari debet veliat discernere. In the 5th chapter of the same treatise, allusion is made to the danger of passing from sensistic empiricism to rationalism. Nolentes credare quod non intellegunt, credentes derident. Condemnation of Rosselin. Scholastic philosophy contained from the very outset an element of rationalism, which Cardinal Gonzales described as un rationalissimo sui generis. The scholastic movement was the outcome of an intellectual renaissance of Christian civilization, and hence the danger arose of claiming for reason too much freedom in the domain of theological inquiry. The peril which scholasticism had to fear was twofold: the abuse of reason on the part of the rationalist, and the undue restriction of reason on the part of the mystic. Fulbert of Chartres died 1029. Othello of Regensburg died 1083, and St. Peter Damian, 998 to 1073, had already sounded the note of alarm and had condemned the abuse of dialectic. Berengar of Tours, 999 to 1088, had brought discredit on the scholastic movement by his heterodox views on the questions of transubstantiation, and his condemnation in 1050 by 4 different councils resulted in a more or less widespread suspicion of all philosophers and of philosophy itself. Under the influence of Lanfranc, 1005 to 1089, Abbot of Bec, and afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, there began what may be described as a reaction against the use of dialectic. The effect of Rosselin's Trinitarian error was similar to that of Berengar's heresy. At the Council of Soissons, held in 1092, Rosselin was obliged to retract his heretical teachings concerning the Trinity, but he continued, apparently, to teach his nominalistic dialectic. Again, in 1094, he was cited before the Council of Rheims, and again he retracted, abjuravit. Afterwards, however, if St. Anselm is correct, Rosselin asserted that he retracted quia a populo interfici timebat. Picavet makes no mention of the Second Council, and maintains that the Council of Soissons never condemned Rosselin, that in fact it could not condemn him, because he repudiated the doctrines attributed to him by John, a monk of the Abbey of Bec. Nevertheless, Rosselin was virtually condemned by public opinion, and although after his brief sojourn in England he was restored to the dignity of canon, and was even allowed to teach, he gave occasion to Anselm and others to look with suspicion on the use of dialectic argumentation, and on any attempt at opposing the realism which was the traditional view, the Antica Doctrina, as Abelard calls it. Historical position. Rosselin is not to be dismissed with the remark that he was a dangerous heretic. His heretical doctrines are indeed to be deplored, both because of the errors which they contain, and because of the momentary discredit which they brought on the scholastic movement. But it must be remembered that Rosselin remained faithful to his Catholic convictions, and by the strictness of his conformity to Christian ideals of conduct, earned the right of criticizing his contemporaries. In this respect he is to be contrasted with his pupil Abelard, who was a rationalist devoid of all reverence for dogma and for traditional morality. Rosselin was an independent thinker who carried freedom of thought to the verge of rationalism. He represents an important phase of the scholastic movement, the beginning of the age of dialectic madness through which the movement had to pass before reaching the age of constructive activity. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 30. St. Anselm. Life. St. Anselm is a type of scholastic altogether different from Roscelin and Abelard. He was born at Aosta in Lombardy in 1033. In 1060 he entered the monastery of Bec. In 1078 he succeeded L'Enfant as abbot of Bec, and in 1093 became L'Enfant's successor in the archiepiscopal see of Canterbury. As primate of England he resisted with extraordinary firmness the encroachments of the secular power. He died in 1109. His life, written by his friend and disciple Eadmer, a monk of Canterbury, is published by Mine. Sources: the works of St. Anselm include the following treatises: Monologium, Proslogium, De Veritate, De Libero Arbitria, De Fide Trinitatis against Roscelin, Cur Deus Homo on redemption and atonement, De Incarnatione Verbi, and Dialogus de Grammatico. Among recent additions to our secondary sources, mention must be made of Rule's Life and Times of St. Anselm, 2 volumes, London 1883, and Vigna, Sant Anselmo Filosofo, Milan 1899, Rig, Saint Anselm of Canterbury, London 1896. Doctrines. Problem of universals. St. Anselm seems to have attempted a compromise between the exaggerated realism of Erigena and the nominalism of Roscelin. He is a realist, as appears from his refutation of Roscelin and from his use of the term substance to designate the universal. But what is his precise position as to the manner in which the universal exists outside the mind? In the first place, he is clearly and unmistakably an Augustinian Platonist as to the existence of universals ante rem in the mind of God. In the second place, he speaks of goodness, and what he says of goodness he implies to be true of other universals, as existing in diversis, sive in illis aequaliter, sive inequaliter considereriter. It is impossible to determine more accurately St. Anselm's doctrine of universals, because apparently he did not succeed in finding a more definitive answer to Porphyry's questions. When, however, he called attention to the sensism latent in Roscelin's nominalism, and when, as in Monologium 10, he insisted on the distinction between sense, by which the singular is perceived, and intellect, by which the universal is known, he prepared the way for the moderate realism, which is based on a psychological analysis, and which could never have been discovered by means of dialectical disputes of Roscelin and Abelard. Relation of philosophy to theology. Faith and reason, far from contradicting each other, aid each other. Intelligio ut credam has for its complement credum ut intelligam. Reason, of itself feeble and liable to error, is illuminated by the supernatural light of faith, so that new fields of inquiry opened to it by revelation are not beyond its scope. Indeed, St. Anselm attaches more importance to the credo ut intelligam than to the intelligio ut credam. The relationship between reason and revelation, between philosophy and theology, is further elucidated by the following principles. Rectus ordo exigit ut profunda Christianae fidei credamus priusquam ae presamumus ratione discutere. Negligentiae mihi esse videtur si postquam confirmati sumus in fide. Non studemus quod credimus intelligere. The credo ut intelligam is evidently an echo of St. Augustine's credo ut intelligas. The intelligio ut credam is the formula of scholasticism, the justification of the use of dialectic, and of the application of dialectic to dogma within the limits of orthodoxy. It is interesting to note in St. Anselm's philosophy the development of another element, which is essential to scholasticism, as is the use of dialectic, namely the union of faith and reason, of theology and philosophy. Erigena united the two sciences by identifying them. St. Anselm recognizes that they cannot contradict each other, yet he contends that each has its separate sphere. It was left for the masters of scholasticism in the 13th century to trace the lines by which the field of theological inquiry is marked off from the domain of philosophy. St. Anselm's method. St. Anselm adheres closely to the doctrines of St. Augustine. He states explicitly that St. Augustine is his favourite author, and that he never said anything which could not be corroborated by the writings and sayings of the Bishop of Hippo. We are not surprised, therefore, to find that both in his philosophical method and in the contents of his philosophy, Anselm reproduces the Christian Platonism of St. Augustine. God and the human soul are, for him, as they were for his favourite author, the great subjects of inquiry. Noverim me, noverim te. He starts, for example, with the idea of the good, the just, the great, and rises by what has sometimes been called Platonic induction to the idea of goodness, justice, greatness, to the idea of God. Theodicy. In the opening chapters of the Monologium, Anselm recites the various Platonic and Augustinian arguments for the existence of God, from the necessity of a permanent, immutable standard of justice, goodness, etc., from the evidences of order in the universe, and from the gradation of beings. While acknowledging the force of these arguments, St. Anselm, as he tells us in the Proemium to the Proslogium, began to inquire whether an argument could not be found which would of itself be sufficient to prove the existence of God. Such a proof he finally discovered and formulated in the Proslogium. It is known as the ontological argument, and is as follows. We define God as a being than which nothing greater can be thought. Now, there is in the mind the idea of such a being, but such a being must exist outside the mind, for, if it did not, it would not be that than which nothing greater can be thought. Therefore God exists not only in the mind as an idea, but also outside the mind as a reality. St. Anselm presents the argument in two slightly different forms. The résumé just given is a brief form of the argument, as it occurs in the 3rd chapter of the Proslogium. Anselm, in formulating the argument, alluded to the fool, insipiens, who, according to the psalmist, hath said in his heart, There is no God. Gaunilo, a monk of the monastery of Marmoutier, criticised the argument in a work entitled Liber pro incipienti, to which Anselm replied in a Liber apologeticus contra Gaunilonem. The controversy was conducted with the greatest courtesy. Gaunilo acknowledged the merit of St. Anselm's work, and Anselm praised his adversary and thanked him for his criticism. At a later time, St. Thomas examined the ontological argument of St. Anselm and called attention to what is really the fatal flaw in every ontological proof, the transition from the ideal to the real, from the world of thought to the world of things. Albertus Magnus neither approved nor disapproved the argument. St. Bonaventure did not mention it. Duns Scotus adopted it and endeavoured to give it greater strength. Ockham and Gershom rejected it, and in modern times it has been renewed in a slightly different form by Descartes and Leibniz. Of Kant's criticism of the argument, mention will be made in the proper place. It is necessary to remark that in a philosophy based on the ultra-realistic doctrine of the universals, according to which the highest ideas of the human mind, substance, body, etc., as well as the generic concepts, animal, plant, etc., are realities existing as such, one may consistently maintain that the highest and most perfect of all our ideas, the idea of a being than which nothing greater can be thought, necessarily possesses objective reality. From the idea of God as supremely perfect, quo nihil maius cogitare potest, St. Anselm deduces a whole system of natural theology. God is infinite, eternal, the sum of all perfection, the origin of all created being. Psychological doctrines. St. Anselm did not compose a separate treatise on psychology. The points of doctrine which are here gathered under the title Psychological Doctrines are found scattered through his different works. For example, in the Monologium, he describes in general terms the origin of ideas. Quamcumque rem mens, sea per corporis, imaginationem, sea per rationem, cupit veraciter cogitare, eius utique similitudinem, quantum valet in ipsa sua cogitatione canotur exprimere. From which one may conclude that our philosopher, rejecting the doctrine of innatism, teaches that our ideas are formed from things by the abstractive power of the mind. By the words imago, exprimere, etc., he suggests the doctrine of intentional species, which afterwards became so well known in the schools. In the treatise De Veritate, St. Anselm distinguishes three kinds of truth: veritas enunciationis, veritas cogitationis, and veritas voluntatis. A preposition is true when it expresses the relation existing between things. A thought is true when we judge, cogitamus, that to be which is, and that not to be which is not. The will is true when we will what we ought to will. The truth of the will is moral rectitude. In fact, truth of whatever kind is rectitude. Truth may, therefore, be defined rectitude solamente perceptibilis. In the Monologium he speaks of the immortality of the soul. In his treatment of this, as well as of other questions, he deals chiefly with the religious and moral aspect of the problem, arguing that the soul is immortal because otherwise it could not love and enjoy God for all eternity. St. Anselm attached special importance to the will and its freedom, devoting to this subject the incomplete treatise De Libero Arbitrio and the more comprehensive work De Concordia Praesentiae cum Libero Arbitrio. In these treatises he is concerned not so much with proving that the will is free, as with showing that freedom does not consist in the power of sinning, that no will is so free as that of the righteous man, and that neither temptation nor sin can take away our freedom so long as we live. Moral doctrines. Like St. Augustine, St. Anselm is at pains to show that evil is merely the absence or negation of good. Passing from the notion of evil to that of moral good, rectitudo, he identifies the latter with justice. Man, he teaches, should do good for the sake of the good itself. Propter ipsam rectitudinem. Herein Anselm's teaching apparently approaches very near to the Kantian doctrine of autonomous will and moral purism. The resemblance is, however, merely apparent. St. Anselm never intended us to forget that, while the good for its own sake is the immediate motive of action, the ultimate reason of all moral action is the will of God. Moral evil, injustitia, since it is a negation, does not require a cause. Physical evil, such as pain, blindness, etc., which St. Anselm calls incommodum, may be a positive thing and may be caused by God. Historical position. Perhaps the most important of all the theological treatises of the Middle Ages before the time of St. Thomas is St. Anselm's Cur Deus Homo, a work in which is propounded the Catholic doctrine of redemption and atonement. St. Anselm as a theologian does not, however, interest us here. As a philosopher, he is best known by his ontological argument, which is his most important contribution to philosophy. The argument is one of many indications of the similarity of our philosopher's method and spirit to the method and spirit of St. Augustine. St. Anselm has been styled the last of the fathers, the Augustine of the 11th century, and indeed one cannot fail to observe the tendency of his mind to take the Augustinian, which is ultimately the Platonic, view of philosophical method, to proceed by way of descent from the higher to the lower, rather than by way of ascent from the lower to the higher, in human thought and human knowledge. Still, our saint is a genuine scholastic, a continuator of the tradition of the schools, a precursor of Albert and St. Thomas, a genuine representative of the Neo-Latin civilization. He is the monk philosopher. His lifelong training in the cloister left its impress on his character as a man and on the style as well as the contents of his philosophical works. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 31. William of Champeaux, the Indifferentists, etc. William of Champeaux. Life. William of Champeaux was, like St. Anselm, an opponent of the nominalism of Rosselin. He was born at Champeaux, a village near Melun, about the year 1070. At an early age he repaired to Paris to study under the renowned Alsatian teacher Manigaud of Lautenbach. Later on he studied dialectic at Rosselin's school in Compiègne and theology at the school of Léon, over which the theologian Anselm, not St. Anselm of Canterbury, at that time presided. In 1103 he was summoned to Paris, was made archdeacon, and appointed to the chair of philosophy in the cathedral school. In 1108 he retired to the monastery of St. Victor, where he continued his career as a teacher, and gave the initiative to the mystic movement which is associated with that abbey. He was promoted in 1113 to the see of Chalon-sur-Marne. He died in 1121. William of Champeaux enjoyed among his contemporaries a very high reputation for learning and sanctity. He was known as the Columna Doctorum, according to Abelard. He was re et fama praecipius, and when he died it was said that the light of the Word of God was extinguished on earth. Sources. Of the philosophical writings of William of Champeaux, we possess merely some fragments. A portion of the work De Origine Animae, published by Martin, and 42 fragments discovered at Troyes by Ravaisan. Portions also of a Liber Sententiarum and a Dialogus sur Alternatio cuius dam Christiani et Iudaei. Our chief secondary sources of information are Abelard, who constantly refers to his rival teacher, and John of Salisbury. Michaud's Guillaume de Champeaux, Paris, 1867, is an excellent study of our philosopher and his times. Doctrines. Problem of universals. According to Abelard, William maintained that the universal is wholly and essentially present in each individual. Erat autem ea sententia ut eadem essentialiter, rem totam simul singulus suis in esse adstruerat individuus, quorum quidem nulla esset in essentia diversitas, sed sola multitudine accidentium varietas. Universals, therefore, exist in individual things. This is the thesis of realism, that by the word essentialiter William meant to convey a doctrine of exaggerated realism, is apparent from the objections which Abelard urged against him. Among Abelard's objections we find the following. If the essence of humanity is wholly and essentially present in Socrates, it is not where Socrates is not, but it is also wholly and essentially present in Plato. Therefore Socrates must always be where Plato is. Unable to refute this and similar objections, William of Champeaux, after his retirement to St. Victor, formulated a new thesis, in which he maintained that the universal is in the individual, not in the entirety of its essence, but by reason of its particular or individual modifications. Sic autem istam suam correxit sententiam, says Abelard, ut de inceps rem eadem non essentialiter, sed individualiter dicerit. Even if we substitute for the word individualiter the word indifferenter, and there seems to be better manuscript authority for indifferenter, we cannot arrive at a definite conclusion as to what was the precise meaning of the change which Abelard forced on his adversary. It is obvious, however, that the substitution of individualiter or indifferenter for essentialiter was meant as a concession to the anti-realists. The corrected expression was intended to convey a doctrine of more temperate realism. The end of the controversy, if we are to accept Abelard's authority, was that William, after having modified his first thesis, was obliged to abandon the second thesis altogether. The truth, however, seems to be that, although Abelard carried off the honours of the debate, William continued to teach realism while he remained at St. Victor. Psychological doctrines. In the work De Origine Animae, William refutes the doctrine of the traducianists, according to whom the soul of the child is in some way derived from the parents, and defends the creationist doctrine, that the soul is created immediately by God. He teaches that the soul is a simple substance, and that it is not distinct from its faculties or their operations. He describes in the following terms the relation between body and soul. Quae duo, corpus scilicet et anima, ita quodammodo, sunt inserta ut et corpus por spiritum sensificaretur. Id est, illos quinque sensus haberet, et anima naturam corporis ita contrahet, et inde sensificaret, et irasceceretur, vel concupisceret, vel isuriret. Historical position. William of Champeaux represents an important phase in the development of the doctrine of universal concepts. His most noteworthy contribution to philosophy is, however, his doctrine of creationism. It will be remembered that St. Augustine refused to decide the question of the origin of the soul. William is the first Christian philosopher in the West to maintain definitely and unhesitatingly the creation of the individual soul. Associated with William of Champeaux are the realists Otto of Tournai, Adelaide of Bath, and Walter of Mortagne. Otto of Tournai. Life. Otto, or Odon, of Tournai, died 1113, was professor at Tournai, abbot of the monastery of Saint-Martin in that city, and subsequently bishop of Cambrai. Such was his renown as a teacher that Hermann says, Cives omnes relectis alis orepibus soli felicifai deditos crederes. After he had devoted much attention to the study of Plato, he chanced one day to read some of St. Augustine's treatises against the Manichaeans, and henceforth he gave all his time and attention to the study of theology. Before he took up the study of theology, he composed several philosophical works. His principal theological treatise is entitled De Peccato Originali. His works are published by Min, Patrologia Latina, volume 160. Doctrines. Otto was a Platonic realist. This appears from the work just mentioned, and also from certain verses which were written by a contemporary, probably by a disciple of Otto, and attached to a manuscript copy of Boethius's work, De hypotheticus syllogismis. He applied exaggerated realism, 1, to the doctrine of original sin, teaching that the whole human race is one substance, and that, when our first parents sinned, the whole race was vitiated, because the humanity which existed then, as really as it exists now, was contaminated. 2, to the account of the origin of the soul, maintaining that the act of creation consists merely in the production of new properties, which adhere in a previously existing substance, and serve to distinguish one soul from another, there being no substantial difference between individual souls. Hildebert of Leeuwarden, a Platonist poet and mystic philosopher, belongs to the same school as Otto. Aureus had been obliged to reconsider his decision that Hildebert was the author of the Tractatus Theologicus, which, according to some historians, was the model used by Peter the Lombard in composing his sentences. Adelard of Bath, life. Adelard of Bath, circa 1100, who, about the beginnings of the 12th century, studied at Tours and at Lyon, was the first of the medieval teachers to seek enlightenment by travelling in Greece and Asia Minor. His principal works are Questiones Naturales, published in 1472, and a treatise, De Eodem et Diverso, which has recently been published in Beitrag zur Geschichte der Phil des Mittelalter. Doctrines. Adelard is a Platonist. He teaches that ideas are innate, having been placed in the soul by the Creator at the beginning of the world. Conditor immensitatis, praecellenti naturae quam animam vocamus, intellectualis formas omnium creaturam induit, ilium itaque formarum intellectualium theosorum non semper, sed cum necesse et explicat. In the treatise De Eodem et Diverso, Adelard solves the problem of universals by the doctrine of indifferentism, which closely resembles the second form of William of Champeau's realism. The indifferentists maintained that in every individual we may distinguish the determinations which belong to the individual, namely the differentiating mark, difference, and the generic or specific part of the individual, namely the common element, indifference, which it shares with the others of the same genus or species. The latter alone is universal. Making a further distinction between essence and substance, the indifferentists granted that the essence includes the difference, and therefore, they argued, there is no universal essence. They contended, however, that substance does not include the difference, and therefore they inferred that substance is, physically, one and common to all individuals. Walter of Mortain. Walter of Mortain was born about the beginning of the 12th century at Mortain in Flanders. After studying at Tournai, he went to Paris, where, from 1136 to 1144, he taught at the school of Santa Genevieve. He died Bishop of Leon in 1174. He composed a work entitled Tractatus de Sancta Trinitate and 6 opuscula. 5 of the opuscula are published in Darchery's Spicilegium, Paris 1723, and the 6th in Means Patra Latina, volume 186, column 1052. Doctrines. Walter, like Adelard, is a Platonist. In a letter to Abelard, he expresses the belief that the body is an obstacle to the higher operations of the soul. He is best known, however, by his doctrine of non-difference or indifference, which is described by John of Salisbury, his disciple, in the following terms. Hic, idea quod omne quod est unum numero est, rem universalem ut unum numero esse, ut omnio non esse concedit, sed, quia impossibile substantialia non esse, existentibus, his quorum sunt substantialia, de nuo colligunt universalia singularibus, quod ad esseentiam unieda, patientur itaque status, duce Gualterae duc Mauritania, et Platonum in eo quod Plato est individuum, in eo quod homum speciem, in eo quod animal genus sed subalternum, in eo quod substantia generalissimum. The doctrine of indifferentism is further described in a document, number 17813, of the Bibliothèque Nationale, published by Heureux in 1892 and attributed by him to Walter. The document defines difference and indifference and proceeds: Et attende quod Socrates et unum quodque individuum hominis in eo quod unum quodque est animal rational mortal sunt unum et idem. It is worthy of remark that in this document the status of which John of Salisbury speaks are called attentiones. They suggest at once the formalitates of Duns Scotus. The question of the interpretation of the passage just quoted is to be answered according to the meaning of the phrase unum et idem. Does it mean mere logical unity, or does it mean that there is in the world a reality, a one, which is animal rationale mortale? If the unity is merely logical, the work of the mind, as the word attentio seems to imply, we have here the nearest approach of realism to the moderate realism of St. Thomas. If, on the contrary, the unity is real and objective, we have instead a form of Platonic realism. We must decide in favour of the latter interpretation, for it is on the supposition of the latter is the true interpretation, and on that supposition alone, that we can understand the objections which Abelard and others urged against the doctrine of indifferentism. Historical position. The school of Tournai and the advocates of indifferentism represent an attempt at founding a realistic doctrine of universals on an eclectic union of Platonic and Aristotelian principles. Before we take up the history of the more thoroughgoing Platonism of the school of Chartres, it is necessary to study the philosophy of Abelard, the opponent of realism and the chief advocate of what was then understood to be the Aristotelian doctrine of concepts. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 32 Scholastic Philosophy, Abelard. Life. The most conspicuous figure in the great dialectical contest which occupied so large a share of the attention of philosophers during the 12th century is Peter Abelard, who was born at Palat near Nantes in Brittany in the year 1079. After having studied under Roscelin, he went to Paris, where he attended the lectures of William of Champoux. Being, as St. Bernard says, vir bellator ad adolescentia, he quarrelled with his master, and at the age of 22 set up a rival school, teaching first at Melun and afterwards at Corbeil. When William retired to the monastery of St. Victor, 1108, Abelard returned to Paris, where he enjoyed the most extraordinary success as a lecturer on dialectic. He first taught at St. Geneviève, and later, about 1113, at the Cathedral School of Notre Dame. In his autobiography, which he so appropriately styles Historia Calamitatum, he tells of his love for Heloise, of the vengeance of the Canon Falbert, of the secret marriage, of his entry into the Benedictine order at the Abbey of St. Denis, of the retirement of Heloise to the convent of Argenteuil, and of the foundation of the oratory called the Paraclete. He made no secret of the pride and vanity to which he attributed his downfall and the sufferings of his later life. About the time he had attained the greatest eminence as a teacher of dialectic, Abelard presented himself at the school of the venerable Anselm of Laon for the purpose of studying theology. At Laon it was the same story of insubordination as at Paris. Abelard was uneasy until he had discomfited the Doctor Doctorum, Anselm, as completely as he had overthrown the Columna Doctarum, William of Champeaux. After the downfall of Abelard, the disciples of Anselm had their day of revenge. Summoned before the Council of Soissons, 1121, Abelard was obliged to recite the Athanasian Creed and to burn his book on the Trinity. Footnote. The work condemned and burned on this occasion was the Tractatus de Unitate et Trinitate Divina. This treatise was discovered and edited in 1891 by Dr. Stolz of Würzburg. The Theologia Christiana, as we now possess it, is a revised form of the original Tractatus, with some significant omissions and some amplifications by way of explanation and apology. End footnote. After this he retired to a desert region near Troyes. Thence he went to the monastery of St. Gildas de Rais in Brittany. The monks, however, drove him from the abbey, and after some years spent in the neighbourhood of Nantes, he resumed his lectures at Paris. Pupils now began to flock in such numbers to his school that Anselm's disciples became alarmed once more, and the intervention of St. Bernard of Clairvaux was invoked. Abelard treated Bernard and his monks with characteristic disdain. St. Bernard wrote to Rome and sent a circular letter to the bishops of France. The result was that at Abelard's own request, so at least it seems, a council was assembled at Sens, 1140. Abelard, however, refused to defend himself. Nevertheless, he was condemned, but because he appealed to Rome, he was allowed to accept the hospitality of the venerable Peter of Cluny, at whose monastery he spent the last 2 years of his life in peace. He died in 1142 at Chalons-sur-Saône, 4 leagues distant from Cluny, and was buried at the Paraclete. Character. Abelard is a type of the fighting dialection of the 12th century, vir bellator. He was by disposition a rationalist, intolerant of restraint, totally devoid of respect for authority, and so fond of displaying his extraordinary talents that he appears to have preferred victory to truth. Sources. In addition to the Historia Calamitatum, we possess the following works of Abelard: Megni, Pater Lat, Volume 178. Epistolia, Expositio Fidei, Introductio ad Theologiam, Theologia Christiana, Ethica, or Scythotypsum, Sic et non, Dialogus inter Philosophum Judaeum et Christianum. To these are to be added the Summa Dialectiae, and perhaps also the fragment De Generibus et Specibus, published by Cassin, Monographs, Remusat, Abelard, Paris, 1845, Deutsch, Peter Abelard, Leipzig, 1883. Doctrines. Method. Abelard is primarily a dialectician. Dialectic he defines as the art of discerning the true from the false. It implies the task of discerning or distinguishing thoughts, and the subsidiary task of distinguishing words. In the Sic et non, Abelard formulates the principal theses of theology and presents the opinions of the Fathers pro and contra. This idea of philosophic method was further developed by Alexander of Hales, and became the recognized method of the schoolmen of the 13th century and of their successors. Doctrine of Universals. There is nothing more certain than that Abelard was equally opposed to the nominalism of Roscelin and to the realism of William of Champeaux. It is not, however, so easy to determine what was Abelard's own answer to the questions proposed by Porphyry. John of Salisbury, a disciple of Abelard, after mentioning the opinion of Roscelin, speaks of Abelard's doctrine in the following terms: Alius sermones intuetur, ed ad illos detorquet, quidquid alicubi de universalibus meminit scriptum, in hac autem opinione deprehensus est peripateticus palatinus Abelardus noster. Distinguishing between vox and sermo, the word as used in a sentence, Abelard would maintain est sermo predicabilis. Apparently, therefore, Abelard was a modified nominalist. He is generally classed with the conceptualists, and John of Salisbury's statement that Abelard and his followers rem de re praedicare monstrum docunt seems definitely to exclude them from the ranks of the realists. From the texts furnished by Remusat and Cuisine, it is clear that the traditional opinion which regarded Abelard as the founder of conceptualism must be abandoned. Abelard nowhere teaches that the universal existing in the mind has no objective value. On the contrary, while he does not succeed in discovering a neat and concise formula in which to express his doctrine of realism, he maintains principles which justify us in classing him not only among the anti-realists who opposed exaggerated realism, the antiqua doctrina, but even among the moderate realists, although his moderate realism is naturally undeveloped. Among the principles to which we refer are the following: 1. The universal has no existence apart from the individual. Cum nec ipsae species habeant, nisi per individua subsistere. 2. The universal is not a mere word. The word becomes universal by means of the mode of predication which it assumes on being made part of a sentence. It is therefore presumably the mind which confers universality on account of the essential similarity of different individuals. The thought is not, however, explicitly enunciated by Abelard. It is merely contained in his distinction of vox and sermo. The difference of genera and species is founded on a difference of things. Diversitas substantiae diversitatem generum et specierum facit. Relation of philosophy to theology. In the Introductio ad Theologiam, Abelard lays down certain principles which seem to remove all distinction between philosophy and theology by reducing the latter to the level of the former. Faith must be based on reason. Si enim cum persuadetur aliud ut credetur, nil est ratione discutiendum, utrum scilicet, credi operteat vel non, quid restat nisi, ut aqueatam falsa quam, vera praedicantibus aqueescamus. Again he says, Nec quia Deus id dixerat creditur, sed quia hoc sic esse convincitur accipitur. A principle which, it is said, offended Saint Bernard's sense of orthodoxy and constituted the real reason of Abelard's second condemnation. The Credo ut Intellegam and the Intellego ut Credam are equally essential to the scholastic doctrine of the relation between philosophy and theology. By neglecting the former altogether, and by insisting on the latter exclusively, Abelard unduly emphasizes the rationalistic element in scholasticism. Like Erigena, he identifies philosophy with theology, but while Erigena understood the identity in one sense, Abelard understands it in another. Erigena's point of view was that of a mystic, Abelard's point of view is that of a rationalist. Erigena raised philosophy to identification with theology, because God, the object of theology, is the only reality, and is therefore the object of philosophy. Abelard lowers theology to identification with philosophy, because the principle that in order to believe we must first understand is by him extended to mean that reason can comprehend even the mysteries of faith. It was in this spirit of rationalism that Abelard, according to Otto Freising, compared the Holy Trinity to a syllogism. In a similar spirit he affirmed the moral precepts of the Gospel to be merely a reformation of the natural law observed by pagan philosophers, and said and wrote many things which, though they were not heretical, gave offence by reason of their total disregard for authority. We are not here concerned with the theological doctrines for which Abelard was twice condemned. It is sufficient to note that the sum of the accusations brought forward by St. Bernard was that Abelard regarded the Trinity as a mere trinity of names, or at most of attributes. Origin of the universe. Abelard's account of the origin of things is characterized by necessitarianism and optimism. Whatever God made, he made necessarily, for whatever he made is good, and to say he could abstain from doing what is good is to accuse him of jealousy or of downright malice. God therefore made everything that he could make. Ergo ubi non est velle Dei de est posse. And the world is the best possible world, for the evil which exists is such as God could not prevent. In a certain sense, however, God created freely, because in the act of creation he was constrained by no external agent, but only by his own true nature. Psychological doctrines. The soul, although in itself simple and spiritual, yet, inasmuch as it is included in the body, is corporeal. For this reason Abelard says that all creatures are corporeal, the angels because they are circumscribed by place, and the human soul because it is included in the body. The soul is the principle of life, it makes the body to be what it is. Abelard speaks of free judgment, liberum arbitrium, rather than of free will. Judgment is free because there is no compulsion, and freedom consists in the power to act or abstain from acting. Ethical doctrines. In his ethical treatise Abelard distinguishes between vitium, peccatum, and mala actio. Vitium is the inclination to sin. Id quo ad peccandum proni efficimur, hoc est ad consentiendum, ei quod non convenit. Peccatum is not mere mala voluntas, it is contemptuous Dei, sive consensus in eo quod credimus propter Deum dimittendum. Mala actio is the external act, the opus peccati, which is not, properly speaking, that is formally, a sin at all, but merely the matter of sin. From this distinction it follows that all external actions are, in themselves, morally indifferent. It is the intention that causes them to be good or evil. Opera omnia in se indifferentia, nec nisi pro intentione agentis bona vel mala dicenda sunt. God looks not to the deed, but to the intention, and he punisheth the intention rather than the act. Non enim Deus ex damno, sed ex contemptu offendi potest. Finally, where ignorance blinds or force coerces, there is no sin, sin being essentially something contrary to conscience. Non est peccatum, nisi contra conscientiam. Conscience must, therefore, be our guide, since it corresponds to the external norms of conduct. Historical position. Abelard was acknowledged to be the foremost dialectician of an age in which dialectic was cultivated as it never has been cultivated since. Huic soli, says an epitaph written by a contemporary, patuit scibile quidquid erat. He appeared in the 12th century like a brilliant comet, which dazzled for a moment, but failed to shed permanent light. His was a highly gifted mind, but it was a mind whose prominent quality was brilliancy rather than profundity. He discussed many questions but exhausted none. His career, however, brought out the many-sidedness of the scholastic movement, by exhibiting in exaggerated form the rationalistic element of scholasticism. Abelard was condemned, not because he advocated the rights of reason, nor because he applied dialectic to the discussion of the Trinity. St. Augustine had done this without incurring reproach, but because of the extravagant claims which he urged on behalf of reason, and because of the heresy into which he fell in his discussion of the Trinitarian's mystery. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 33. Scholastic Philosophy, the School of Charters. During the 12th century, Charters became the scene of a Platonic reaction against the anti-realism represented by Roscelin and Abelard. The founders of the school of Charters were the brothers Bernard and Theodoric of Charters, with whom were associated William of Conches and Gilbert de la Porre. Bernard of Charters. Life. Bernard of Charters taught at Charters during the early part of the 12th century. Among his disciples were William of Conches and Gilbert de la Porre. In 1119 he was made Chancellor of the Church of Charters. He died about the year 1125. Sources. According to John of Salisbury, Bernard composed a prose treatise, De Expositione Porphyri, a metrical treatise on the same subject, a moral poem on education, and probably a fourth work in which he sought to reconcile Plato with Aristotle. Fragments of these treatises are to be found in the Metalogicus 4:35 and the Polycraticus 7:13. Horace falls into the common error of confounding Bernard of Charters with Bernard of Tours, and assigns to the former works which are to be ascribed to the latter. Doctrines. Bernard, in common with others of his school, devoted more attention to the study of the Timaeus and of the works of the Neo-Platonists than to the study of Aristotle's dialectical treatises and of the commentaries of Boethius. Consequently, he not only discussed the problem of universals, distinguishing between the abstract, the process, and the concrete, albedo, albed, and album, but also occupied himself with problems of metaphysics and cosmology. Metaphysics. There are three categories of reality: God, matter, and idea. God is supreme reality. Matter was brought out of nothingness by God's creative act, and is the element which, in union with ideas, constitutes the world of sensible things. Ideas are the prototypes by means of which the world was from all eternity present to the divine mind. They constitute the world of providence, in qua omnia semel et simul fecit Deus, and are eternal, but not co-eternal with God. According to John of Salisbury, Bernard also taught that there exist native forms, copies of the ideas created with matter, which are alone united with matter. It is difficult, however, to determine what was Bernard's doctrine on this point. It is sufficient to note that he reproduced in his metaphysical doctrines many of the characteristic traits of Platonism and Neo-Platonism: the intellect as the habitat of ideas, the world soul, eternal matter, matter the source of imperfection, etc. Cosmology. Matter, although caused by God, existed from all eternity. In the beginning, before its union with the ideas, it was in a chaotic condition. It was by means of the native forms, which penetrate matter, that distinction, order, regularity, and number were introduced into the universe. Theodoric of Charters. Life. Theodoric of Charters was Magister Scholae at Charters about the year 1121. It is said that he taught at Paris in the year 1140. It was probably at Paris that he taught rhetoric to John of Salisbury. In 1141 we find Theodoric teaching once more at Chartres. Like Bernard, he devoted more attention to the study of the Platonists than to that of the Aristotelians. The most probable date of his death is 1150. Sources. Besides the work De Sex Derum Operibus, of which a mutilated manuscript copy has come down to us, Theodoric wrote a commentary on the De Inventione Rhetorica and Herennium. This commentary, which was first published in 1884, is an indication of the humanistic tendency of the school of Chartres. Doctrines. Theodoric was an enthusiastic student of the classics, artium studiosissimus investigator, as John of Salisbury says. We know that he possessed a Latin translation of the Planetsphere of Ptolemy, which he obtained from the Arabian schools of Toulouse. It was, however, to the Platonic metaphysics and cosmology that he devoted his attention as a philosopher, taking his stand with the other Chartrians on the side of the Platonic realists. Metaphysics. Going farther in his advocacy of Neo-Platonic principles than Bernard had gone, identifying unity with divinity and divinity with reality, Theodoric maintained the principles divinitas singulis rebus forma essendi est, and omne quod est ideo est quia unum est. Now, if divinity is synonymous with reality and is the intrinsic essential principle of all things, Theodoric's system is fully developed pantheism. Quite recently, however, Baeumker has shown that here, as in the case of Eckhart and other medieval mystics, we must distinguish between the individual essence, which is proper to each created being, and the formal essence, the divine in each creature, which is God. Technically, therefore, Theodoric must be considered innocent of the charge of teaching explicit pantheism. Cosmology. In the work De Sex Derum Operibus, Theodoric set himself the task of showing that the Neo-Platonic account of the origin of the universe agrees with the Mosaic account of the creation. Moses, he declared, was prudentissimus philosophorum. William of Conches, Life. William of Conches, a pupil of Bernard of Chartres, after having taught a system of Platonic realism in the schools at Paris about 1122, was warned by William of St. Thierry that his theological doctrines, and in particular his apparent identification of the Holy Ghost with the world soul, would lead to heresy. Thereupon he abandoned the study of theology, and seeking the protection of Geoffrey the Fair, Count of Anjou, devoted himself to the study of nature. William is the first of the medieval philosophers to show acquaintance with the physical science of the Arabians, which through the translations made by Constantine the African began to be known in Europe about the middle of the 12th century. Sources. No question of medieval bibliography is more hopelessly intricate than that of the authorship of the works attributed to William of Conches. The most recent investigations and discussions seem to warrant the following list: Glosses on the Timaeus, a commentary on Boethius de Consolatione Philosophicae, a treatise De Philosophia, of which the Dragmaticon, probably Dramaticon, is a corrected edition cast in dialogue form, and the Magna de Naturis Philosophia. It is almost certain, however, that the last mentioned work, of which no copy is extant, belongs to a later date and was written by William of Auvergne. The Dragmaticon, in its earliest form, is published by Migny, under the title Elementorum Philosophiae Libri Quator. Doctrines. After his retirement from the field of theological and metaphysical controversy, in which he had sustained the cause of the Platonists, who were edging closer and closer to the borderline of pantheism, William, inspired by the labors of the Arabian physicists, took up the study of psychology and cosmology. Psychology. In his study of the processes of knowledge, William distinguishes between sensations, imagination, and reason. Rejecting the theory of forms mediating between object and subject, he devotes his attention to what we should call the physiological aspect of the problems of psychology. There are, he says, three departments in the brain. In capite tres sunt cellae, una in prora, altera in puppe, tertia in medio. In the front part of the brain is the region of vision, phantastica, in the middle is the region of thought, logistica, and in the rear portion is the region of memory, memorialis. In his commentary on the Timaeus, however, he speaks as a Platonist. Above all, the faculties of the soul, he says, is intelligence, by which alone we are enabled to perceive the incorporeal. Cosmology. In his account of the universe and the elements which compose it, our philosopher is an atomist. Sunt igitur in ono quoque corpore minima quae simul juncta unum magnum constituunt. And when the interlocutor objects that this is the opinion of Epicurus, William answers that there is no sect that has not some admixture of truth. Gilbert de la Porre. Life. Gilbert was born at Poitiers in 1076. He was successively the pupil of Bernard of Chartres and of Anselm of Laon. After teaching for about 20 years at Chartres, where he held the office of chancellor, he went to Paris and there lectured on dialectic and theology. Later on, he returned to Poitiers, of which city he was made bishop in 1142. On account of his theological doctrines concerning the Trinity and the Incarnation, he was suspected of heresy by Saint Bernard and his followers. The Council of Paris, which in 1147 was summoned to consider his doctrines, and which was presided over by Eugenius III, was unable to arrive at a decision. It reassembled at Reims in the following year. According to the account given by John of Salisbury, who was present, and by Otto of Freising, also a contemporary, it was not the doctrine of Gilbert, but the influence of Saint Bernard that was on trial. The outcome seems to have been that the council decided nothing. Gilbert returned to his see and was not further molested. He died in 1154. Sources. Gilbert composed a work entitled De Sex Principiis, a treatise on the last six of the Aristotelian categories. This book was made the basis of commentaries by Albert the Great. It was frequently referred to by St. Thomas, and it was held in great esteem as a textbook on logic until the close of the Middle Ages. Gilbert wrote also a commentary on the treatise De Trinitate, which he was supposed to have been written by Boethius. Mention is also made of a work De Duabus Naturis et Una Persona Christi. This, however, is apparently the fourth book of the Pseudo-Boethian compilation. The commentary on the Pseudo-Boethian treatise is published by Migny, Pater Lat, volume 64, and the treatise De Sex Principiis, Ibid, volume 188. Doctrines. Notwithstanding the renown which Gilbert attained as an exponent of Aristotelian dialectic, his philosophy, as far as we know it, breathes the spirit of Plato and betrays the Platonizing influence of the school of Chartres. Doctrine of Universals. In his Doctrine of Universals, Gilbert, according to John of Salisbury, attributed universality to the forma native existing in things. Est autem forma nativa originalis exemplum, et quae non in mente Dei consistit, sed rebus creatis inhaeret. Haec Greco eloquio dicitur eidos. Nativia in the context evidently means new, born, created. But what are these created forms inherent in created things? It is usual to represent them as full-fledged universals, possessing their universality antecedently to the act of the human mind, and if this interpretation be correct, Gilbert should be reckoned among the ultra-realists. It is evident, however, from the commentaries on the 4 books on the Trinity, that Gilbert attached quite a different meaning to the forma nativa. He says, for example, non solum enim rationalium, sed etiam non rationalium, substantiarum individuarum universalia quaedam sunt, quae ad ipsis individuus humana ratio quadam modo abstrahit, ut earum naturam perspicere possit. It is therefore the mind that abstracts the universal and makes it to be universal, a formula which at once separates Gilbert from the ranks of the ultra-realists. Elsewhere he bases the unity of the universal on the similarity of essences, another formula which is opposed to ultra-realism. There must, however, be some reason why so many historians have counted Gilbert among the ultra-realists, and the explanation may possibly be found in the fact that his general metaphysical doctrines are Platonic. Metaphysical doctrines. Thus, when Gilbert distinguishes between the essential reality, which he calls the subsistence, id quo est, and the individual determination, which he calls the substance, id quod est, an Aristotelian might admit the distinction. Gilbert, however, goes so far as to maintain that unity, for example, is a subsistence distinct from that which is one. The Platonic tendency is also apparent in the doctrine of native forms, although Gilbert is careful to avoid the Neo-Platonic doctrine that the forms are in some sense to be identified with the mind of God. Non in mente Dei consistit. Historical position of the School of Charters. The group of philosophers included under the title of this chapter represents an eclectic tendency, that is, an attempt at uniting Platonism with Aristotelianism. To this eclectic tendency is joined a broader spirit of humanism, and at least in the case of William of Conches, a spirit of scientific inquiry. The spirit of eclecticism and also the humanistic and scientific spirit are still more marked in the next group of philosophers. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Scholastic Philosophy, Chapters 34 and 35. The Eclectics and the Mystic School. Chapter 34. Eclectics. Although John of Salisbury is perhaps the only professedly eclectic philosopher of this period, the eclectic tendency is apparent in Peter the Lombard, Alanus of Lille, Gerard of Cremona, and others. John of Salisbury. Life. John of Salisbury, after completing his preliminary studies in England, went to Paris about 1136, where he had for teachers many of the most renowned masters of the schools, Abelard, William of Conches, Theodoric of Chartres, Walter of Mortagne, and Gilbert de la Porree. He lived on terms of friendship with St. Thomas Becket, Henry II of England, and Pope Adrian IV. In 1176 he became Bishop of Chartres and died there in 1182. Sources. In addition to his letters, which shed so much light on the history of his times, John of Salisbury wrote a large number of philosophical works, of which the most important are the Polycraticus and the Metalogicus. These are published by Migne, Pater Lat, volume 199. Doctrines. John contributed very little to the philosophical discussions which occupied to such an extent the minds of his contemporaries. He was a historian, a humanist, and a critic rather than a dialectician. Indirectly, however, he rendered valuable service to the cause of philosophy by his advocacy of culture and by his denunciations of obscurantism, which was represented in those days by the Cornificians pseudonym, a sect which flourished about the middle of the 12th century. But while advocating culture and studying the opinions of his contemporaries, he recognized the danger of dialectic run riot, and strove in his eclectic synthesis to give philosophy a more practical turn. He devoted some attention to the study of psychology, being influenced apparently by the physiological method of William of Conches. It must not be forgotten that John of Salisbury is the first medieval historian of philosophy. To him we owe much of what is known about the great controversy of his century concerning the problem of universals. Peter the Lombard. Life. Peter the Lombard, surnamed Magister Sententiarum, was born at Novara in Lombardy about the beginning of the 12th century. He studied first at Bologna and afterwards at Paris. At Paris he taught theology for many years and was promoted to the bishopric of that city. He died about the year 1160. Sources. Peter's Book of Sentences is a collection of the opinions of the Fathers on question of Catholic dogma. It is modeled apparently on previous compilations. It became, and for several centuries remained, the textbook of the schools, and was made the subject of commentaries innumerable. Around the exposition and defense of dogma contained in these commentaries, there grew up problems of metaphysics and psychology, so that in the 13th century the books of sentences was at the core of scholastic literature. The work is published by Migny, Pater Lat, volume 192. Doctrines. Peter the Lombard was primarily a theologian. In matters of philosophical discussion, he strove to maintain a neutral attitude. His orthodoxy was attacked, though unsuccessfully, by Walter of St. Victor, representative of the mystic school. Another writer of sentences was Cardinal Robert Palain, or Pulain. He was a distinguished teacher, and was connected both with the theological schools of Paris and with those of Oxford. The date of his death is 1154. His work is entitled Sententiarum Libri Octo. Alanus of Lille, ab Insulis. Life. Alanus was born about 1128 at Lille in Flanders. It is probable that towards the middle of the 12th century he taught at Paris. He died at Citeaux in 1202 or 1203. Sources. The most important of Alanus' works are the Ars Catholicae Fidei, Tractatus contra Hereticos, Theologicae Regulae, De Planctu Naturae, and Anticlodianus. These are published by Migny, Pater Lat, volume 210. The edition, however, is uncritical and includes several treatises the authorship of which is doubtful. The classic work on Alanus is Baumgartner's Die Philosophie des Alanus de Insulis, Münster, 1896. Doctrines. It is incorrect to represent Alanus as a mystic. He exhibits, it is true, some of the characteristics of the mystic style, poetic imagery, allegorical diction, etc. Nevertheless, he attaches independent value to speculative thought, and while he holds that reason cannot comprehend the mysteries of faith, he maintains that authority needs the aid of reason, quia auctoritas cereum habet nasum, id est, in diversum potest flecti sensum, rationibus roborandum est. Instead, however, of presenting an original synthesis of philosophical doctrine, he merely collects and tries to reconcile the doctrines of his contemporaries. It is possible that this eclectic spirit of his teaching was the occasion of the surname Doctor Universalis by which he was known. This eclecticism appears in his Psychology, which is a somewhat bewildering syncretism of Pythagorean, Augustinian, and Aristotelian doctrines. Having defined matter as chaotic space, and form as the sum of properties, he cannot admit the Aristotelian doctrine of the union of soul and body. The soul and the body are independent substances, united by means of a spiritus physicus. The relations of body and soul are regulated by number. In his cosmology, which is dominated by the idea of number as constitutive of order, Alanus maintained that intermediate between God and creatures is a kind of world soul, the servant of God, Dei auctoris vicaria. Historical position. Alanus of Lille, Peter of the Lombard, and the other writers of this group exhibit a tendency to escape from the dialectical discussions of the schools by taking refuge either in the eclectic position that all systems are partially true, or in the mystic position that all purely rational systems are essentially inadequate. The tendency towards mysticism appears more plainly in the writings of the philosophers belonging to the next group. Chapter 35. The Mystic School. Mysticism may mean a tendency of the mind towards the supernatural, or it may mean a science growing out of such a tendency, a body of doctrine having for its object to determine the mode or manner in which the soul of man is directly united with God in contemplation and love. Mysticism as a tendency was a characteristic of Neoplatonism. It reappeared in the philosophy of the Gnostics and in that of Erigena. In fact, wherever philosophy tended towards pantheism, it tended towards mysticism. Thus we find the mystic spirit in the pantheistic systems with which the history of the philosophy of the 12th century closes. Mysticism as a science does not appear in systemized form until the first part of the 12th century, although the principles of orthodox mysticism are contained in the ascetic and exegetical treatises of the Fathers. When, as we have seen, William of Champeaux left Paris 1108, he retired to the Abbey of St. Victor, and there continued to teach. It was out of this teaching that the mystic movement grew, which during the remainder of the century flourished at that abbey, and with which are associated the Victorines, Hugh, Walter, and Richard. The condemnation of Abelard and the suspicion of heterodoxy incurred by Gilbert strengthened the cause of the mystics, who from the outset were opposed to dialectic. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, Doctor Mellifluus, 1091 to 1153. Although he belonged to no school of philosophy, lent all the weight of his authority to the cause of mysticism. He was himself an exponent of the principles of mystic theology, teaching that profane science is not to be studied, except in so far as it may contribute to the cultivation of the spiritual life. The end and aim of life should be to attain by means of the 12 stages or degrees of humility a contemplative love of God. Hugh of St. Victor. Life. Hugh of St. Victor was born at Hartingham in Saxony. From 1125 until his death in 1141, he taught at the Abbey of St. Victor. He is regarded as the founder of the Victorine school. Sources. The mystical works of Hugh include De Arca Noae Morale, De Arca Noae Mystica, De Vanitate Mundi, De Arca Animae, De Amore Sponsi et Sponsam. These are published by Migny, Pater Lat, volumes 175 to 178. A special work dealing with the philosophy of the Victorines is Mignon's Originalis de la Scholastica, etc., Paris, 1895. Doctrines. Hugh taught that the contemplation of invisible essences and causes is the true complement of philosophy. Sapientes huius mundi propterea stulti facti sunt, quia soli naturali documento insedentes, exemplaria gratiae non habuerunt. Reason cannot penetrate to the truth of the natural order unless aided by God. Ratio per se non sufficit, nisi a Deo adjura fuerit. All knowledge is but the preliminary to the mystic life which leads to God. In this mystic life we must distinguish the preparative stage, in which the soul engages in soliloquy, etc., thought, cogitatio, by which the soul seeks God in the material world, meditation, meditatio, by which the soul seeks God in the interior of the soul itself, and contemplation, contemplatio, by which the soul is united immediately with God in supernatural intuition. Richard of St. Victor, who succeeded Hugh as prior of St. Victor, taught from 1162 to 1173. Under his influence, the mystic movement took up a position of more determined hostility to secular learning. The knowledge, Richard declared, of which profane philosophy boasts, is nothing but error and vanity. Suspecta est mihi omnis veritas quum non confirmat scripturae auctoritas. He observes with pleasure, multiqui prius fabricabant in officina Aristotelis, discunt cudere in officina Salvatoris. It was, however, Walter of St. Victor, successor of Richard, who carried the mystic disapproval of secular learning to the extent of characterizing dialectic as the devil's art. He wrote a work entitled In Quotur Labyrinthos Franciae, in which Abelard, Peter of Lombardy, Peter of Poitiers, and Gilbert de la Porree, the Four Labyrinths, were denounced as heretics because they had treated with scholastic levity the mysteries of the Trinity and the Incarnation. To the same school belonged Arcard and Godfrey of St. Victor. Historical position. The mystic school is justly considered to be a reaction against the rationalism of Berengar, Roscelin, and Abelard. The Victorines were at first willing to assign to human reason its legitimate scope in philosophy and theology. Later, however, they made common cause with the Cornificans, and opposed all profane learning, thus running counter to the scholastic movement. Among those whom they condemned for using dialectical reasoning was Peter of Lombardy, the intellectual precursor of the greatest of the schoolmen of the golden age of scholasticism. Mysticism has, nevertheless, a recognized place in the history of the scholastic movement. It represents an important phase of the Neo-Latin civilization of which scholasticism is a product. To the Credo ut Intelligam and the Intelligo ut Credam, the mystics added a third principle, Amo ut Intelligam, a principle which should not be neglected in a complete synthesis of the spiritual and emotional elements of human life, especially if human life be viewed, as it was viewed in the Middle Ages, in relation to the other world as well as to this. Mysticism was necessarily imaginative rather than rational. The Neoplatonic concept of the world harmonized the elements of mysticism better than the Aristotelian concept could have done. It is these elements, imaginativeness and Neoplatonism, that determined the tendency of mysticism towards pantheism. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 36. The Pantheistic School. The pantheism which appeared in the schools towards the end of the 12th century was the outcome of many influences, of which the most important were the realistic Platonism of the school of Chartres, the natural drift of mysticism towards pantheism, the growing influence of Arabian speculation, and the revival of the study of Origen's De Divisione Naturae. Bernard of Tours, Bernardus Silvestris, who lived during the second half of the 12th century, composed a work, De Mundi Universitate, which he dedicated to Theodoric of Chartres, thus indicating the affiliation of the first form of pantheism which appeared in the 12th century to the school of Chartres. The work is an attempt at deducing a cosmic system from a monad by means of the doctrine of emanation. In method and manner, it recalls the treatises of the Neo-Pythagoreans of Alexandria. Amaury of Benne. Life. Amaury, or Amalric of Benne, or of Chartres, taught theology and dialectic at Paris during the second half of the 12th century. After his condemnation in 1204, he was obliged to retire from Paris. His books were destroyed, and the date of his death is unknown. The birthplace of Amaury, which is near Chartres, suggests the early influence of the members of the school of Chartres, and it is now almost universally conceded that during the last decades of the 12th century the works of Origen were so widely known that it is natural to suppose that Amaury was acquainted with Origen's doctrines. Sources. In the absence of primary sources, it is necessary to have recourse to secondary authorities. Chief among these is Gerson, 1363 to 1429. Doctrines. Stöckl, relying on Gerson's account, attributes to Amaury the following doctrines. 1. Identity of creature and creator. Cum in ipso sint omnia, imo ipse sit omnia, non facile posse negare creatorem et creaturam idem esse. 2. Substantial unity of all things. Omnia esse unum. Deum esse essentiam omnium creaturarum et esse unum. 3. Realism based on identity of specific nature. Alterius naturae non est Abraham et alterius Isaac, sed unius et eiusdem. This account, given by Gerson, is confirmed by the testimony of the Council of Paris, 1210, at which Amaury was condemned, and by the work Contra Amaurianos, written about 1208 against the followers of Amaury, who seem to have been numerous at that time. Associated with Amaury is Joachim de Floris, died 1202, who is referred to by St. Thomas and Albertus Magnus as maintaining essentiae genuit essentiam. Consult Denifle, Archive 150 ff. David of Dinant. Life. David of Dinant seems to have evolved his doctrine of pantheism independently of the influence of Amaury and of the school of Chartres. He drew largely from Arabian sources. Denifle publishes a text in which Albertus Magnus refers to a certain Alexander as the man from whom David derived his heresy. It is more probable that it was Dominicus Gundisalvi who made David conversant with the literature of Arabian pantheism. It is certain, at all events, that David studied the philosophy of Origen. Little is known of the life of David of Dinant. It is uncertain whether he was born at Dinant in Brittany or at Dinant in Belgium. Sources. David wrote a work, De Tomis seu de Divisionibus, and a collection entitled Quaternuli, Little Notebooks. In the council held in Paris in 1210, at which the doctrines of David were condemned together with those of Amaury, both the above-mentioned works were proscribed. Denifle, publishes a portion of one of the statutes referring to the Quaternoli. Our secondary sources are Albertus Magnus, who was almost a contemporary of David, and St. Thomas. Doctrines. According to St. Thomas, David identified God with primal matter. Tertius, error, fuit Davidis de dinando, qui stultissime posuit Deum esse materiam primam. This is perhaps the only instance in which the angelic doctor so severely characterizes an opponent or an opponent's opinion. The explanation of the unusual severity lies perhaps in the fact that the doctrine in question, a tenet common to the pantheists of the East, was the fundamental principle of the materialistic pantheism, which was so formidable a foe of Christian theism in St. Thomas's day. Elsewhere, St. Thomas tells us that according to David, there are three categories of being: eternal separate substances, souls, and bodies, and that these three are essentially one. Divisit enim res in partes tres, in corpora, animas, et substantias separatas, et primum indivisibile in quo constituuntur corpora dixit yle, primum autem indivisibile ex quo constituuntur anime dixit noum, vel mentem. Primum autem indivisibile in substantiis aeternis dixit Deum, et haec tria esse unum et idem, ex quo iterum consequitur esse omnia per essentiam unum. Albertus Magnus gives a similar account of David's doctrines. Historical position. From what we know of the doctrines of the pantheists of the 12th century and of the influences then at work on the study of philosophy, it is evident that the pantheism of David and Amaury was regarded as the logical consequence of the study of the Aristotelian treatises on physics and metaphysics, which were introduced about this time in translations from the Arabic. This association of Aristotle with pantheism explains the action of the ecclesiastical authorities who, at the Council of Paris, 1210, and on several subsequent occasions, condemned Aristotle or ordered his work to be corrected. The 13th century discovered in Aristotle the champion of theism instead of the advocate of pantheism. Before, however, we enter upon the study of the philosophy of the 13th century, it will be necessary to give an outline of the development of thought among the Byzantines, Arabians, and Jews, for from them was derived the distorted Aristotelian tradition, which was at first regarded as a part of Aristotle's teaching, and which led to his condemnation by the ecclesiastical tribunals. Retrospect. The second period of the history of scholastic philosophy is virtually comprised within the 12th century. It was a period of growth, but it was also a period of struggle. The 12th century witnessed what may be called the storm and stress of scholasticism, for in that century were brought to bear on the scholastic movement all the anti-scholastic forces which the old civilization had handed down or the new civilization had developed. On the one hand, the rationalist brought discredit on philosophy as well as on theology. On the other hand, the over-enthusiastic advocate of mysticism and the over-timorous defender of orthodoxy found in the heresies of Rosselin and Abélard a pretext for carrying their suspicion of the dialecticians to the point of active hostility. The pantheism, which could be so easily traced to the influence of the school of Chartres, was cited as a terrible example of the effect of profane learning. The 12th century, however, was an age in which the genuine representatives of the scholastic movement knew how to defend themselves. They were strong with the vigor of youth, and believing in the justice of their cause, they successfully repelled every attack, so that out of the struggles which the 12th century witnessed, there came forth a victorious scholasticism, prepared for the great constructive task to be accomplished in the following century. The results achieved by scholasticism in the second period of its history include 1. The success of the anti-realists, 2. The recognition of the scholastic method as a legitimate method in philosophy and theology, 3. The establishment of a broader spirit of culture, of a quote-unquote humanism, which admitted that the Neo-Latin civilization had much to learn from the civilizations of Greece and of the Orient. These results will appear in the writings of the first schoolmen of the third period. Byzantine, Arabian, and Jewish philosophy. Byzantine philosophy. Hellenistic philosophy, banished from Athens by Justinian, 529, and driven from Alexandria by the Arabs, 640, was perpetuated at Constantinople by an irregular and intermittent tradition which, after the Great Schism, 858, that separated the East from the West, took the form of commentary on and exposition of the works of Plato and Aristotle. Michael Psellus the Elder and Photius are the chief representatives of this tradition in the 9th century. Arathas, Nicetas the Paphlagonian, and Sudas represented in the 10th century. Michael Psellus the Younger is the sole representative of Byzantine learning in the 11th century. Johannes Italus, Anna Kamnina, daughter of the Emperor Alexis, and Michael Ephesius brought Byzantine learning to its highest degree of development in the 12th century. Finally, Nicephorus Blemides and George Pachymeres are the best known of the Byzantine scholars of the 13th century, the age in which the learning of Constantinople made its first impression on the scholastic movement. Although the influence of the learning of Constantinople on the progress of philosophic thought in Western Europe may be said to begin with the First Crusade, 1096 to 1100, yet it was not until the taking of Constantinople by the Crusaders in 1204 that the treasures of ancient Greek literature and philosophy were thrown open to the schoolmen. The debt which scholasticism owes to Byzantine learning should not be exaggerated. At the same time, we must not underrate the importance of the introduction of the original and complete works of Aristotle into Western Europe at a time when the Aristotle of the Arabians was being invoked as the champion of pantheism and rationalism. The Arabians received Aristotle's works from the Syrians and the Persians, who in 1529 gave shelter to the philosophers banished from Athens by Justinian. The most important of the translators and commentators who made Aristotle and Plato intelligible to these Oriental peoples are David the Armenian, 6th century, the Nestorian Christians of the schools of Edessa and Chalcis, 5th and 6th centuries, and Honain ben Isaac, who in the 9th century began a series of translations from Syriac into Arabic. It is therefore beyond dispute that the Arabians owe their knowledge of Greek philosophy to the Syrian Christians. Sources. The classic works on Arabian philosophy are Monk, Mélange, etc., Paris 1859. Articles by Monk in the Dictionnaire des sciences philosophiques, Renans de Philosophia Peripatetica apud Syros, Paris 1852, and his Averroès et l'Averroïsme, Paris 1869. To the bibliography given by Weber, page 211, and Überweg, page 406, add M. Forget's articles in Néoscolastique, 1894, Figuier, Vie des savants du Moyen Âge, Paris 1883, and Deveau, Avicenne, Paris 1900. Sketch of systems of philosophy among the Arabians. Speculative thought among the Arabians passed through the following phases. 1. Primitive unquestioning belief in the Quran. From the middle of the 7th century until the middle of the 8th, the authority of the Quran was supreme among the followers of Muhammad. 2. Mu'tazilites or dissidents. This sect represented a rationalistic movement against the orthodox fatalism and anthropomorphism, a movement occasioned by the contact, AD 750, of the Mussulman with the civilization of Persia, Babylonia, and Assyria. 3. Mutakallimin or professors of the word. These were the first theologians of Islam. In their effort to expound the Quran rationalistically and yet without exceeding the limits of orthodox belief, and in the use which they made of the philosophy of the Greeks, they resembled the schoolmen of Christian Europe. The Mutakallimin received encouragement and patronage from the Abbasids, who began to rule as caliphs about the year 750. 4. Sufis or mystics. These represented a more extreme phase of the theological reaction against rationalism. They flourished chiefly in the Persian portion of the Arabian Empire. Distrusting reason and philosophy, they taught that the only source of truth is the Quran, and that the reading of the Quran is to be supplemented by ecstatic contemplation. 5. Philosophers. The philosophical movement among the Arabians extended from the 9th century to the end of the 12th. The philosophers were, in a sense, the continuators of the dissident movement. As a rule, they disregarded the authority of the Quran and built their systems of philosophy upon lines traced by the Greeks, whose works they obtained from the Syrian Christians. They were opposed by the mystics and persecuted by the caliphs both in Asia and in Europe. The chief philosophers are 1. Among the Arabians of the East, Al-Kendi, died 870, Al-Farabi, died 950, Avicenna, Ibn Sina, 980 to 1037, and Al-Ghazal, 1059 to 1111. 2. Among the Arabians of the West, that is, in Spain, Avempace, died 1138, Abu Bakr, 1100 to 1185, and Averroes, Ibn Rushd, 1126 to 1198. Avicenna, physician, philosopher, and theologian, was born in the province of Bokhara. He composed a medical canon and numerous philosophical works in which he expounded the doctrines of Aristotle and of his Greek commentators. He devoted special attention to metaphysics, maintaining the existence of a sovereign intelligence as the highest reality, and of matter, or the non-existent, as the lowest in the scale of being. The first emanation from the supreme intelligence is the active intellect, to which Avicenna assigns a metaphysical as well as a psychological role, teaching that it is the source of all heavenly and earthly intellects, and that it is the principle by which the potentially intelligible becomes the actually intelligible to the human mind. Despite these Neoplatonic principles, Avicenna maintained the Aristotelian doctrine of sensation and the moderate realistic doctrine of universals. The latter he expressed in the formula so often quoted by Albert and other schoolmen, intellectus informis agit universalitatem. His definition of the soul is identical with Aristotle's. Completa definitio anime est perfectio prima vel actus primus corporis organici. Still, he returns to Neoplatonic principles in his account of the origin of intellectual knowledge, as when he teaches that intelligible species are acquired in two ways, by rational discourse or demonstration, and by infusion, infusio vel manatio divina. Both St. Thomas and Albertus Magnus ascribed to Avicenna the doctrine of the unity and transcendency of the active intellect. The former says, intellectum agentem ponit avicenna quandam substantiam separatam, and avicenna ponit quod intellectus agens est unus in omnibus, quamvis non intellectus possibilis. Historical position. Avicenna was the first of the Arabians of the East to depart from the Neoplatonic interpretation of Aristotle. The remnant of Neoplatonism in his system of philosophy is proof of his inability to escape altogether from the influence of his predecessors. Averroes, who represents the Arabian philosophy of the West, looked upon Avicenna as a materialistic pantheist. Algazel and other mystics regarded him as a rationalist, and many of the schoolmen spoke of him as the first of the medieval occasionalists. Averroes was born in the year 1126 at Cordova. His career, like that of Avicenna, shows the bitterness of the intolerance prevailing among the followers of Islam, inclined as they were to side with the mystics, whom they regarded as orthodox, rather than with the philosophers, whom they suspected of hostility to the Quran. Like Avicenna, too, he was a physician. Exiled to Morocco, on account, it is said, of his political doctrines, he died there in the year 1198. Averroes was regarded as the greatest of all the Arabian commentators of Aristotle. He composed, besides his commentaries, several treatises on astronomy, medicine, and philosophy, and also a controversial work, Destructio Destructionis, in answer to Algazel's Destructio Philosophorum. His admiration for Aristotle knew no bounds. Aristoteles' doctrina, he says, est summa veritas, quoniam eius intellectus fuit finis humani intellectus. In logic, Averroes limits himself to the task of commenting on Aristotle's organon. He adopts Avicenna's formula, intellectus informis agit universalitatem. Science, he teaches, treats of individual things under the form of universality which the intellect abstracts. Metaphysics. Matter and form are the principles of being. Matter is not to be conceived as identical with not being. It is the eternal potency out of which the first mover extracted, extractio is to be substituted for creatio, the successive forms or forces which determine matter to different modes of existence. Heavenly bodies are endowed with a more excellent kind of form than are terrestrial bodies. The prime mover imparts motion to the celestial sphere, which in turn moves the planetary spheres. The mover of the sphere of the moon is the active intellect. Psychology. The most characteristic of Averroes' psychological doctrines is that of the unity of the active intellect. Whenever Aristotle speaks of the intellect as separate from matter or unmixed with matter, Averroes understands him to mean that the power by which the potentially intelligible is rendered actually intelligible is physically and topically separate from the body and is numerically one and common to all men. The passive intellect, which Averroes calls the material intellect, is also one. Possumus opinari intellectum materialem esse unicum in cunctis individuis. In the context of the passage just quoted, the active and passive intellects are called parts of the same intellect. Still, in a certain sense, it is true that there are as many intellects as there are individuals, for the separate intellect is communicated to the individual soul just as the light, while remaining one, is communicated to the multiplicity of objects which it illuminates. This communication is described as continuatio or copulatio, and the schoolmen understood Averroes to mean that the continuation of the individual soul with the transcendent intellect takes place by means of the phantasmata of the sensitive soul. It is evident from this doctrine that, according to Averroes, the individual soul contains nothing superior to matter, and is therefore corruptible. The impersonal intellect is immortal, but there is no personal immortality. Nevertheless, Averroes apparently believed in personal immortality. St. Thomas represents him as saying, "Per rationem concludo de necessitate, quod intellectus est unus numero, firme tertamen teneo oppositum per fidem." The distinction to which allusion is made in this quotation was adopted by the Averroists of the 14th and 15th centuries, when they maintained, in opposition to the fundamental principles of scholasticism, that what is true in philosophy may be false in theology, and vice versa. Historical position. Averroes was known as the commentator of Aristotle. He intended no doubt to reproduce as faithfully as he could the doctrines of the Stagirites. He did not, however, succeed in breaking with the pantheistic and rationalistic tradition of the Moorish schools. Indeed, he emphasized in his commentaries those points of Aristotle's teaching which were opposed to Christian dogma, so that St. Thomas was obliged to judge him non tam peripateticus quam peripateticae philosophiae depravator. Jewish philosophy. Authorities. In addition to Monk's Mélange and Frank's La Kabbale, etc., Paris 1843, Max Doctor's Die Philosophie des Joseph Ben Zadik, Münster 1895, Boehmker's edition of Avicebro's Fons Vitae, Münster 1892, and Gutmanns Die Scholastik des 13. Jahrhunderts in ihren Beziehungen zum Judentum, Breslau 1902, may be mentioned as authorities on the history of Jewish philosophy. The Jews, before their contact with Arabian civilization, developed a system of mystic philosophy based upon the Kabbalistic Sephiroth, or mystic numbers. It was, however, after they came in contact with the Arabians in the East and in the Moorish kingdom that Greek learning passed from the mosque to the synagogue, and the systems of philosophy were developed which influenced the course of Christian thought during the 13th century. Avicebro, 1020 to 1070, was born at Malaga. His real name was Salamon ben Gabirol, the name Avicebro being the Latinized form of what was supposed to be an Arabian name. Indeed, it was only in recent times that the nationality of this philosopher was determined with certainty. His principal work, Fons Vitae, was probably composed in Arabic. Munk found a Hebrew copy of this work, and quite recently the Latin translation made about the beginning of the 12th century has been published. Avicebro's philosophy is a blending of Jewish religious doctrines with the doctrines of the Neoplatonists. The importance attached to contemplation and to striving towards union with the divine, the doctrine of the pre-existence of the soul, of knowledge by means of reminiscence, of the eternity of matter, all these are evident signs of Neoplatonic influence. The most characteristic of Avicebro's tenets is the doctrine ascribed to him by Albertus Magnus and St. Thomas, that all things finite, whether corporeal or incorporeal, are composed of matter and form, that matter is consequently the substratum of all finite existence. Gonzalez calls attention to the similarity existing between Avicebro's doctrine of universal matter and the doctrines of Duns Scotus regarding materia primo prima. Indeed, all the first Franciscan masters maintained that matter is coextensive with finite being. Moses Maimonides, 1135 to 1204, who was born at Cordova in 1135 and died at Cairo in 1204, was the greatest of the Jewish Aristotelians. His philosophical treatise, entitled Guide of the Doubting, is an exposition of Aristotelian philosophy combined with Jewish religious teaching. Intentio huius libri, he says, est docere sapientiam legis secundum veritatem et ex fundamentis. Moses departs from the teaching of Aristotle whenever he considers that Jewish dogma is opposed to peripatetic philosophy. He maintains, for instance, that the world is not eternal, except in the sense that it proceeds by natural necessity from its cause, which is eternal. He is willing, however, to grant that the eternity of the world is possible, although he does not agree with the Aristotelians, who hold that it is necessary. In treating of the immortality of the soul, he cites passages from the Bible, quotes the opinions of the Greek and Arabian commentators, distinguishes between the soul, that is born with us, and the intellect, which is acquired, and ends by asserting that only the souls of the just are immortal. This doctrine of acquired immortality became one of the most distinctive doctrines of the Jewish school. Historical position. Although less original than Avicenna, Maimonides was destined to exercise a more profound influence on succeeding generations of philosophers. To him may be traced the scientific movement which manifested itself among the Jews of the 13th and the two following centuries, and he is commonly regarded as the one who, of all the Jewish thinkers, contributed most to the system of Spinoza. Anonymous works. There were 3 works of doubtful authorship, which, on being translated from Arabic into Latin, became for the schoolman common sources of information concerning Arabian, Jewish, and even Greek philosophy. 1. De Secretum Secretorum, a scientific miscellany attributed to Aristotle. 2. Theologia Aristotelis, or De Secretiori Egyptorum Philosophia, which was sometimes attributed to Aristotle, but which is in reality a collection of excerpts from the Aeneidis of Plotinus. 3. Liber de Causis, which, under various titles, was ascribed to Aristotle, to Saint Augustine, to Avempace, and to Gilbert de la Porree. Albertus Magnus and Saint Thomas decided against its Aristotelian authorship, the former ascribing it to a certain Jew named David, the latter judging it to be an Arabian compilation of a work by Proclus. The preponderance of evidence is in favor of St. Thomas's opinion. Influence of Arabian and Jewish philosophy on scholasticism. The influence which Arabian and Jewish learning exercised on the schoolmen of the 13th century was very great. It was the Arabians and Jews who gave the first impulse to the study of the physical and metaphysical works of Aristotle. We must not, however, exaggerate the debt which Christian philosophy owes to the Arabians and Jews. We must remember that 1. Although the first translations which brought Greek philosophy within reach of the schoolmen were made from the Arabic, these, as we shall see, were soon followed by the more accurate translations made from the Greek. 2. If Christian Europe owes its knowledge of Aristotle to the Arabians themselves owe their knowledge of Aristotle to the Christian scholars of Syria. 3. Although the Arabians contributed largely to the growth and development of the study of medicine in Europe, and although their contributions to medieval geography, astronomy, arithmetic, and chemistry were also important, yet in philosophy they exercised only an indirect influence. They provoked discussion and controversy, but to their direct influence not a single important tenet of scholasticism can be traced. The scholastic movement was a creation of the Christian mind. Arabian philosophy was always anti-Christian in spirit and teaching. The impulse that made scholasticism originated with the Carolingian Renaissance. The movement was continued by Erigena, Gerbert, Rosselin, Anselm, and other Christian thinkers, and received new force from the introduction of the physical and metaphysical works of Aristotle. Scholastic philosophy owes nothing to the Arabians except what they contributed to the introduction of these works. The influence of the Jews was more important than that of the Arabians. The Jews of Moorish Spain enjoyed a large measure of liberty, and among them philosophy found a home when Arabian philosophers were persecuted and their works consigned to the flames. Among the Jews and in the Jewish schools, the works of the Greeks and of the Arabians were preserved, translated into Hebrew, and handed over to the Christian scholars who in turn translated them into Latin. In this way, the influence of the Arabians, restricted as it was chiefly exercised through the literature and philosophy of the Jews. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Third period of scholasticism. Alexander of Hales to Occam, 1200 to 1300. The second period in the history of scholastic philosophy was the period of storm and stress. The third is the period of relative perfection, the golden age of scholasticism. The 12th century was a century of criticism and controversy. The 13th is a century of synthesis and construction. The great masters of scholastic thought in the 13th century take as lively an interest in the problem of universals as Rosselin and Abelard did. They have all Abelard's relish for the use of dialectic, without any of his frivolous love of display. They are not less appreciative of the value of piety and contemplation than the Victorines were. They are as keenly aware to the advantages to be gained from the learning of the Greeks and Arabians as were the members of the school of Chartres. In a word, they neither despise nor neglect what their predecessors accomplished, but, going beyond the limits which circumstances set to the speculations of their predecessors, they carry the scholastic idea and the scholastic method into new regions of inquiry and succeed in constructing the great scholastic systems of metaphysics and psychology. The schoolmen of the 13th century are not, like their predecessors, condemned to work and think in a milieu unfavorable to constructive speculation. The time is ripe for vast constructive attempts. From the union of the Latin and German races, there has sprung up a new Europe, dominated everywhere by Christian ideals. The new civilization has reached its complete development, and the time has come for Christian thought to put forth its best efforts. There were three events which more than any others influenced the development of Christian thought at the beginning of the 13th century: the introduction of the works of Aristotle, the rise of the universities, and the foundation of the mendicant orders. Introduction of the works of Aristotle. Authorities. A. Jourdain, Recherche sur l'âge et l'origine des traductions latines d'Aristote, 2e édition, Paris, 1843. Monsignor Talamo, L'Aristotelismo della Scolastica, 1873. Lonoué, De Varia Aristotelis in Academia Parisiensi Fortuna, edition at Wittenberg in 1820. Brother Azarius, Aristotle and the Christian Church, in Essays Philosophical, Chicago, 1896. The schoolmen of the 11th and 12th centuries were, for the most part, acquainted with Aristotle merely as a master of dialectic. Indeed, it was not until the time of John of Salisbury that even the organon was known to Christian philosophers in its entirety. It is true that some of the physical doctrines of Aristotle were known to the members of the school of Chartres, but it was only at the beginning of the 13th century that all the physical, metaphysical, and ethical treatises of Aristotle were translated into Latin and became part of the library of the schoolmen. The first translations were made from the Arabic, probably through the medium of the Hebrew. The work of translating begun in the 11th and 12th centuries by Constantine the African, Adelard of Bath, and Hermann the Dalmatian, was systematized between the years of 1130 and 1150 by Raymond, Bishop of Toledo, who founded a college of translators. To this college belonged John Evandeeth, Johannes Hispanus, Dominicus Gundisalvi, Alfred de Morlaix, Gerard of Cremona, 1114 to 1187, and at a later time, about 1230, Michael Scott and Hermann the German. The translations, as has been said, were often made through the medium of Hebrew. This is true of the translations of commentaries and possibly also of the translations of the text of Aristotle's works. Renan says of the commentaries of Averroes, quote, "The printed editions of his works are a Latin translation of a Hebrew translation, of a commentary made upon an Arabic translation, of a Syriac translation, of a Greek text." End quote. The translations made directly from the Greek are, as a rule, of later date than the translations from the Arabic. Before the year 1215 or 1220, none of Aristotle's works except the Organon were translated from the Greek. It was after the year 1240 that Robert Greathead, 1175 to 1253, translated Aristotle's Ethics, and Henry of Brabant and Thomas of Cantimpré translated some other portions of Aristotle's works. About 1260, William of Moerbeke, at the request of St. Thomas and it appears of Urban IV, translated the complete works of Aristotle into Latin. This version, known as the Translatio Nova, imperfect as it was, held its place as the authoritative translation of Aristotle till the dawn of the era of the Renaissance, although it is evident that in St. Thomas's time there were several other translations in use. In the light of the foregoing facts, the attitude of the Church towards the study of Aristotle's works is seen to be perfectly consistent. One in 1210, the Provincial Council of Paris, which condemned the doctrines of Amaury and David of Dinant, prohibited the reading of Aristotle's works and the commentaries thereupon, nec libri Aristotelis de naturale philosophia, nec commenta legantur Parisis publici vel secreto. The prohibition was directed against the Arabian translations rendered into Latin and against the Arabian commentaries. One in 1215, Robert of Courson, the papal legate, drew up the statutes for the guidance of the masters of the University of Paris, and therein forbade the reading of the physical and metaphysical treatises. The regulation once more referred to the Arabian Aristotle. When in 1231 Gregory IX directed that the Libri Naturalis be expurgated of errors, it was a sign that the true Aristotle was beginning to be distinguished from the false, and indeed in 1254 we find the writings of Aristotle prescribed by the Faculty of Arts as textbooks for the master's lectures in the University of Paris. The Aristotle that was twice condemned was professedly hostile to Christianity. To the controversies of former centuries, Aristotle had contributed merely the weapons of dialectical debate. But as soon as translations were made from the Arabic, and Arabian commentaries were appended to them, Aristotle's works were made to yield material for a new rationalism and a new pantheism essentially hostile to Christian faith and to theism. When, however, translations were made from the Greek text, it became clear that peripateticism and scholasticism were by no means hostile to each other, and from the time of Alexander of Hales onward, Aristotle's philosophy was made the basis of a rational exposition of dogma. Aristotle became for the schoolmen what Plato had been for the fathers, precursor Christi in naturalibus. Rise of the universities. Authorities. For the history of the University of Paris, with which we are chiefly concerned here, the authorities, besides Du Bouley's Historia Universitatis Parisiensis, a very uncritical work, are Denifle's Cartularium Universitatis Parisiensis, 1889 to 1891, and Die Entstehung der Universitäten des Mittelalters bis 1400, 1885. Rashdall's University of Europe in the Middle Ages, Volume 1, Oxford, 1895. Laurie's Lectures on Rise, etc., of Universities, London, 1886, a work not always reliable. Ferret's La Faculté de Théologie de Paris, Paris, 1894, and articles in Catholic University Bulletin, July-October 1895. The event which is now universally admitted as the starting point of the history of the University of Paris is the union of the masters and students of the schools in the islands into a corporation, Universitas Magistrorum et Scholarium, under the presidency of the Chancellor of the Cathedral. This event took place about the end of the 12th century. During the first decades of the 13th century, the faculties were organized. About the same time, the nations were organized among the students and the masters of the Faculty of Arts, and a struggle began between the rector of the nations and the chancellor of the university. Privileges bestowed both by the popes and the French kings extended the influence and prestige of the university. Paris became the quote-unquote city of books, the center of the intellectual life of Christian Europe, and the scene of the greatest triumphs of scholasticism. It was at Paris all the great masters studied and taught, and so intimately is the history of scholastic philosophy connected with the University of Paris that to understand the conditions in which scholasticism attained its highest development, it is necessary to know something of the arrangements made for the study of philosophy at the university. By statutes, issued at various times during the 13th century, it was provided that the professor should read, that is, expound, the text of certain standard authors in philosophy and theology. In a document published by Denifle, and by him referred to the year 1252, we find the following works among those prescribed for the Faculty of Arts. Logica Vetus, the old Boeotian text of a portion of the Organon, probably accompanied by Porphyry's Isagoge. Logica Nova, the new translation of the Organon. Gilbert's Liber Sex Principiorum, and Donatus's Barbarismus. A few years later, 1255, we find the following works prescribed: Aristotle's Physics, Metaphysics, De Anima, De Animalibus, De Cielo et Mundo, Meteorica, the minor psychological treatises, and some Arabian or Jewish works such as the Liber de Causis and De Differentia Spiritus et Animae. The first degree for which the student of arts presented himself was that of bachelor. The candidate for this degree, after a preliminary test called Responsiones, this regulation went into effect not later than 1275, presented himself for the Determinatio, which was a public defense of a certain number of theses against opponents chosen from the audience. At the end of the disputation, the defender summed up or quote-unquote determined his conclusions. After determining, the bachelor resumed his studies for the licentiate, assuming also the task of quote-unquote cursorily explaining to junior students some portion of the Organon. The test for the degree of licentiate consisted in a collatio, or exposition of several texts after the manner of the masters. The student was now a licensed teacher. He did not, however, become magister or master of arts until he had delivered what was called the inceptio, or inaugural lecture, and was actually installed, birretatio. If he continued to teach, he was called magister actu regens. If he departed from the university or took up other work, he was called magister non regens. It may be said that, as a general rule, the course of reading was 1. For the bachelor's degree, grammar, logic, and psychology. 2. For the licentiate, natural philosophy. 3. For the master's degree, ethics, and the completion of the course of natural philosophy. The Mendicant Orders. The University of Paris owed its origin to the union of the cathedral schools, which were in charge of the diocesan clergy. Soon, however, the two great orders, the Dominicans and the Franciscans, were founded and began to revive in their monasteries the best traditions of the Benedictine cloister schools of former centuries. On the occasion of the great dispersion of 1229, when, after having had recourse to a cessatio, or suspension of lectures, the masters left the city as a protest against the infringement of their privileges, the Dominicans obtained a license to establish a chair in the convent of St. James. After the return of the secular masters in 1231, the Dominican master was allowed to continue his lectures. In the same year, the Dominicans secured another chair, and the Franciscans obtained their first chair in the university, Alexander of Hales being installed as the first Franciscan master. In 1252 or 1253, under circumstances very similar to those of 1229, the great body of masters once more proclaimed a cessatio, and a struggle between the quote-unquote regulars and the quote-unquote seculars was precipitated by the refusal of the regular professors to leave their chairs or to swear obedience to the statutes of the university. The controversy was still raging in 1257, when St. Thomas presented himself for his solemn inceptio as master in theology. William of Saint-Amour was the champion of the seculars, while St. Thomas and St. Bonaventure advocated the cause of the regulars. The outcome was that the mendicants obtained a secure standing in the university, and the fate of scholasticism was practically committed to the teachers who belonged to the Dominican and Franciscan orders. In this way, within the scholastic movement itself, two distinct currents of thought soon began to be defined: the Dominican tradition and the tradition of the Franciscan schools. The mendicant orders are thus associated with the greatest triumph of philosophy in the 13th century, as well as with the tendencies which in subsequent centuries led to the downfall of scholasticism. Chapter 38. Predecessors of St. Thomas. Among the predecessors of St. Thomas in the 13th century were Simon of Tournai, Alexander Neckham, Alfred Sénéchal, William of Auvergne, Alexander of Hales, John de la Rochelle, and Albert the Great. Saint Bonaventure, the contemporary and friend of St. Thomas, and Roger Bacon, the adversary of both Saint Bonaventure and St. Thomas, are also included in this chapter. Simon of Tournai, Alexander Neckham, and Alfred Sénéchal, Alfredus Anglicus, began about the end of the 12th century and the beginning of the 13th to expound the physical and physiological doctrines of Aristotle and the Arabians. They taught and wrote before the introduction of the translations made from the Greek text of Aristotle, and were attacked by the mystics as innovators and teachers of profane doctrine. William of Auvergne. Life. William of Auvergne, called also William of Paris, was born at Aurillac towards the close of the 12th century. About 1220 he was appointed to teach in the episcopal school at Paris, and in a few years he became one of the most celebrated of the theologians of the university. In 1228 he became Bishop of Paris. He died in 1249. Sources: the principal works of William of Auvergne are a metaphysical treatise, De Universo, and two psychological treatises, De Anima and De Immortalitate Animae. His collected works were published at Nuremberg at 1496, at Venice at 1591, and at Orléans at 1674. Monograph: Die Erkenntnislehre des Wilhelm von Auvergne by Dr. Baumgartner, Münster, 1893. Doctrines: William has for his aim to unite the newly introduced philosophy of Aristotle with the philosophy of St. Augustine and the other Platonists. When, however, he finds that the doctrines of Arabian Aristotle clash with those of the Christian Platonists, he adapts the traditional Augustinian teaching. In his theory of knowledge, he rejects, on the one hand, the Platonic doctrines of pre-existence and of innate ideas, and on the other hand, the Aristotelian doctrine of the active intellect, teaching that although the soul obtains a knowledge of sensible things from the world of sense phenomena, it is able, nevertheless, to form the species of things in itself and by itself, that is, without the aid of a power such as the active intellect distinct from itself. Thus he says, similiter anima non est recipiens tantum, sed etiam actrix et effectrix earum, id est specierum apud semet ipsam in semet ipsa. Roger Bacon, therefore, was wrong when, after having listened to two lectures by William of Auvergne, he ascribed to him the opinion, intellectus agens est Deus principaliter, et secundario angeli qui illuminant nos. In De Universo, William explicitly declares that the intellect, levissime commotus a rebus, earum species, ipse sibi ipsi semet ipso format. Our knowledge of first principles is obtained, William of Auvergne teaches, not from the contingent world, but from God, in whom we perceive them by means of a special illumination, voluntaria Dei illuxio. In his solution of the problem of universals, he seems to incline towards Platonic realism. Necesse est res intelligibiles ita se habere, sicut de eis testificatur intellectus. Testificatur autem eas esse, communes, sempiternas, et seorsum, a generatione, et corruptione, et ab omni tumultum mutationum. The passage is, however, capable of being interpreted in the Aristotelian sense. Historical position: William of Auvergne represents the first stage in the transition from the scholasticism of the 12th to that of the 13th century. It was Alexander of Hales who, by the use of the scholastic method, constructed the first of the great systems of Aristotelian scholasticism. Alexander of Hales. Life. Alexander of Hales, Doctor Irrefragabilis, was born in Gloucestershire, England. In 1222, he joined the Order of St. Francis. In 1231, he was installed as the first Franciscan teacher of theology in the University of Paris. He died in 1245. Sources: the principal, if not the only work of Alexander of Hales, is the Summa Theologiae, which was completed by his pupils in 1252 and published at Nuremberg in 1482 and at Venice in 1575. Works to be consulted: Monsieur Picavet, Abélard et Alexandre de Hales, brochure. De Martigne, La Scolastique et les Traditions franciscaines, Paris, 1888. Doctrines: Method. Alexander of Hales was the first schoolman who wrote after the entire works of Aristotle had become known in the schools, and the prohibition that debarred some of his predecessors from the study of Aristotle had been removed. His is not the first Summa, Robert of Melun and Stephen Langton having composed Summae in the 12th century. Alexander's is, however, the first Summa made after the introduction of Aristotle's works. In it, we find the scholastic method fully developed. Instead of the array of antithetical opinions found in Abelard's Sic and Non, we find the tripartite arrangement of each question corresponding to the arrangement afterwards made by St. Thomas under the heads videtur quod non, sed contra, and respondetur ad primum, etc. Besides giving definite form to the scholastic method, Alexander outlined the plan which St. Thomas and the other great summists were to follow. Metaphysics. Human reason can arrive at a knowledge of the existence of God, but not at a knowledge of his essence. We can know quia est, but not quid est. Alexander admits the validity of St. Anselm's ontological argument, maintaining that a knowledge of God is natural to man. Cognitio de Deo in habitu naturaliter nobis impressa est. He distinguishes, however, between cognitio actualis and cognitio potentialis. God is actus purus. Everything else, all created being, is composed of matter and form. Even spiritual substances are composed of spiritual matter, quae nec est subjecta motui, nec contrarietati. This universal matter is different from the universal matter which, according to Avicebroll, is the substratum of all finite existence, for Alexander rejects the pantheistic and Neoplatonic elements of Avicebroll's philosophy. With regard to universals, Alexander teaches, in the first place, that they exist ante rem, in the mind of God. The divine mind is, he thinks, the intelligible world of which Plato speaks. Mundum intelligibilem nuncupavit Plato, ipsam rationem sempiternam qua fecit Deus mundum. In the next place, he teaches that the universals are in re. This may be inferred from his doctrine that the active intellect abstracts the intelligible species from phantasms. Psychology. Alexander's psychology, while it is peripatetic in its general trend, bears evidence of the influence of the Augustinian idea of the soul and its faculties. In the Summa, our philosopher examines 7 different definitions of the soul, and decides that the soul, although it is the substantial form of the body, is itself composed of a spiritual matter, an admission which, as the later schoolmen conclusively show, is incompatible with the substantial unity of man. In his enumeration of the faculties of the soul, he follows the traditional Augustinian division of the powers of the mind into ratio, which has for object the external world, intellectus, which has for object created spiritual substances, and intelligentsia, which has for object the rationes aeternae and first principles. Our knowledge of the supersensible world by means of intellect and intelligence is dependent on a special divine illumination. Our knowledge of the external world is rendered possible by the active intellect, which abstracts intelligible species from the material intellect, phantasia. The possible intellect, the receptacle of these species, is the cognitive power of the mind considered as in potency to knowledge. Historical position. Alexander's philosophy exhibits in a less degree than did the philosophy of William of Auvergne the strife of 2 elements, the Augustinian, and the Peripatetic. The irrefragable doctor made more extensive use of the writings of Aristotle than his predecessor had done. Still, he did not succeed in substituting the Aristotelian doctrines of metaphysics and psychology for the Augustinian doctrines which had become traditional in the schools. Alexander's most important contribution to philosophy is his development of the scholastic method and his application of it to the discussion of theological problems. To him is also due the credit of outlining the plan followed in all the great Summae, and although his synthesis of philosophical doctrine is lacking in unity and completeness, it cannot be denied that his influence on the summists of the next generation was very great. He was held in high esteem by Albert and St. Thomas. As Gerson says, Testantur scripta eiusdem sancti tome, quam intimum sibi fecerat et familiarem illum quem laudabat doctorem Alexandrum. John de la Rochelle, 1200 to 1245, was a disciple of Alexander, under whom he qualified for his license as teacher at Paris. He wrote a treatise, De Anima, in which he defends the Augustinian doctrine of the identity of the soul with its faculties, about which Alexander seems to hesitate, and accentuates the physiological aspect of psychological problems. In the latter point, he shows the influence of the Arabian physicists. When in 1245 he retired from the duties of teacher, he was succeeded by John of Parma, who in turn was succeeded by Saint Bonaventure. Saint Bonaventure, life. Saint Bonaventure, John Fidanza, surnamed Dr. Seraphicus, was the most illustrious among the disciples of Alexander of Hales. He was born at Bagnorea, near Viterbo, in the year 1221. In 1238 he entered the order of St. Francis. He was sent to Paris, where, as he himself tells us, he had for master Alexander of Hales. In 1248 he received his licentiate, and although in 1253 he undertook the duties of teacher of theology in the Franciscan convent, it was not until 1257 that he made his solemn inceptio, having for fellow candidate Saint Thomas of Aquin. The two saints were employed by their respective orders to defend the mendicants against William of Saint-Amour, and from the moment of their first acquaintance at Paris until their death, which occurred in the same year 1274, they maintained a friendship in which they seemed to rise above the spirit of rivalry existing even at that time between the two great orders. Saint Bonaventure was made general of the Franciscans in 1257, and was raised to the dignity of cardinal by Gregory X. He died during the Council of Lyon, 1274. Sources: Saint Bonaventure's works were published in Rome, 1586 to 1596, Mainz, 1609, and Lyon, 1668. They have been republished by the Franciscans of Quaracchi, near Florence. The last volume of this excellent edition appeared in 1902. The most important of Saint Bonaventure's works are his Commentaria in quator libros sententiarum, De reductione artium ad theologiam, Itinerarium mentis ad Deum, Breviloquium, and a number of treatises on ascetic theology, such as the Soliloquium, De regimine anime, etc. As secondary sources we have Della vera filosofia, etc., del Serafico Dottor San Bonaventura, by P. Marcellino da Civezza, Genova, 1874, and Die Lehre des Heiligen Bonaventura, etc., by Krause, Paderborn, 1888. Doctrines. Saint Bonaventure's philosophy is, like that of his two predecessors in the Franciscan chair of theology, a combination of Augustinian with peripatetic elements. Instead, however, of drawing from the psychology of Saint Augustine, the seraphic doctor draws rather from the mysticism of the Christian Plato, at the same time retaining in his account of the relation of form to matter some of the anti-Aristotelian tenets which had even in his day become part of the traditional teaching of the Franciscans. He is careful, like his great contemporary St. Thomas, to distinguish between theology, which has for object supernatural truth, and philosophy, which has for object truth of the natural order. He is inclined, however, to attach more importance than St. Thomas does to the emotional and volitional elements in philosophy, and to the affective, or the ascetico-mystic, aspect of theology. Still, it is possible to set aside for a moment the mystic and emotional elements of his system of thought, so as to enumerate the points of teaching in which he differs from St. Thomas, and to treat under separate titles his mysticism and his alleged ontologism. Metaphysics. All finite being is composed of act and potency. Saint Bonaventure, identifying form with act and matter with potency, teaches the doctrine advocated by Alexander of Hales, that there is no form without matter. This is one of the distinctively Franciscan doctrines. The plurality of forms is another. Besides the substantial form, which completes the being of a substance, there are subordinate forms, which are principles of ulterior perfection. With regard to the principle of individuation, that by which the individuals of the same species are differentiated from one another, Saint Bonaventure decides that the individual hoc aliquid is individualized both by the matter and by the form. Si tamen queras a quo veniet individuatio principaliter, dicendum quod individuum est hoc aliquid, quod sit hoc, principalius habet a materia, quod sit aliquid, habet a forma. Individuatio igitur in creaturis consurgit ex duplici principio. The doctrine of rationes seminales is another characteristic doctrine of the Franciscan school. St. Thomas accounts for the production of created substances by postulating the potency of the matter acted upon and the causality or efficiency of the agent which acts. Besides these, Saint Bonaventure postulates, on the part of the matter, principles created with the matter and cooperating with the agent in the production of the effect. Such principles he identifies with the rationes seminales, of which St. Augustine speaks. Psychology. In his psychology, St. Bonaventure enumerates memory, intelligence, and will as faculties of the soul, and distinguishes them from the essence of the soul. Quoniam egreduntur ab anima, non sunt omnino idem per essentiam. His theory of knowledge is best studied in connection with his mystical teachings. Mysticism. The mystical elements of Saint Bonaventure's system of thought are developed in his Itinerarium Mentis ad Deum and his De Reductione Artium ad Theologiam. He quotes with approval the teachings of Saint Bernard and of the Victorines, and in later times he himself became the favorite author of the orthodox mystics. All knowledge, he teaches, takes place by means of illumination. Now there are 4 kinds of illumination. Primum, lumen exterius, scilicet lumen artis mechanicae. Secundum, lumen inferius, scilicet lumen cognitionis sensitive. Tertium, lumen interius, scilicet lumen cognitionis philosophicae, et quartum lumen superius, scilicet lumen gratiae et sacrae scripturae. The lumen interius, the light of philosophical knowledge, starting from a knowledge of the sensible world and of first principles, which are natural gifts, enables us to rise to a knowledge of God. But it is only by the lumen superius, the light of divine grace and holy writ, that we can arrive at a knowledge of salutary truth, that is, of the truth which is unto salvation. In the Breviloquium, Saint Bonaventure adopts the teaching of Hugh of Saint Victor, who distinguishes the eye of the flesh, by which we perceive the external world, the eye of reason, by which we attain a knowledge of ourselves, and the eye of contemplation, by which we rise to a knowledge of things above us. In the external world, we find a trace, vestigium of God. In ourselves, and especially in the threefold activity of the soul, memory, reason, and will, we find an image, imago of God. By means of contemplation of higher things, we rise to a knowledge of God in his nature and threefold personality. Or rather, we are lifted up from this ecstatic knowledge. For while it is possible without the aid of divine grace to know God as he is shadowed forth in nature and imaged in our own souls, it is impossible without the aid of divine grace to acquire any knowledge which is unto salvation, or to rise from the contemplation of higher things to a knowledge of the divine nature and the divine personalities. Ad contemplationem nemo venit, nisi per meditationem perspicuam, conversationem sanctam, et orationem devotam, quam illuminationem nemo novit, nisi qui probat, nemo autem probat, nisi per gratiam divinitus datam. In the highest grade of contemplative knowledge, the soul is united with God in mental and mystic ecstasy, excessus mentalis et mysticus, which is described in the last chapter of the Itinerarium as a state in which the soul leaves all sense and intellect, and is lost, as it were, in God. Si autem queras quo moda haec fiant, interroga gratiam, non doctrinam, desiderium, non intellectum, gemitum orationis, non studium lectionis, sponsum, non magistrum, Deum, non hominem, caliginem, non claritatem, non lucem, sed ignem inflammantem et in Deum transferentem. Is Saint Bonaventure an ontologist? Ontologism maintains 1. That God, the first in order of being, is the first in order of knowledge. Primum ontologicum est primum logicum. 2. That consequently our knowledge of God is intuitive, not abstractive. 3. That in the light of the idea of God, all our other ideas are acquired. Now, on the one hand, Saint Bonaventure teaches that we rise from a knowledge of creatures to a knowledge of God. Deus, qui est artifex et causa creaturae, per ipsam cognoscitur. Cognoscere autem Deum per creaturas, hoc est proprie viatorum. Thus it is evident that Saint Bonaventure does not maintain the priority of our knowledge of God with reference to our knowledge of created things, nor does he maintain that our knowledge of God is intuitive. Moreover, his theory of cognition does not agree with the doctrine that we see all things in God. For while he maintains that some species intelligibiles are infused, he maintains at the same time that other species are acquired by the abstractive power of the active intellect, and that the mind was at the beginning a tabula rasa. Haec autem sensibilia exteriora sunt, quae primo ingrediuntur in animam per portas quinque sensum. On the other hand, Many of the teachings of Saint Bonaventure are capable of an ontologistic interpretation. He teaches, for example, that our knowledge of God and of the soul is independent of all sense knowledge. Necessario enim oportet ponere, quod anima novit Deum et se ipsam, et quae sunt in se ipsa, sine adminiculo sensum exteriorum. He also teaches that the first object of our knowledge is God. Esse igitur quod primo cadit in intellecto, et illud esse est quod est actus purus. Restat igitur quod illud esse est esse divinum. The context, however, shows that these two passages do not prove Saint Bonaventure to be an ontologist. He himself explains that the doctrine contained in the first passage agrees with the Aristotelian principle nihil est in intellectu quod prius non fuerit in sensu, and he gives the key to the second passage when he explains the difference between the intellectus apprehendens, which may understand the effect without understanding the cause, and the intellectus resolvens, which, if it fully quote-unquote resolves the effect, must include in a knowledge of the effect a knowledge of the cause, and in the knowledge of any creature the knowledge of God. Besides, when in a treatise which is professedly mystic, the seraphic doctor speaks of God as the first object of knowledge, he may be understood to mean that a knowledge of God is the beginning of that knowledge which is unto salvation. Historical position. Saint Bonaventure is the type of the orthodox mystic. He reproduces the principles of the Victorine school without any of the exaggerations which characterize the later representatives of that school. He does not oppose the study of philosophy or the use of dialectic. To the amo ut intelligam of the mystics, he adds the intellego ut credam and the credo ut intelligam of the dialecticians. He became, as has been said, the favorite author of the mystics of later times. Gerson, for instance, writes, "Si queratur a me, quis inter ceteros doctores plus videatur idoneus, respondeo sine prejudicio quod Dominus Bonaventura, quoniam indocendo solidus est, et securus, pius, justus, et devotus." Roger Bacon. Life. Roger Bacon, Doctor Mirabilis, although belonging to the Franciscan order, is not a representative of Franciscan tradition. Still, he reproduces some of the Franciscan doctrines, and for this reason he may be associated with Alexander of Hales and Saint Bonaventure. He was born near Ilchester in Gloucestershire in the year 1214. He studied at Oxford, where he had for masters Edmund Rich, Robert Greathead, and Richard Fitzaker, or Fishaker, from whom he imbibed a love for linguistic, mathematical, and physical sciences. About the year 1245 he repaired to Paris, more sui gentis, as Brooker says, there to complete his studies. He listened, not very respectfully as his writings show, to Alexander of Hales and possibly to Albert the Great. Returning to Oxford, he joined the Franciscan order and became one of the most famous masters at that university. His career, however, was as brief as it was brilliant. He was exiled by the authority of his superiors, for what reason we are not told, and lived from 1257 to 1267 in what was virtually a prison belonging to his order in Paris. In 1267 he was liberated by order of Clement IV and returned to Oxford. In 1278 he was again imprisoned on the charge of insubordination and on account of his violent attacks on the religious orders and the highest clergy. He was liberated in 1292, but so little notice did the master once so famous now attract that not even the date of his death is recorded. Sources. Bacon's principal works are Opus Maius, Opus Minus, an epitome of the Opus Maius, and Opus Tertium. Besides these, he left a Compendium Philosophiae. The Opus Maius was published by Jebb in 1733 and by Bridges, Oxford, 1897. In 1859, Brewer published the remaining works of Bacon, London, 1859. An excellent study of the life of Bacon is found in the work of M. Charles Roger Bacon, Paris, 1861. Consult also article by Narbet in Revue des Questions Historiques, January 1894, and Podcast, Wegweise, page 130. Doctrines. Reform of scientific method. Roger Bacon is rightly regarded as the precursor of his namesake Francis Bacon, for he was the first to attempt to reform science by advocating the use of observation and experiment. He advocated also the study of mathematics and of languages. But although his efforts were supported by papal authority as long as Clement IV lived, Bacon never attained even a momentary success. The age was not yet tired of metaphysical speculation, and besides, the intemperate zeal which Roger Bacon expended on the cause of scientific reform was of itself sufficient to bring about the failure of his efforts. He rightly insisted on the use of observation in the investigation of nature. He was, however, not only wrong, but imprudent, when, without distinguishing between science and science, he condemned all use of deductive reasoning, even going so far as to say that mathematical proof does not convince unless it is confirmed by experience. Sine experientia nihil sufficienter sciri potest. Moreover, Roger was somewhat boastful. In his Opus Maius addressed to Clement IV, he said that he had invented a system of universal grammar by means of which anyone might learn Hebrew, Greek, Latin, and Arabic within a few days, infra paucissimas dies. So enthusiastic was he for the study of language that in the same work he advanced the extraordinary opinion that all Christians should read the Scriptures in the original Hebrew and Greek. These exaggerations had their natural effect. Bacon was regarded as a fanatic. He not only failed to influence the thought of his age, but even placed in the way of scientific reform obstacles which were not removed until the end of the scholastic era. Philosophy. When Roger Bacon declared that he would burn all the books of Aristotle if he possessed them, he is to be understood as speaking of the translations of Aristotle, which he justly condemned as inaccurate. He held Aristotle in the greatest reverence, and next to Aristotle he esteemed Avicenna. Indeed, he drew much of his philosophical and scientific doctrine from Arabian sources. He agreed with his Franciscan predecessors as to the plurality of forms and the existence of rationes seminales in matter. In his account of the active intellect, however, he goes over to the camp of the Arabian transcendentalists, and not only maintains that the active intellect is separate, but explicitly identifies it with God, a doctrine which, as we have seen, he falsely attributed to William of Auvergne. Et sic intellectus agens, secundum maiores philosophos, non est pars anime, sed est substantia intellectiva alia et separata per essentiam ab intellectu possibili. Still, Roger was convinced that in maintaining this doctrine he was not departing from the doctrine of the schools. He believed that he was merely interpreting St. Augustine's teaching concerning the rationes aeternae. The Arabian doctrine that human life and human action depend on the heavenly bodies, a doctrine which formed the theoretical basis of magic during the Middle Ages, is part of the philosophy of Bacon. Per caelum enim alteratur corpus, et alterato corpore excitatur anima nunc ad actus privatos, nunc publicus, salva tamen in omnibus arbitrii libertate. Scientific doctrines. These belong to the history of the physical sciences rather than to the history of philosophy. Bacon seems to have had some knowledge of the reflection and refraction of light, and in more than one passage in his Opus Maius, he implies that he was acquainted with the use of the telescope. Possumus sic figurare perspicua, ut faceremus solem et lunam et stellas descendere secundum apparentiam hic inferius. Figue thinks it probable that our philosopher used a combination of a concave mirror and a lens, and that by means of this combination he observed the heavenly bodies. In a work entitled De Secretis Operibus Artis et Naturae, which is ascribed to Bacon by Figue and others, we find interesting anticipations of modern inventions, such as locomotives, currus etiam possunt fieri, ut sine animali moviantur cum impetu inestimabili, flying machines, instrumenta volandi, and suspension bridges, sine columna vel aliquo sustentaculo. In the Opus Maius, page 318, the Milky Way is described as composed of many stars, habens multas stellas congregatas. Historical position. Roger Bacon resembled Abelard in his complete lack of respect for authority and scientific prestige. He spoke disparagingly of the irrefragable doctor, Alexander of Hales, saying that his summa was plus quam pondus unius equi. He characterized the great Albert as ignorant and presumptuous, and expressed contempt for the linguistic attainments of St. Thomas. He attacked the mendicant orders, the bishops, and the papal court. In this way he brought discredit on the cause which he was otherwise so well fitted to defend. He was certainly the greatest scientific light of the 13th century. Had he possessed as much prudence as scientific insight, he probably would have succeeded in his reforms and conferred inestimable benefit on scholastic philosophy. Albert, who was less of an innovator than Bacon, contributed far more than Bacon did to the advancement of science in the 13th century. Albert the Great. Life. Blessed Albert the Great, Doctor Universalis, represents the beginning of the Dominican tradition in philosophy. He was of the noble family of Bollstadt, and was born at Lauingen in Swabia in 1193. About the year 1212 he went to Padua, where for 10 years he devoted himself to the study of the liberal arts, including philosophy. In 1223 he entered the order of Saint Dominic. After completing his theological studies at Bologna, he taught first at Cologne and other German cities, and later at Paris, where he seems to have eclipsed all his contemporaries. He taught at the convent of St. James, from which, after 3 years, 1245 to 1248, he was transferred to Cologne, and it was to Cologne that he returned once more when, after 3 years, 1260 to 1262, spent in Ratisbon as bishop of that see, he resigned the mitre to devote himself exclusively to study. He died in 1280, leaving a reputation for extraordinary learning and almost superhuman knowledge of the secrets of natural science. Vir in omniscientia adeo divinus, says a contemporary, ut nostri temporis stupor et miraculum congrue vocari possit. Sources. Albert's works, comprising 21 folio volumes in the Lyon edition of 1651, reprinted Paris 1890, contain 1. Commentaries on Aristotle's logical, physical, metaphysical, and ethical treatises. In these, the text and the exposition of the text are not separated as they are in St. Thomas's commentaries. 2. Philosophical works, De Causis et Processu Universitatis, and De Unitati Intellectus contra Averroem. 3. Theological works, commentaries on Scripture, commentaries on sentences, Summa de Creaturis, Summa Theologica, and ascetic treatises such as the Paradisus Animae. Monograph, Zygarde's Albert de Grosse, translated in abridged form by Dixon, London, 1876. Doctrines. The philosophy of Albert the Great is mainly identical in spirit and content with that of his illustrious disciple, St. Thomas. There are, however, some points of difference, as, for example, in the doctrine of the existence of rationes seminales and the permanence of the forms of elements in a mixture, both of which are maintained by Albert but rejected by St. Thomas. It may be said, without detracting from the credit due to Albert as one of the greatest exponents of scholasticism in its final form, that it was his pupil who first imparted to scholasticism its most compact systematic developments. Logic is divided into two parts: the study of incomplexa, or uncombined elements of thought, and the study of complexa, that is, of judgment and inference. In the second tract of the book, De Predicabilibus, Albert takes up the study of the problem of universals, and answers each of Porphyry's questions according to the principle of moderate realism, which since the beginning of the 13th century had become the common doctrine of the schools. Metaphysics, or Philosophia Prima, treats of being and its most universal properties. Under this head is included also the problem of the existence of God. The proof on which Albert places greatest reliance is not the ontological, but the cosmological arguments. Cosmology. Albert teaches that God created the world ex nihilo according to exemplars, species et rationes omnium creaturorum, existing eternally in the divine mind. The world is not the best possible world. Psychology. The soul is an immaterial principle, the form of the body. Ex anima et corpore fit unum naturaliter et substantialiter. The intellect is a faculty of the soul, independent indeed of the body, non affixa organo, yet receiving from the organism the material of thought. It is not the intellect that is fatigued, but the organism, motus phantasmatum et discursus spiritus, which ministers to it. Albert composed a treatise in refutation of the Arabian doctrine that the intellect is one for all men. Scientific doctrines. It was as a student of nature that Albert showed the universality of his genius. He was an authority in his day on physics, geography, astronomy, mineralogy, botany, alchemy, zoology, physiology, and phrenology. His contributions to natural science are quite as important as his contributions to philosophy. Indeed, his chief merit as a philosopher lies in the fact that he did more than any of his predecessors to establish in philosophy the spirit of scientific investigation. It is true that he borrowed many of his scientific doctrines from Aristotle. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to criticize Aristotle and to reprove those who regarded Aristotle as infallible. Si autem credit ipsum Aristotelem, esse hominem tunc procul dubio errare potuit sicut et nos. He borrowed also from the Arabian and Jewish commentators of Aristotle, but he hints that personal observation led him to hold various physical doctrines which he did not feel justified in mentioning in his commentaries. Physica enim tantum suscepimus dicenda, plus secundum peripateticorum sententiam prosequentes, ea quae intendimus, quam ex nostra scientia. Dicta peripateticorum pro ut melius potui exposui, he says at the end of his book De Animalibus, nec aliquis in eo potes deprehendere, quid ego ipse sensiam in philosophia naturali. Albert's original contributions to natural science cannot be mentioned here except in a general way. He was the first to use the term affinity to designate the cause of the combination of elements. He rejected the current theory that baser metals may be changed into gold by means of the philosopher's stone. Still he maintained the possibility of transmuting one metal into another, for all metals are naturally produced by the earth from a combination of sulfur and mercury, argentum vivum. They differ, therefore, by an accidental, not by a substantial form. Albert's observations and experiments in botany, zoology, and physical geography are mentioned in terms of the highest praise by Humboldt. Historical position. Albert is, without doubt, the greatest of the Christian expounders of Aristotle who appeared before the time of St. Thomas. We have seen that he is not a slavish follower of Aristotle. He takes cognizance of the work done by the Jews and Arabians. He acknowledges the debt that Christian philosophy owes to Plato and the Platonists, and in the region of physical science, he advances by the exercise of personal observation beyond the doctrine of Platonists and Peripatetics. Great, however, as was Albert's erudition, for he seems to have been exceptionally well read in the literature of physical science, his knowledge of the succession of systems of thought was singularly inaccurate. He speaks, for example, of Plato as deriving certain doctrines from the Epicureans. Albert's chief merit lies in the success with which he expounded Aristotle's physical doctrines, and in the impulse which his own researches in physical science gave to the investigation of nature. He was lacking in the power of synthesizing the scattered elements of knowledge into a compact system of thought. In this respect he was excelled by his illustrious pupil St. Thomas, whose future glory he foretold, and whose renown as a teacher outshone his own, throwing greater luster on the Church and on the order of St. Dominic, to which both Albert and St. Thomas belonged. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38, Part 1 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 38, St. Thomas of Aquin. Life. St. Thomas, surnamed the Angelic Doctor, belonged to the noble family of Aquino, which was related to the imperial family and to the royal houses of Aragon, Sicily, and France. His father was Count of Aquino, Belcastro, and Roccasecca. In the fortress at Roccasecca our saint was born in the year 1224 or 1225. When 5 years old he was sent to the monastery of Monte Cassino, where his uncle Sinbald ruled as abbot. There, in the midst of the struggles between the papacy and the empire, struggles in which the abbot, as feudal lord of a large province, was obliged to take sides, the monks continued to teach and to cultivate learning, and there, according to tradition, the young Thomas began to occupy his mind with the question, Quid est Deus? He studied grammar, poetry, rhetoric, logic, and perhaps the elements of philosophy. In 1236 Sinbald died, and shortly after that event the community of Monte Cassino was broken up for a time, and St. Thomas returned to his father's castle. After a brief sojourn at home, St. Thomas was sent to the University of Naples. The change from Monte Cassino to the university was an important crisis in the life of our saint. The university was at that time dominated by the influence of Frederick II, an influence which was hostile to religion, or at least to the papacy and to the mendicant orders. The city, if we are to believe contemporary chroniclers, was a veritable hotbed of irreligion and licentiousness. St. Thomas, uninfluenced by these surroundings, continued to devote himself to his studies, having for masters Martinus in grammar and Petrus Hibernus in natural science. In quorum scholis, says Tocco, tam lucalente coipit esse igeni et perspicacis intelligentia ut altius et profundius et clarus alius auditor repeteret quam a suis doctoribus adivisset. In 1243 Thomas entered the order of St. Dominic. His mother, Theodora, having looked forward to another career for her son, threw every obstacle in the way of his entering the order of preachers. She carried her opposition so far as to imprison him in the fortress of San Giovanni. Toward the end of the second year of his imprisonment, Thomas made his escape, and, the opposition on the part of his relatives having ceased, he was allowed to proceed to Paris in the company of John of Germany. He does not seem to have tarried at Paris for any length of time, but to have gone at once to Cologne, where Albert was teaching. This was in 1244 or 1245. Albert perceived at once the extraordinary talents of his pupil, and when Thomas's fellow students, failing to detect the intellectual greatness hidden under an extreme modesty of manner, surnamed him the dumb ox, Albert foretold the future renown of his pupil. Nos vocamus istum bovim mutum, sed ipse adhuc talam dabit in doctrina mugitum, quod in toto mundo sonabit. Tocco describes the student Thomas as follows: Coipit miro modo taciturnus esse in silentio, in studio assidus, in oratione devotus, interius collegens in memorio quod post modum effunderet in doctrina. Soon after his arrival at Cologne, Thomas was sent to Paris in company with Albert. There they remained until 1248. When in 1248 Albert was recalled to Cologne, it was decided that his illustrious pupil should once more accompany him and continue to study under his direction. In 1251 or 1252, by order of the General of the Dominicans, Thomas repaired to Paris, where he undertook the task of expounding the books of sentences. In 1256, this is the most probable date, St. Thomas received the degree of master and was placed at the head of the school at St. James as regens primarius. It is probable, however, that on account of the conflict between the mendicants and the seculars, the solemn inceptio did not take place until 1257. Mention has already been made of the part which St. Bonaventure and St. Thomas took in the controversy arising out of this dispute, and in the efforts of the mendicants to secure a favourable decision from Rome. While fulfilling his task as bachelor or assistant professor, St. Thomas composed his commentaries on the books of sentences. After his promotion to the duties of Master of Sacred Science, he continued to teach and write, taking up special points treated in elementary fashion by the bachelor who taught under his direction, and devoting himself to the thorough discussion of each doctrine in all its bearings. His fame as a teacher rapidly spread throughout Europe, and, in obedience to the commands of his superiors, he taught successively at Rome, Bologna, Viterbo, Perugia, and Naples. In his lectures, as well as in his writings, St. Thomas was actuated by a twofold purpose. He strove first to defend the truth against the attacks of its enemies, and secondly, to build up a system of theology and philosophy. The Summa Contra Gentiles and the Summa Theologica are proof of his ability both as an apologist and as a constructive thinker. The former work, begun at Paris about the year 1257 and completed sometime between the years 1261 and 1264, was undertaken at the request of St. Raymond of Pennafort for the purpose of defending Catholic truth against the Arabian pantheists and their followers. The latter work was begun at Bologna about the year 1271. It is St. Thomas's greatest work, his last and most important contribution to Christian theology and philosophy. For though the work is entitled Summa Theologica, and is in fact a summary of Catholic theology, it is also a summary of philosophy. It begins with the question of the existence of God, treats of the attributes of God, traces the process of things from God and the return of man to God through Christ by means of the sacraments which Christ instituted. It treats, therefore, of the creation and government of the universe, of the origin and nature of man, of human destiny, of virtues, vices, and laws, of all the great problems of speculative and practical philosophy. It is the key to the thought of St. Thomas. It contains the views of his more mature years, and whenever discrepancies occur between the doctrines of the Summa and the views expressed in his earlier works, the Summa is always to be taken as the embodiment of the mind of St. Thomas. During his career as professor, St. Thomas composed also the Quaestiones Disputata and the Quodliberta. When a problem, arising out of the interpretation of Aristotle or of the Lombard, was so complicated that its discussion would occupy too much space in the scholastic commentary, or was so difficult as to puzzle the bachelor, whose duty it was to expound the text of Aristotle or of the Lombard, it was made the subject of a special treatise by the master, and such treatises were called Quaestiones Disputata. The Quodliberta were answers to questions put to the master by pupils or by outsiders. When, therefore, we find the following among the questions answered by St. Thomas: Did St. Peter sin mortally when he denied Christ? Does a crusader who was returning from the Holy Land die a better death than one who is going thither? Do the damned rejoice at the sufferings of their enemies? We should admire the gentle forbearance with which he strove to remove the difficulties that lay in the way of minds less gifted than his. After the completion of the first and second parts of the Summa Theologica, St. Thomas took up his abode at the convent of his order in Naples, and there devoted himself to the completion of the third part. At the end of a year and a half, having reached the 90th question, he felt that he could proceed no farther with the work, and when his faithful friend Reginald urged him to continue, he answered in all simplicity, Non possum. In obedience, however, to the command of Gregory X, he set out for Lyons at the beginning of the year 1274, in order to attend the council that was being held in that city. He fell sick on the way, and when the Cistercian monks of Fossa Nuova, near Maenza, invited him to their cloister, he accepted their invitation. There he spent the last days of his life among the sons of St. Benedict, whose brethren at Monte Cassino had watched over his early education, and there, on March the 7th, he died while expounding the Canticle of Canticles. Character. Contemporary biographers and the witnesses, whose depositions are to be found in the Acts of Canonization, bear testimony to the exalted sanctity of the angelic doctor. The Lange Lingua, the Laudación, and the prayers which he composed for the office of the Blessed Sacrament testify to his great piety. Every page of his philosophical and theological works reveals the author's single-minded devotion to truth, his courtesy towards his opponents, and his extraordinary grasp of the great principles of scholastic philosophy and theology. Tocco describes him as Magnus in corpore et rectae staturae, quae rectitudine animae, respondet, animum nullo sensualis, passio perturbabat, nullius re preambat, affectio temporalis, nec ullius honoris inflabit ambitio, mira modo contemplatibus et colestibus deditus. Sources: The principal editions of the works of St. Thomas are the following: the Roman edition of 1570, known as the edition of Pius V, the Venetian edition of 1592, the Paris edition of 1660, the Parma edition of 1852, and the Leonine edition, begun by the Dominicans at Rome in 1882 by order of Leo XIII. The works of St. Thomas may be grouped as follows: 1. Commentaries on the works of Aristotle. 2. Commentaries on the books of sentences. 3. Exegetical works, i.e., commentaries on the Scriptures and collections of the opinions of patristic exponents of the text, Cantina Aurea. 4. Commentaries on the pseudo-Dionysian treatise De Divinis Nominibus, and on the Boethian treatises De Hebdon Mardibus and De Trinitate. 5. Summa contra Gentiles, Summa Theologica, Questiones Disputata, Opuscula, and Quodlibeta. On the question of the genuineness of the works ascribed to St. Thomas, of the Dissertatio Critica by De Rubius, which is prefixed to the Leonine and other editions. Philosophy of St. Thomas. In treating of the philosophical system of St. Thomas, it will be found convenient to consider: 1. St. Thomas's notion of science, doctrine of the interrelation of sciences, doctrine of universals, theory of knowledge. 2. Logic. 3. Anthropology. 4. Cosmology. 5. Metaphysics, including natural theology. And 6. Moral and political doctrines. 1. Notion of science, etc. A. Science is the knowledge of things through their causes. Scientific knowledge differs from knowledge in general in this, that it gives the cause, or wherefore, of a phenomenon or event. It is, therefore, defined as a knowledge of principles. For when we define science as a knowledge through causes, we mean primarily those intrinsic causes or principles which constitute the unalterable natures of things, and underlie their external, shifting, sense-perceived qualities. And since it is on the unalterable nature of things that laws are based, science may be defined as the knowledge of laws. It is concerned with what is changeable and contingent, in so far as the changeable and contingent contains the necessary and universal, which is the true object of scientific knowledge. B. Faith and reason. Intimately associated with the notion of science is the notion of truth. Truth is defined as ad aequatio re et intellectus. Now God is the source of all truth. He communicates it to us directly by revelation, and indirectly by giving us the power by which we acquire it. Science acquired in the former manner would be divine, while the science which we ourselves derive from experience and reason is human. Theology is partly divine and partly human. It is divine in its origin, for it starts with revealed truths as principles, and it is human in the course of its development, for it proceeds from premise to conclusion by the aid of reason. The distinction between divine science and human science is not a distinction of material objects, that is, of the truths with which each is concerned, but rather a distinction of formal objects, that is, of the point of view from which the same truths are studied in each science. The difference between theology and philosophy does not consist in the fact that theology treats of God, for philosophy also treats of God and divine truths. The distinction consists rather in this, that theology views truth in the light of divine revelation, while philosophy views truth in the light of human reason. This is the first and broadest distinction between theology and philosophy. There are truths which belong exclusively to theology, there are truths which belong properly to philosophy, and there are truths which are common to both sciences. The truths which belong exclusively to theology are the mysteries of faith, such as the Incarnation and the Trinity, which the human mind can neither demonstrate nor comprehend. These we know on the authority of God, who revealed them. The truths which belong exclusively to philosophy are natural truths of the lower order, that is, truths which have no bearing on man's destiny or on his relations with God. The truths which belong to both sciences are natural truths of the higher order, such as the existence of God. These, on account of the important relation which they bear to supernatural truth, are called the preambula fidei. They come within the scope and power of natural reason, and are therefore natural. Nevertheless, they are proposed for our belief, for though a knowledge of them is possible to all men, it is in point of fact attained only by a few. A paucis et per lungum tempus, et cum admixtione multorum errorum. Considering on the one hand the vital importance of these truths, and on the other hand the difficulty of attaining a knowledge of them, it seems natural and fitting that God in his goodness should propose them for our belief. Now, whether we consider the truths which belong exclusively to theology, or those which are common to theology and philosophy, we realize that the science which studies both classes of truths in the light of revelation, and the science which studies the latter class of truths in the light of reason, are distinct sciences. But while it is certain that theology and philosophy are distinct, it is no less certain that they are in complete harmony with one another. Ea quae ex revelatione divina per fidem tenenter non possunt naturali cognitioni esse contraria. This principle, which may be said to be implied in every system of Christian speculation, is explicitly proved by the following consideration. God is the author of all knowledge, natural as well as revealed. It is, therefore, he who teaches us, not only when, by means of the revelation which he has vouchsafed to grant us, we attain the knowledge of truth in the supernatural order, but also when, by the natural powers, which also are his gift, we discover truth in the natural order. Now it is impossible that God should contradict himself. It is, therefore, impossible that there should exist a contradiction between natural truth and truth of the supernatural order. But this is not all. Not only does faith not contradict reason, it strengthens and supplements reason. Faith introduces us into a new world of truth, into a world where everything is novel and strange, but where, nevertheless, an intelligent ruler reigns, where, consequently, we find that everything obeys the inexorable laws of thought which rule the natural world, for a mystery is not a contradiction. Thus is the horizon of knowable truth enlarged by revelation, and faith becomes the complement of reason. St. Thomas was fully convinced of the limitations of human thought. He did not, it is true, draw the limits of thought so closely as Mansell and Spencer have done. He possessed more confidence than they in the power of the human mind to attain truth. Still, he recognized the principle that the human mind, however high it may soar, must some time or other reach a level beyond which it cannot rise, and at which all natural knowledge ends. He differed, however, from the agnostic, and the difference is radical, in this, that while beyond the region of knowledge the modern philosopher places the region of nescience, St. Thomas taught that where science ends, faith begins, and that faith is a kind of knowledge. Faith is the assent to truth on account of the authority of God. Assentit autem intellectus, aliqui dupliciter, una modo quia ad hoc moviter, ad ipso objecto, quod est per saepsum cognitum, sucet partet in primis principis, quorum est intellectus, vel per aliid cognitum, sicut partet inclusionibus, quorum est scientia. Alio modo intellectus assentit aliqui, non quia sufficienter moviter ab objecto proprio, sed per quamdam electionem voluntari declinans in unum partem, et si quidem hoc sit cum dubitatione et formidine alterius partis erit opinio, si autem sit cum certitudine absque tale formidine erit fides. Faith, therefore, in so far as it depends on the will, is meritorious, while in so far as it is a firm assent and excludes doubt, it adds to our knowledge. Knowledge, coextensive with reality, is divided into the realm of science and the realm of faith, and these realms are continuous. Moreover, all faith is radically reasonable, for belief rests on the authority of God, and reason tells us that God can neither deceive nor be deceived. Dicendum quod ea quae subsunt fidei dupliciter considerari possunt, uno modo in speciali, et sic non possunt esse simul visa et credita, alia modo in generali scilicet sub communi ratione credibilis, et sic sunt visa ab eo qui credit, non enim crederet, nisi videret ea esse credenda. From the foregoing principles, it follows that science can aid faith, 1. By furnishing the motives of credibility and by establishing the preambles of faith. 2. By supplying analogies which enable us to represent to ourselves truths of the supernatural order. 3. By solving the objections which the opponents of faith urge against supernatural truth. St. Thomas subscribed to the twofold principle of scholasticism: credo ut intelligam, intelligo ut credam. St. Thomas's doctrine concerning the relations between revelation and reason may be summed up in the propositions: 1. The domain of faith is distinct from the domain of reason. 2. The former is a continuation of the latter. Here we find expressed the thought which agitated the minds of the schoolmen during the first two periods of scholasticism. The thought, namely, that revelation is reasonable and that reason is divine. This thought, which was held in solution in every system of scholasticism, from the extreme mysticism of Erigena to the extreme rationalism of Abelard, both of whom, though for different reasons, identified theology with philosophy, is now at last crystallized, and the Protestant as well as the Catholic apologist of Christianity will today acknowledge that nowhere can there be found a better statement of the relation between revelation and reason than in the principles formulated by St. Thomas. The doctrine of St. Thomas on this point is of interest not merely to the apologist, but also to the philosopher. For every effort at philosophical construction is an effort at establishing continuity. The Greeks, while they distinguished mind and matter, taught that there exists no antagonism between them, and it was in a similar spirit of constructive synthesis that St. Thomas, while clearly distinguishing the province of theology from that of philosophy, established once for all the continuity of the supernatural with the natural, of revelation with reason. It is this aspect of the question that gives it its importance in the history of philosophy. C. Division of sciences. St. Thomas divides the sciences, in accordance with Aristotle's scheme of classification, into physical, mathematical, and metaphysical. All science is abstraction, that is, separation or analysis, of the complex totality of phenomena. The physical, mathematical, and metaphysical sciences represent ascending grades of abstraction. D. Doctrine of universals. All science is concerned with the abstract, and therefore with the universal. Of singular things, in so far as they are singular, there is no science. But the universal, though abstract, is real. St. Thomas regards the nominalist denial of the reality of universals as a denial of the reality of all science. He does not, however, agree with the Platonic realists, who teach that the universal exists outside the mind as a universal, in the same way as it exists in the mind. The universal existed ante rem in the mind of God, as exemplar cause. It exists post rem in the human mind as an idea or image extracted from concrete things, and it exists in re as the essence or quiddity of things. But the universal in re is not formally universal. The mind, reflecting that the universal quiddity is predicable of many, invests this quiddity with the formal aspect of universality. Quod est commune multus, non est aliquid, praeter multa nisi sola ratione, cum dicita universale abstractum, duo intelliguntur, scilicet ipsa natura re et abstractio, su universalitas, ipsa igitur natura re, qui accidit, vel intelligi, vel abstrahi, vel intentio, universalitatis, non est nisi in singularibus, sed hoc ipsum, quod est intelligi, vel abstrahi, vel intentio universalitas, est in intellectu. Licit natura generis, et speciae numquam sit nisi in his individuis. Intelligit tamen intellectus, naturam speciae et generis, non intelligendo, principio individuantia, et hoc est intelligere universalia. Universalia, secundum quod sunt universalia, non sunt nisi in anima, ipsae autem naturae, quibus accidit intentio universalitatis, sunt in rebus. The sciences, therefore, are real because the universal is real. The sciences, however, differ in many respects. The same method is not to be employed in different sciences, neither is the same certitude to be sought in each. Ad hominem bene disciplinatum, id est, bene instructum, pertinet ut tantum, certitudinis quarat, in unaquaque materia, quantum natura re patitur. Theology rests on the authority of revelation. In the other sciences, the principal means of arriving at truth is the use of our own reason and the employment of induction or deduction. According to the nature of the science, authority holds a very unimportant place. Studium sapientiae non est ad hoc quod, sciatur quid homines censorint, sed qualiter se habeat veritas rerum. St. Thomas maintains that in matters scientific, the argument from authority is the weakest of all arguments, and thus condemns those who would solve the problems of philosophy by an appeal to the works of Aristotle or of some other master. C. Theory of knowledge. St. Thomas's theory of knowledge is conditioned by his psychological doctrines. It is possible, however, to describe his epistemological doctrines in general terms without entering for the present into an account of his psychological system. All knowledge begins with sense knowledge. The senses, the intellectual faculties, and the authority of others are the sources of our knowledge, and in normal conditions they are reliable sources. With respect to the senses, St. Thomas, following Aristotle, distinguishes four classes of objects: the sensibile per se, the sensibile per accidens, the sensibile proprium, and the sensibile commune. The sensibilia propria are colour, taste, sound, etc., and the sensibilia communia are size, motion, shape, etc. The former exist potentially in the object, independently of the sense. Actually, however, taste, for example, does not exist except when it is perceived. But while St. Thomas makes this concession to idealism, he maintains, in opposition to the fundamental tenet of the idealists, that what we first perceive is not the mental process which takes place within us, but the physical counterpart of that process which exists in the world outside. He is an advocate, a presentative or immediate, as opposed to representative or mediate perception. He teaches that the senses are in immediate contact with the object, as far as consciousness is concerned, although, as we shall see, he holds that between the senses and the object there are certain media of communication, specie sensibiles, which do not appear in direct consciousness. Quidam posuerunt, quod sensus non setit, nisi passionem sui organi, sed haec opinio manifestae apparet falsa. Specie secundario est id quod intelligitur, id quod intelligitur primo est res. He explains the illusions of sense by referring them to one or other of the following causes. 1. The sense organ is not in its normal condition. 2. It is a question of a sensibile per accidens, not of a sensibile per se. With regard to the sensibilia communia, St. Thomas does not realize the important part played by interpretation in processes which are apparently cases of intuitive perception. He admits, however, the fact that interpretation plays a part in these processes. Naturas sensibilium, qualitatem, cognoscere, non est sensus, sed intellectus. Intellectual knowledge is derived from sense knowledge. The intellect, by its immaterial energy, separates or puts aside all the material conditions of the sense image, leaving the immutable universal element which represents itself on the mind as an immaterial idea. The process is one of abstraction or separation. If, then, sense knowledge is a source of truth, intellectual knowledge is also a source of truth, for the mind adds nothing to the sense image. It merely brings to light the intellectual element therein contained. But, though it is customary to speak of the truth of the senses and of the truth of the act by which the intellect abstracts universal ideas, yet truth full-fledged, so to say, is not found except in judgment and reasoning. Now we form a judgment by virtue of an innate power of the mind, by what may be called a natural sensitiveness to the light of evidence, and propositions, as they present themselves to us, are evident either immediately or through the medium of other and more evident propositions. In this way, by the power of judgment, we arrive at a knowledge of first principles, and at a knowledge of conclusions, which, when organized, is properly called science. But what is knowledge? St. Thomas describes it as a vital process in which the subject is rendered like the object by a process of information. Omnis cognitio, fit per assimilationem, cognoscentis et cogniti. He likens it to the process by which the seal impresses its form on the wax. The object, whether it be composed of matter and form, or be pure form, is what is by virtue of the form. Now, when the object becomes known, it impresses its form on the mind, causing the mind not to be the object, but to know the object. Moreover, in the act of knowledge, subject and object become one in the ideal order, an expression which means merely that the object becomes known by us and we become knowing the object. Beyond these somewhat general expressions, St. Thomas does not attempt to describe the nature of knowledge, realizing perhaps the impossibility of describing knowledge in terms more elementary than the term knowledge itself. 2. Logic. In logic, St. Thomas did not make any notable addition to the doctrine of Aristotle. The opusculum, entitled Summa Tertius Logicae, which was ascribed to St. Thomas, is the work of some disciple of the saint, perhaps of Hervé of Nedelec, died 1323. It is a compendium of the treatises which formed the body of Aristotelian logical doctrine. 3. Anthropology. The central doctrine in St. Thomas's teaching concerning man is that of the substantial union of soul and body. Body and soul are co-principles of the substantial unit which is man. They are united as matter and form. Complete substantial nature belongs neither to the soul alone, nor to the body alone, but to the compound of both. It is the compound which is and acts. It is by virtue of the soul that man is a rational being, a substance, a being. It is by virtue of the soul that the body has whatever it possesses. But just as the body requires the soul in order to be what it is, and to move and live, the soul requires the body for its natural being and operation. It is true that the soul is superior to matter, that in the highest operations of the mind it is intrinsically independent of the body, and that it is capable of surviving the body. But it is none the less true that there is no operation of the soul, however high, in which the body has not its share, and that after its separation from the body, the soul is, as it were, in an unnatural state, until it is reunited with the body after the body's resurrection. The soul is defined as primum principium vitae in his quae apud nos vivant, and life is defined as self-originating motion. Iliud enim propriae vivere dicimus, quod insaipso habet, principium motus vel operationis cujuscumque. Thus, although the eye, the heart, etc., are principles of vital functions, they are not the radical principles of those functions. For if these, as bodies, were the first principles of life, all bodies would be endowed with life. The soul is, therefore, the radical principle of all vital functions. Since life is the power of self-motion, or as we should say, the power of adaptation, living beings are arranged in a scale of ascending perfection according to the degree in which they possess the power of self-motion. In this way St. Thomas is led to distinguish plant life, animal life, and intellectual life, and to this distinction corresponds the distinction of vegetative soul, sensitive soul, and rational soul. All life is a triumph of form over matter, of activity over inertia, of initiative force over indeterminateness, and the greater the triumph, the higher the form of life. The soul, then, and by soul is meant not merely mind, but the principle of all vital activity, is united substantially with the body. The union is no mere accidental union, as Plato taught, for consciousness tells us that it is the same substance which thinks and speaks and moves and eats. Neither are there forms intermediate between soul and body, as the Neo-Platonists taught, for although there is no quantitative contact between soul and body, there is the contact of immediate action and reaction, contactus virtuitis, as the facts of consciousness prove. Thus does St. Thomas, taking his stand on the empirical principles of consciousness, simplify the problems of epistemology by regarding man as the blending of what in modern epistemology would be called self and not self, and by refusing to look upon subject and object as separated by that chasm which every epistemologist since the days of Descartes has striven in vain to span. The soul is one, inextended, immaterial. Its immateriality is proved by the fact that in its intellectual operations it rises above all material conditions. It is present in every part of the body, although it does not exercise all its functions in each part of the body. It is present, totalitate essentiae, but not totalitate virtutis. But, though the soul is one, it has several faculties or immediate principles of action. In the Summa Theologica, the necessity of admitting the existence of faculties of the soul is proved by metaphysical reasons. In De Spiritualibus Creatoris, the same conclusion is reached from considerations of a psychological nature. The faculties of the soul are 1. Locomotive, 2. Vegetative or nutritive, 3. Cognitive, sensitive, 4. Cognitive, intellectual, and 5. Appetitive, which includes sensitive appetite and rational appetite or will. This division is expressly attributed to Aristotle. All the faculties of the soul are vital, and their operations are immanent. Some, however, are wholly dependent on states of the organism, while others are immaterial, that is, independent of bodily states, or more generally, of all the conditions of matter. To this class belong the intellectual faculties. St. Thomas, it is true, admits that, as Aristotle taught, there is nothing in the intellect which did not come through the senses. Nevertheless, he maintains, and in this he is true to Aristotelian principles, that there is an essential distinction between sense and intellect. The intellect is incorporeal, a, because we can know incorporeal things. Nihil agit nisi secundum suam speciem, ea quod forma est principium agendi in uniquoque. Si igiter intellectus sit corpus, actio aegis ordinem corporum non excidit. Non igiter intelliget nisi corpora, hoc autem partet esse falsum. Intelligimus enim multa quae non sunt corpora, intellectus igiter non est corpus. B, because of our power of reflection. Nullius corporis actio reflectitur supra agentem, intellectus autem supra saepsum agendo reflectit. Intelligit autem saepsum non solum secundum partem, sed secundum totum, non est igiter corpus. C, because of the universality and necessity which the idea possesses. Propria operatio hominis, in quantum hujus modi est intelligere, per hanc enim differt ab brutus. Intelligere autem est universalium et incorruptibilium, in quantum hujus modi. The intellect, although immaterial and therefore intrinsically independent of the body, depends on the body extrinsically, and as it were accidentally, for the soul, being the weakest and most imperfect of spiritual substances, being in fact substantially incomplete without the body, cannot exercise its intellectual functions without the cooperation of the bodily senses. Having no innate ideas, it must obtain the matter of thought from the world outside. The senses are, therefore, the channels of communication between the soul and the objects of knowledge. This extrinsic or accidental dependence of intellect upon sense explains the phenomenon of mental fatigue. Si vero in intelligendo fatigiter corpus, hoc est per accidens, in quantum intellectus indiget operationem virium sensitivarum, per quaes phantasmata praeparentur. Intellect, therefore, while it transcends the world of sense, is accompanied in all its operations by bodily states, to which the operations of the intellect are correlated. St. Thomas is as careful to avoid the ultra-spiritualism of those who deny all interaction or correlation between the acts of the intellect and the organism, as he is to avoid the materialism of those who make the acts of the intellect depend intrinsically on material conditions. His doctrine on this point, while it in no way compromises the spiritual and immaterial nature of the principle of pure thought, leaves full scope to empirical psychology and to psychological investigation. From the distinction between intellect and sense, St. Thomas infers the conclusion that the soul is immaterial. It is a principle of scholastic philosophy that action is, so to speak, a measure of existence. Agere sequitur esse. The effect cannot be greater than the sum of its causes. If, therefore, the intellect, in the processes of pure thought, transcends all material conditions, it follows that the soul, which is the radical principle of such processes, is itself immaterial. Sic igiter ex operatione animae humanae modus esse ipsius cognosci potest, in quantum enim habet, operationem materialia transcendentem, esse sum et supra corpus elevatum, non dependens ab eo. The immortality of the soul follows from its immateriality. The proofs of immortality, although differently enunciated in different portions of the writing of St. Thomas, may be said to converge on one line of argument. The soul is immaterial, therefore it is naturally incorruptible. For instance, in the Quaestio Disputata de Anima, St. Thomas argues that a compound is subject to corruption per se by the loss of the form which gives it being, while a form, although incorruptible per se, may be corruptible per accidens. That is to say, it is liable to destruction if it is merely that by which the compound is, and if it has no being independently of the compound. Now the soul is a form, and therefore it is not corruptible per se. It is a form independent of the body as to its highest operations, and therefore it is independent of the body as to its being. Consequently, it is not corruptible per accidens. Therefore, neither per se nor per accidens is the soul subject to corruption. Towards the end of the article in which the foregoing argument is enunciated, St. Thomas shows that all who denied the natural immortality of the soul did so either 1. Because they held that the soul is a material substance, or 2. Because they held that the soul is intrinsically dependent on matter, even in its intellectual operations, or 3. Because they held that the principle of intellectual knowledge is not a faculty of the individual soul, but something separate, intellectus separatus, which is immortal, while the individual soul is corruptible. The argument is repeated in Contra Gentiles 2, 55. In 279 of the same work, the form of the argument is slightly changed. The soul is perfected by knowledge and virtue. Now all knowledge and all virtue are conditioned by a certain degree of separation from matter. Every idea that we acquire, every act of virtue that we perform, lifts us above the material conditions of life, and adds to the perfection of the soul. Death, therefore, which is a complete separation of the soul from matter, perfects rather than destroys the soul. End of chapter 38, part 1. Chapter 38, part 2 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 38. St. Thomas of Aquin. Arguing from the same empirical principles, namely, which are founded on a study of the operations of the mind, St. Thomas concludes that the soul is created. If the soul, in its intellectual acts, rises above the conditions of matter, it is impossible that the soul could be produced by material forces. Matter cannot produce an immaterial effect. For the same reason, because of its immateriality, the soul cannot by any agency be evolved out of the potency of matter. It follows that it is created. At the moment of creation, the soul is infused into the body. Creando infiditur et infuendendo creatur is a scholastic formula. The soul is naturally destined for the body. There is, consequently, no reason why it should exist before its union with the body, as Plato taught. It will be perceived that St. Thomas's system of rational psychology is based on experience. The central doctrine of this system, the substantial union of soul and body in man, is inferred from the facts of consciousness, revealing to us the oneness of the vital principle from which proceed not merely our intellectual actions, but also every other function of the living organism. It is from the facts of consciousness that the nature of the idea is determined, and from the universality and necessity of the idea are deduced in turn the immateriality and immortality of the soul, as well as the creationist hypothesis of the origin of the soul. The method of St. Thomas's psychology is therefore empirical, and not, as is too frequently alleged, a priori. It is true that St. Thomas appeals to such maxims and formulas as agere sequitur esse, but it should be remembered that such formulas are not a priori principles or premises arbitrarily assumed. They are conclusions established by empirical or rational investigation, and as such are perfectly legitimate principles of rational psychology, in the same way as the law of the conservation of energy, the law of the division of physiological labour, or any other generalization inductively established, has its legitimate application in physics or biology. Genesis of knowledge. St. Thomas teaches that there are no innate ideas, that the mind is at first a tabula rasa, pure potency in the intellectual order, just as materia prima is pure potency in the physical order. All knowledge begins with sense knowledge. Nihil est intellectu, quod prius non fuerit in sensu. Thus, for example, he says, deficiente aliquo sensu, deficit scientia errorum quae apprehenduntur secundum illum sensum. Sicut caecus natus nullum potest habere notitium de coloribus. The intellect, it is true, knows itself by its own act, but the act of the intellect presupposes the previous exercise of the senses. St. Thomas does not discuss in detail the nature of sensation, nor the manner and mechanism of the process of sense perception. He simply describes in a general way the conditions of sense knowledge and the action of the object on the senses. Sensation, he teaches, is the act by which the object produces a modification in the animated organism. The senses, therefore, are purely passive, or at most reactive. They do not produce anything. They neither make the object, nor do they, as modern theories of apperception maintain, group together the qualities of the object and unify them. The object acts, the senses react. Sensus non est virtus activa sed passiva. Sensus autem comparator ad sensibile sicut patiens ad agens, eo quod sensibile transmutatat sensum. The reaction is described as follows: sentire quantum ad ipsum receptionem speciae sensibilis nominat passionem, sed quantum ad actum consequentum ipsum sensum perfectum per speciem nominat operationem. Confining our attention to the passive phase of sensation, we next inquire, what is the nature of the change produced by the object in the organism? It is neither wholly material nor wholly immaterial. It is a vital change. It is not entirely material, because colour, for example, is not received in the eye in such a way as to colour the eye. Neither is the change purely immaterial, because we are speaking of the modification of material organs by material qualities. When, therefore, St. Thomas uses the phrase immutatio spiritualis to designate the change produced in the organs of sense perception, he uses it as opposed to immutatio naturalis, or wholly material change. This spiritual change is the famous species sensibilis, which is consequently nothing but a passio or affectio of the peripheral sense organs, a mode of motion and by no means a substantial entity. Now, according to a metaphysical principle well known to St. Thomas as a peripatetic formula, actio and passio are but two phases of the same reality, like the concave and the convex of the same curve. The action of the object and the modification produced by it in the sense are one and the same phenomenon, and the species sensibilis may therefore be defined as the physical determinant of sensation, inasmuch as it is received in the animated organism. The species sensibilis is not a miniature object, neither is it something which we first perceive in sensation and by means of which we are led to perceive the object. It is merely the vital phase of the stimulative action of the external object, a medium of communication between object and subject, but not a medium in the order of knowledge, for in normal conditions it does not rise into direct consciousness at all, the first thing perceived being the object itself. It is called a species, because by means of it, in the sense just explained, the object is perceived. This detailed explanation of the Thomistic doctrine of species sensibilis is rendered necessary by the persistent misrepresentation of that theory on the part of many writers on scholastic psychology. The misunderstanding is perhaps to be explained by the fact that St. Thomas has little to say about the species sensibilis. In the Summa Theologica he merely points out the difference between the Aristotelian doctrine of species and the atomistic doctrine of effluxes, and adds that the species is a mode of motion. Operationes sensitivae partis causentur per impressionem sensibilium insensum, non per modum defluxionis ut Democritus posuit, sed per quandam operationem. St. Thomas does not attempt to explain in what this operatio, this mode of motion, or, as we should call it, vibration, consists. Returning now to the study of the active phase of the process of sensation, we find that according to St. Thomas, the species is first impressed on the sense, species impressa, then consciousness responds, and by the actus consequens impressionem writes out, so to speak, a representation of the object, called the species expressa. Sensation in the passive phase is not knowledge, for there is no knowledge without consciousness. It is only in the active phase that sensation becomes knowledge properly so called. But how do we rise from sense knowledge to intellectual knowledge? How do we derive from the world of material things the universal and immaterial, which is the object of pure thought? St. Thomas recalls in his answer to this question the Aristotelian distinction between active and passive intellect. These, he maintains, are two faculties, not one and the same power viewed under two different aspects. The object, as it presents itself to the senses, is indeed contingent and singular, but hidden beneath the surface qualities which give to the object its individuality and contingency is the unalterable nature or essence which is universal and necessary. The active intellect, by virtue of its illuminative power, separates what is contingent and particular from what is necessary and universal in the object, in this way causing the universal and necessary element in the object to stand forth in the clear light of its own intelligibility, and rendering actually intelligible what was only potentially intelligible before. The actually intelligible element acts upon the passive or receptive intellect in the same way as colour acts upon the eye, producing the species intelligibilis impressa. On being received into intellectual consciousness, this impression becomes the intellectual expression of the object in the mind, the mental image of the object. Species intelligibilis expressa, verbum mentis. The idea which results from the abstractive process has a twofold aspect. Entatively considered, it is an accident or quality of the mind in which it is. Representatively considered, it is an image or representation of the object, functioning not as a medium in which we see the object, for that would be to open the door to subjectivism, but as a medium by which the object acts on our consciousness. The analogy between the function of the species intelligibilis and that of the species sensibilis is perfect. With regard to the chronological order of the genesis of our ideas, St. Thomas holds that the first idea which the human mind acquires is the idea or notion of being. By the notion of being, we must not understand a definite concept, such as the idea of being, which is the object of metaphysical analysis, but a vague concept of reality, more aptly expressed by the word thing than by the word being. St. Thomas adopts Avicenna's formula, quod primum cadit in intellectu estens. It is only after a long process of training that the mind, by reflecting on its own acts, comes to know itself. The senses, the natural windows of the soul, are open on the side which looks out on the external world. Consequently, our first knowledge is sense knowledge, and the first idea which we glean from sense knowledge is naturally the most imperfect, that is, the vaguest and least definite of notions, the idea of being. Ontologists have endeavoured to cite the authority of St. Thomas in favour of their doctrine that 1. God is the first object of our knowledge, and 2. In this knowledge of God we know all things else. St. Thomas, it need hardly be said, is far from confounding with the idea of God the idea of being in general, which is the first object of knowledge, and the constant substratum and indefinite residuum in all our processes of ideation. He is careful to keep apart the concept of being and the concept of God, for the former is merely an abstraction of the mind, existing as such nowhere except in the mind, and the latter is the representation of the first and greatest reality. When therefore he says, entis intellectus includitur in omnibus quaecumque quis apprehendit, he is speaking of the idea of being, which is the substratum of all our ideational processes, and when he says that we see all things in God, he explains his meaning as follows: omnia dicimur in Dea videre, et secundum ipsum omnia judicare in quantum per participationem sui luminis omnia cognissimus et dejudicamus, sicut etiam omnia sensibilia dicimur videre et judicare in sole, id est per lumen solis, sicut ergo ad vividum aliquid sensibiliter non est necesse quod videatur substantia solis, ita ad vivendum aliquid intelligibiter non est necessarium quod videatur essentia Dei. The emotions are treated by St. Thomas under the name passiones, by which word, following St. Augustine, he translates the Greek word pathe. It may seem strange to us that the schoolmen should treat of the emotions in connection with appetite and will, refusing apparently to recognize the importance of the emotions as mental states deserving to be coordinated with cognitive and volitional states in a classification of mental phenomena. Still, when we examine the nature of the emotions, we shall realize that they are intimately connected with volitional or appetitive states, that all emotion is, in a certain sense, a response to good or evil perceived. St. Thomas defines passion in its broadest sense as the change from a state to its contrary, or more strictly, from a more perfect to a less perfect state. The soul, being incorporeal, has no contrary states. Still, by reason of the body, it can pass from a more perfect to a less perfect state, and may be said by reason of the body to have contrary states. All the passions belong to the sensitive appetite, and are divided into two great classes, passiones concupiscibles and passiones irascibles, according as they belong to the concupiscible appetite, which has for object the good or evil as agreeable or repugnant in itself, or to the irascible appetite, which has for object the good apprehended as subject to some circumstance of difficulty or danger. The emotions of the higher or more spiritual kind, that is, those which belong to the intellectual appetite, are not passions properly so called, because they do not imply a transmutatio corporalis. Will is the faculty which has for its object the good apprehended by reason. Appetite is concerned with the good, just as cognition is concerned with the true. Cognition goes before appetite, and the nature of the latter depends on the nature of the former. Sensuous appetite, the tendency towards what is good for the body, follows sense perception. Rational appetite, or will, the tendency towards the rational good, follows intellectual knowledge. As the intellect cannot but assent to first principles, so the will cannot but tend towards good in general, bonum commune. With regard, therefore, to good in general, there is no freedom of choice. Choice is possible only in reference to particular goods. Now the intellect presents a particular good in such a manner that while we perceive it to be good, we perceive at the same time that, without it, good in general or universal good may be attained. This perception is the ground of freedom. The root of freedom, radix libertatis, is therefore the reason and freedom of choice. Liberum arbitrium may be said to include the action of the intellect as well as that of the will. Pro tanto necesse est quod homo sit liberi arbitri ex hoc ipso quod rationalis est. Comparing intellect and will, St. Thomas decides that, absolutely speaking, intellect is superior to will, although if we consider that the object of will perfects the will, and that some of the objects of will are superior to the object of intellect, we must, he says, decide that in this respect, secundum quid, will is superior to intellect. Melior est amor Dei quam cognitio, e contraria autem. Melior est cognitio, rerum corporalium quam amor. Simpliciter tamen, intellectus est nobilior, quam volantas. 4. Cosmology. The eternity of the world is not contrary to reason in this sense that, absolutely speaking, God could have created something ab aeterno, and therefore the origin of the world in time is not a truth demonstrable by reason. The world as it exists is good. Its goodness is apparent if we consider the end for which it was created. It is not, however, the most perfect world possible, for God, in his infinite power, could and can create a more perfect world. The world was created out of nothing. For all finite being, whether potential or actual, is dependent on God. Even eternal matter, if it existed before the production of the first forms of actual being, must have originated by virtue of the divine will. Creatio est emanatio totius esse ex non ente, quod est nihil. Every created being is composed, as we shall see, of potency and actuality. Everything in the visible universe is composed of matter and form. Matter is potency. Materia prima is utter indetermination, potentiality and nothing more. It is described ingenerabilis et incorruptibilis, uno, unitate, ordinis, tantum, and again omnium generabilium et corruptibilium est eadem materia, est sua potentia passiva, sicut Deus est potentia activa. Form confers actuality and specific determination. Forma secundum, id quod est, actus est, et per eam res ectu existent. Form is the principle of action and being. In living things it is the principle of life, and in all material things it is the source of all qualities, even of impenetrability and extension. It is important, in view of modern theories of matter, to note that according to the schoolmen, the actual extension of a body is due to the form, although the potency of extension comes from the matter. It is because matter contains the potency of extension that St. Thomas says, "Quantitas se tenet ex parte materiae." The form is the source of all actuality in material substances. It is the determining principle, causing the substance to be what it is. It is, therefore, the principle of specific distinction, the principle of individuation, namely, that by which individuals of the same species are differentiated. Not matter in general, for that enters into the specific definition and is common to all members of the species, but matter terminated by its dimensions. Materia determinatis dimensionibus signata. It follows from this, and St. Thomas admits the inference, that since the angelic nature is form without matter, there is no numerical distinction among spiritual substances. Sequitur quod impossibile sit esse duas angelos unius speciae, quod sunt individua, tot sunt species. The human soul is like the angelic nature inasmuch as it is spiritual, but unlike inasmuch as it is the substantial form of the body. It is individuated by the body, and after its separation from the body, each soul still retains a certain habitudo ad corpus which distinguishes it from other human souls. The principle omne quod movitur quantum ad aliquid manat et quantum ad aliquid transit is the basis of the Thomistic as it was of the Aristotelian doctrine of matter and form. Both St. Thomas and Aristotle assumed that there are substantial changes, and in order to explain substantial change, they postulated the existence of two substantial principles, the one, matter, permanent, and the other, form, transient. Space, although real, is not something distinct from the dimensions of existing bodies. It is not infinite, for it is coterminous with the limits of the actual universe, beyond which nothing exists except potential space, time. St. Thomas accepts the Aristotelian definition of time. In the Summa Theologica he teaches that it is the mind which alternates the present instant, thus, as it were, constituting the flow or succession which is time. Fluxus ipsius nunc, secundum quod alternata ratione est tempus. And in the commentaries on the books of sentences he quotes with approval the Aristotelian principle, si non esset anima, non esset tempus. Neither St. Thomas nor any of his contemporaries imagined the heavenly bodies to be composed of the same matter as that of the physical world around us. The matter of the terrestrial world is made up of the four elements. Celestial matter is different from terrestrial matter, or is at most only analogous to it. The heavenly bodies are incorruptible, because in them the form fills all the potency of the matter. Illa forma sic perficit illam materiam, quod nulla modo in ea remanet potentia ad esse, sed ad ubi tantum. 5. Metaphysics and Natural Theology. Being is that which exists or can exist either in the mind or outside the mind. It is opposed to not being, nihil. The notion of being is peculiar in this, that it can neither be defined nor divided because of the simplicity of its comprehension and the universality of its extension. Being is therefore reduced to lower classes, such as substance, animal, man, not by adding some difference distinct from being itself, but by bringing out explicitly in the lower classes what is implicitly contained in the comprehension of the notion of being in general. Hence, being is not to be predicated univocally of its lower classes. Being is the most universal of notions. It is, in fact, transcendental, that is to say, extending above and beyond all classes. It includes the highest reality as well as the lowest. God, who is pure actuality, as well as materia prima, which is mere potency. Between these two poles of existence range all created beings, for in everything created there is a dual composition of actuality and potency, actus et potentia. Even in the highest of the angels, immaterial as he is, there is not only a composition of essence and existence, of that by which he is, and the act of existence, but also a composition of substance and accident. In material things there is a threefold composition: 1. Of essence and existence, 2. Of substance and accident, and 3. Of matter and form. God alone is free from all composition. In him there is no matter or potency of any kind. His essence is his existence, his action is his substance. He is pure actuality, actus purus. Thus does the metaphysics of St. Thomas point heavenward, not only in the ultimate problems of the existence and nature of God, but also in its initial concept, the dualism of all created being. The principles of being, in the ontological order, prima principia essendi, are the four causes: matter, form, efficient cause, and final cause. Each of these is, in its own way, a cause, in so far as the effect depends on it. The principles of being in the logical order, prima principia cognoscendi, are immediate, analytical truths, sometimes known as axiomata or dignitates. The first of these, the starting point of all demonstration, is the principle of contradiction. For just as the notion of being is the first object of the act of ideation, and that on which all subsequent ideation is based, so the principle of contradiction, which springs, as it were, from the first elementary analysis of the notion of being, is the first object of the act of judgment, and the foundation on which all our other judgments rest. The highest classes of being are the categories substance, etc. St. Thomas, following Aristotle, distinguishes the first substance, which is the individual, or hypostasis, and the second substance, which is the universal substantial nature abstracted from the individual. First substance really exists as such. Second substance does not exist as such, except in the mind. It is the quiddity or essence which is expressed by the definition, and which, as thus defined, exists in the mind alone, for in concrete things it is individuated. The existence of God is a truth which is per se nota quod se. The proposition God exists is analytical, for if we could comprehend the subject of the proposition, we should see immediately that it includes the predicate. That of itself, the divine nature, includes existence, but we cannot adequately comprehend the subject of the proposition. For us, therefore, quod nos, the proposition God exists is not self-evident or analytical. Consequently, it must be demonstrated. St. Thomas, after examining and rejecting St. Anselm's ontological argument, proceeds to point out the 5 ways in which, by arguing from effect to cause, a posteriori, the existence of God may be proved. These ways are: 1. From the principles that whatever is moved by something else, quidquid movetur ab alio movetur, and that an infinite series of moving agents is impossible, non est procedere in infinitum. 2. From the relation between cause and effect, non est possibile quod in causis efficientibus proceditur in infinitum. 3. From the relation of the contingent to the necessary, si omnia sunt possibilia non esse, aliquando nihil fuit in rebus, non ego omnia entia sunt possibilia, sed oportet aliquid esse necessarium in rebus. 4. From the different degrees of perfection in things which exist, magis et minus decuntur de diversis, secundum quod approprinquant, diversa modi ad aliquid quod maxime est. 5. From the order and adaptation of the universe, quae non habent, cognitionem non tendunt infinem, nisi directa ab aliquo cognoscente et intelligente. But although we can know that God exists, we cannot comprehend what he is. Not even in that unobstructed vision of the divine nature which constitutes the supreme happiness of the blessed in heaven can the human mind fully and adequately comprehend the nature of God. Nevertheless, even in this life we can attain an imperfect knowledge of what God is, for we can proceed 1. By way of analogy, that is, by purifying from all imperfection attributes which denote perfection in created things, and predicating of God attributes thus sublimated, and 2. By way of negation, that is, by excluding from God such attributes as imply imperfection, and thus determining what God is not. Proceeding by this twofold method, St. Thomas shows that God is pure actuality, actus purus, from which it follows that he is infinite, perfect, one, immutable, eternal, etc. In relation to creatures, God is creator and preserver. He is the first efficient cause on whom all finite being depends, for he made all creatures out of nothing. He is also the first exemplar cause, because he made all things according to the ideas or types which existed in the divine mind through all eternity. He is, moreover, the preserver and ruler of the world. He watches over all his creatures and conserves them, for without his sustaining hand they would return to the nothing out of which he brought them. He cooperates in all our actions, in the natural as well as the supernatural order. Finally, he is the ultimate end for which all things were made, and to which all rational creatures tend to return. This last consideration brings us to St. Thomas's ethical doctrines. 6. Moral and political doctrines. The object of all appetite is the good. The end of all human action is happiness. Universal good, which is the conscious or unconscious aim of all rational action, is fully realized in the infinite good which is God. God alone, as St. Augustine taught, can fill the void of the human heart, and man will not rest until he attains the happiness which leaves no desire unsatisfied. St. Thomas teaches that it is derogatory to the dignity of man to seek final and ultimate happiness in anything short of the infinite good. Although the knowledge and love of God, in which consists the enjoyment of the infinite good, are to be fully realized only in the next life, yet here on earth there is an imperfect form of happiness which man may attain, aliqualis beatitudinis participatio in hae vita habere potest, perfecta autem et vera beatitudo non potest habere in hae vita. As constituents of this imperfect happiness, St. Thomas mentions health, external goods, and the society of friends. The moral goodness or evil of an action depends ultimately on whether the action leads to or averts from the end for which man was created, and proximately on the object, circumstances, and purpose of the action itself. Omnis actio in quantum habet, aliquid de esse in tantum habet de bonitate, in quantum vero aliquid deficit de plenitudine essendi, in tantum deficit bonitate et sic diciter mala. If object, circumstances, and end, intention, are good, the action is good. If any of these is evil, the action is evil. Hence the scholastic adage, bonum ex integra causa, malum ex quocunque defectu. Virtue is defined, bona qualitas mentis, quae recte vivitur, qua nullus male utitur. The theological virtues, faith, hope, and charity, are infused. Natural virtues, whether intellectual or moral, are acquired by exercise in the actions pertaining to such virtues, although the aptitude for one virtue or another, as well as the general aptitude for virtue, is part of the natural endowment of man. Virtutes in nobis sunt a natura secundum, aptitudinem et incoationem, non autem secundum perfectionem praeter virtutes theologicas, quae sunt totaliter ab extrinseco. St. Thomas follows the Aristotelian classification of moral virtues, basing it on the division of the objects of the passions. Sometimes he divides moral virtues into 4 principal or cardinal virtues. Law is the extrinsic principle of morality. It is defined quaedam ordinatio rationis ad bonum commune ab ea qui curam communitatis habet promulgata. A law, therefore, in order to be obligatory, must be reasonable. It must be for the good of the community. It must issue from the proper authority, and it must be duly promulgated. St. Thomas distinguishes eternal or divine law, natural law, which is a participation of the divine law and is promulgated by being written in the fleshy tables of the heart, and positive law, which is a derivation from eternal law and is divided into divine, ecclesiastical, and civil law, the state. The treatise De Regimine Principis is now universally conceded to be the work of 2 authors. The first 2 books are undoubtedly to be ascribed to St. Thomas. The other 2 were added by some disciple, probably by Ptolemy of Lucca. In the first 2 books of De Regimine Principis, in the commentaries on the politics of Aristotle, and elsewhere in his different works, St. Thomas expounds the following political doctrines. A. Man is naturally ordained for the society of his fellow men. Est homini naturale, quod in societate multorum vivat. B. Authority in civil society must have in view the public good. If it lose sight of this, it becomes unjust, antisocial, and tyrannical. Tyrannical authority is held in check by the authority of the Church, which provides for the spiritual welfare of all the faithful, and has the power, at least in the case of the apostasy of the tyrant, to absolve his subjects from obedience on the ground that the ruler is an apostate. Besides, if the rule of a tyrant is contrary to public good or to divine law, it ceases to bind in conscience. C. Tyrannical power is also held in check by the popular will. Tyrannicide is to be condemned. The redress to which the subjects of a tyrant have a just right must be sought, not by an individual, but by an authority temporarily constituted by the people and acting according to law. Nec pudenda est tales multitudo infideliter agere tyrannam destituens etiam si idem in perpetuum se ante subjecerat, quia hoc ipse meruit, e multitudinis regimine se non fideliter gerens. D. The aim of the state is not merely economical, but also moral, and from this principle St. Thomas deduces conclusions which are in remarkable accordance with modern political theories. For example, that it is the duty of the state to provide for the education of all its members and to see that no citizen suffers want. C. St. Thomas has no predilection for one form of government rather than another. He argues on general grounds that the unity of society is better secured by the rule of one than by the rule of the few or of the many. Still he maintains that the aristocratic and democratic forms of government are as legitimate as the monarchical form. He sets forth the advantages of a constitution in which all have a voice in the government of the state. Ut homines aliquam partem habeant in praecipitu per hoc enim conservator pax populi. And he lays down the general principle that it is not the form of government, but the fidelity with which the government adheres to the purpose for which it is instituted, that decides the happiness and prosperity of the subjects. Historical position. An organic synthesis of the elements of thought contained in preceding systems is as real an advance in the development of philosophy as is the introduction of elements absolutely new. In the one as well as in the other respect, the philosophy of St. Thomas is to be pronounced an advance in philosophical thought. St. Thomas synthesized the more or less fragmentary truths which, during the preceding centuries, the schoolmen had slowly gathered together, as well as the elements of thought which, during the early part of the century in which he lived, scholasticism had derived from Greek and Arabian sources. He perfected the scholastic method and consecrated to the service of truth the dialectic which rationalists had abused and which mystics had denounced. He gave to the doctrine of moderate realism its final expression, and enunciated a theory of universals which united what is true in Platonism with what is true in nominalism. He was the first to formulate a complete system of Christian Aristotelianism, thus pressing into the service of orthodoxy the philosopher to whom Arabian and Jewish unbelievers had looked as their champion in the warfare which they waged on Christianity. He determined for all time the true relation between faith and reason, and, while avoiding the extremes of rationalism and mysticism, gave permanent form to the thought which had inspired every Christian philosopher since the days of Justin, the first of the great apologists. And all this he accomplished not so much by creating as by transforming and assimilating. With a comprehensiveness of purpose which, in these modern times, seems nothing short of stupendous, he laid broad and deep the foundations of his vast synthetic system, and with a force and directness less easily to be attained in the rich confusion of modern thought, compelled every source of knowledge to yield him material for his work. He drew from the Scriptures, from the Fathers, from the philosophers of Greece and Rome, from his predecessors in the Christian schools, and from contemporary Arabian and Jewish philosophers. It detracts neither from the recognized importance of those who preceded St. Thomas, nor from his own just title to praise as an original thinker, to say that he perfected the work of his predecessors, and from materials which they supplied, reconstructed the edifice of Christian philosophy. What is new and wholly original in the work of St. Thomas is the spirit in which he addressed himself to his task, the sense of completeness which impelled him to leave nothing incomplete or imperfect, except in so far as everything human must be incomplete and imperfect. The mind appreciative of the value of truth, wheresoever truth is found, and the belief stronger and more deep-rooted in him than in any other schoolman, that all truth and all knowledge, from whatever source it is derived, is capable of harmonious adjustment. In point of detail, St. Thomas contributed to scholastic philosophy the doctrines by which the Dominican tradition was distinguished from the Franciscan teaching, the oneness of the substantial form in each individual, the doctrine of subsistent forms, the denial of the rationes seminales in the sense in which they were admitted by St. Bonaventure, and the affirmation of the real distinction between the soul and its faculties. It was on these points that, as we shall see, Thomists and anti-Thomists came to be divided. It is only when, as we study the history of later scholasticism and the history of the philosophy of modern times, we shall look back to the 13th century through the perspective of ages of less successful attempts at philosophical synthesis, that we shall begin to realize the true grandeur of the most commanding figure in the history of medieval thought. End of chapter 38, section 2.
Chapters 39 and 40 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yvonne Theodore. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 39. Thomist and Anti-Thomists. Sources. Besides the works of the philosophers to be mentioned under this head, we possess as valuable sources of information De Neflis, Carlitarium Universitatis Parisiensis, and articles by De Nefli, Earl, and others in the Zeitschrift für katholische Theologie and in the Archive für Literatur und Kirchengeschichte des Mittelalters. While St. Thomas was teaching at the convent of St. James, several of his doctrines, especially that of the unity of the substantial form in man, aroused violent opposition among his confreres of the order of St. Dominique. Of these Dominican opponents of St. Thomas, the most prominent were Roland of Cremona, Richard Fitzacre, and Robert Kilwerby. It was owing to the influence of Kilwerby, who was Archbishop of Canterbury, that the masters of the University of Oxford carried their opposition to Thomism so far as to censor as dangerous the denial of the rations seminales and the affirmation of the unity of the substantial form in man. This was in 1277. In the following year, however, all opposition on the part of the Dominicans ceased, and in a general chapter of the order, held at Milan in that year, those who had opposed the teaching of St. Thomas in England were censored. The Franciscans, jealous for the reputation of the great teachers of their order, Alexander of Hales and St. Bonaventure, made common cause with those who objected to the doctrine of unity of substantial forms, and to the denial of the rations seminales, doctrines which, as we have seen, were part of the Franciscan tradition. Foremost among St. Thomas's Franciscan adversaries were William de la Mare, author of the Corruptorium Fratis Thomae, Richard of Middletown, who was appointed to the Franciscan chair at Paris in 1281, John Peckham, who after teaching at Paris and at Oxford succeeded Kilwerby in the See of Canterbury, and Peter John Olivey, 1248 to 1298, who later on unsettled the idea of discipline in his own order by his defense of literal poverty, a doctrine which brought about his condemnation in 1283. Opposed to the doctrines introduced by St. Thomas were also the secular teachers, the chief of whom were William of St. Amour, Gerard of Abbeville, and Henry of Ghent. When on March 7, 1277, Stephen Tempier, at the request of John XXI, assembled the masters of theology of the University of Paris to condemn the errors then prevalent in the schools. The secular masters united with the Franciscans and succeeded in placing on the list of condemned propositions several, for example, numbers 81, 96, and 191, which were evidently meant to formulate the Thomistic doctrine of substantial forms and of individuation. Thus did the secular teachers of the university achieve a disgraceful triumph in the momentary discredit thrown on him, who had been the great champion of the mendicants in the controversy concerning university privilege. But while the opposition to Thomism was as short-lived as it was violent, the number and importance of the advocates and defenders of St. Thomas grew slowly but steadily as time went on. First among these were Ulrich of Strasbourg, a disciple of Albert the Great; Bernard of Hautain, who was Bishop of Dublin and died in 1298; William Macclesfield, who taught at Oxford; Giles of Rome; Aegidius of Columna, or Aegidius Romanus, of the order of Hermits of St. Augustine, surnamed Doctor Fundatissimus, 1243 to 1316; Peter of Argennes, who was probably a pupil of St. Thomas at Paris; and Godfrey of Fontaines, died 1304. Petrus Hispanus, 1226 to 1277, who in 1276 became pope, taking the name of John XXI, seems to have avoided the Thomistic controversy and confined his attention to the study of logical problems. His Summulae Logicalis became a textbook in the schools, and was known as the Logica Modernorum, in contradistinction to the Logica Vetus and the Logica Nova. He is said to be the author of the mnemonic lines Barbara Celerant. Vincent of Beauvais, died 1264, helped to popularize the current philosophical doctrines of his time in his encyclopedic treatise entitled Speculum Magnum, in which he adhered to the teaching of Albert and St. Thomas. The work was intended to cover the whole field of education as it was then understood. 3 portions, Speculum Historiale, Speculum Naturale, and Speculum Doctrinale, were completed by Vincent. The 4th, Speculum Morale, which is merely an extract from the writings of St. Thomas, was added by another hand. Hervé of Nidelec, Hervéus Natalis, who died in 1323, must be reckoned among the ablest of the first followers of St. Thomas. He is the author of many works on philosophy and theology, including, though this is by no means certain, the Summa Totius Logicae, found among the Opuscula of St. Thomas. Dante, 1265 to 1321, whose Divina Commedia has been described as Aquinas in verse, may also be counted among those who helped to give wide circulation to the philosophical doctrines of St. Thomas. The influence of St. Thomas and of the other great schoolmen was still preponderant in Paris when Dante studied at the university in that city, and his De Monarchia may be placed by the sides of the Treatise De Regimine Principis as a valuable contribution to the political science of the Middle Ages. Although the Divine Comedy was written at a time when scholasticism had begun to decline, and is therefore, as Ozanam so beautifully expresses it, the swan song of scholasticism, it embodies the best doctrines of the golden age of philosophy. The subsequent history of the Thomistic school involves a study of the philosophical systems of Henry of Ghent and of Duns Scotus, who are the most important of the earlier opponents of Thomism, and who alone of all the anti-Thomists left behind them a school of anti-Thomistic tradition. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40. Henry of Ghent. Life. Henry of Ghent, Dr. Solemnis, was born at or near Ghent in the first or second decade of the 13th century. Very little is known about his early life. In 1267 he became canon of Tournai. Later on he taught with distinction at the University of Paris and took part in the discussion which arose in 1282 concerning the privileges of the mendicants in regard to hearing confessions. Between 1284 and 1293 he made several journeys from Paris to Tournai. He died in 1293. But whether at Paris or at Tournai is uncertain. Sources. The most important of Henry's works are his Summa Theologica and his Quare Libe. The former was published at Ghent in 1520 and again at Ferrara in 1646. The latter was published at Paris in 1518, at Venice in 1608, and again at Venice in 1613. Monographe des Wolf Études sur Henry de Ghent Louvain, 1894. Embodied in l'Historie de la Philosophie Scolastique dans les Pays-Bas, etc., Louvain, 1895. Doctrines. Henry's system of philosophy agrees in its general outlines with the philosophy of St. Thomas. There are, however, some points of difference. 1. Relation of philosophy to theology. While agreeing with St. Thomas that philosophy and theology are distinct sciences, and that each has its proper object, Henry insists that philosophy is not to be studied for its own sake, but as an aid to theology. Non licet scientias philosophicas adesser nisi in usum hujus scientiae theologiae, que inem philosophicis scientias discunt finem statuendo un ipsis propter sae naturas rerum. Isti sunt que ambulant in vanitate sensus sui. 2. Principle of individuation. The principle of individuation is not matter with its determined dimensions, as St. Thomas taught, but a negative property of the suppositum or individual. Henry teaches that the remote cause of individuation is matter, inasmuch as matter is the basis of multiplicity, but that the proximate cause is something which is distinct from matter, although it is not a positive reality. Oputet is formas creaturiam individuari ut habeant rationem suppositae, sequi est in supposito praeter formam, quo habet esse hoc. Dico aliquid praeter materiam et praeter agens quod est quasi disipotio suppositae in quantum suppositum est. Sic ergo non nisi determination negationis, fit et individuatio es suppositae constitutio. 3. Distinction between essence and existence. Henry denies the real distinction between essence and existence, thus returning to the doctrine of Alexander of Hales and of the first schoolmen of the 13th century. He maintains the thesis, esse sunt diversa quorum cumque essentiae sunt diversae. 4. Plurality of substantial forms. Henry maintains that besides the rational soul, there is in man another substantial form, the forma corporitatis or forma communicationis corporalis. His argument is as follows: aliter enim nihil omni homo in generatione hominis generat, substantial sed tantomodo corromperet. This form is the famous mediator plasticus of later scholasticism. 5. Theory of knowledge. Misunderstanding the scholastic doctrine of ideation. Henry, while admitting in the case of sense knowledge the existence of the species sensibilis as a substitute for the object, denies the existence of the intelligible species on the ground that the phantasm, by becoming spiritualized, determines the intellect to the act of knowledge. In vi sensitiva apprehensiva requiretur species objecti, in vi autem apprehensiva intellectuus nulla species requiretur de objecto, quia ipsum objectum existens in phantasme factum universal praesens est et similicum intellectu. 6. Augustinianism. In more than one point of doctrine, Henry of Ghent returns the Augustinian and Platonic tradition of the 11th century. For example, he attaches great importance to intellectual memory, teaches that there is no real distinction between the soul and its faculties, and adds to the Augustinian doctrine of exemplarism the theory of a special illumination by which man attains a transcendent knowledge of the essences of things as they exist in the divine mind, and a supernatural truth. Naturalae enim appetitu bene desiderat homo saea etiam illa gae sunt supernaturitia cognoscenda cae secundum communinum illustrationem ad divino exemplare sine illustration speculare non potest attingere. 7. Superiority of will to intellect. Henry is the first of the medieval voluntarists. He maintains his superiority of will with respect to intellect. Intellect indeed precedes will. Nevertheless, will is the more perfect faculty, intellect being merely its servant. Omnino habitus et actus et objectum. Voluntatis praeeminent actuae. Habitui et objecto intellectus. Id circo absolut descendem quod voluntas praeeminent intellectuae et est altua potentia illo. Historical position. Henry of Ghent contributed to scholastic philosophy a very able refutation of skepticism. His renewal of the Augustinian tradition, which had been so important in the schools of the centuries preceding the 13th, was in keeping with the teachings of the Franciscan masters, and helped to prepare the way for the era of greater Franciscan influence inaugurated by Duns Scotus. End of chapter 40.
Chapters 41 and 42 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 41. John Duns Scotus. Life. John Duns Scotus, Doctor Subtilis, the most gifted opponent of Thomism, rises above the plane of mere controversialists and takes rank among the great schoolmen, if not among the greatest. He was born, according to some writers, in 1266, according to others, in 1274. Where he was born is also uncertain, the most common opinion being that England was his birthplace. At an early age he entered the Franciscan order and made his studies at Oxford, where the anti-Thomistic party was for the time triumphant. From 1294 to 1304 he taught at Oxford. In 1304 he began to teach in Paris. In 1308 he was transferred to Cologne, where he died the same year. Both at Oxford and at Paris, Scotus enjoyed a reputation as a teacher which was unequaled by even the greatest of his predecessors. Sources: the Opus Oxoniense, which together with other works was composed while Scotus was at Oxford, is a commentary on the books of sentences. The works, or rather the lecture notes, which he composed at Paris, were collected by his disciples under the title Reportata Parisiensia, or Opus Parisiense. The complete works of Scotus were published by Luc Wedding, Lyon, 1639. This edition was reprinted by Vive, Paris, 1891. Monograph, Plusanski, La philosophie de Duns Scotus, Paris, 1887. Doctrines. The philosophy of Duns Scotus is characterized by criticism and subtlety. Owing perhaps to his predilection for mathematical studies, a predilection which is said to be due to the influence of Roger Bacon, Scotus was too much inclined to reject as inconclusive the philosophical arguments of his predecessors. He attacked, without distinction of school, and apparently without the least respect for the prestige of a great name, the doctrines of Alexander of Hales, Saint Bonaventure, Roger Bacon, Henry of Ghent, and above all, Saint Thomas. Such is the subtlety of his speculations that even the mind trained in scholastic modes of thought has considerable difficulty in following his line of reasoning. Philosophy and theology. Scotus, while agreeing with St. Thomas that philosophy and theology are distinct sciences, insists on the inferiority of the former, maintaining that human reason is incapable of solving such problems as the immortality of the soul. Indeed, his doctrine on this point comes dangerously near to the Averroistic principle that what is true in theology may be false in philosophy. Divine attributes. St. Thomas taught that there exists only a distinctio rationis, or logical distinction, between the divine nature and the divine attributes, justice, power, etc. Scotus maintains that the distinction in question is not merely logical, neither is it real, but something which is partly real and partly logical, distinctio formalis a parte rei. This celebrated distinction, sometimes referred to as the Scotistic distinction, is not easy to understand. Its opponents contend that it implies a contradiction. It is more than logical, for it exists a parte rei, independently of the mind, and it is less than real, for it is a distinction not of things, but merely of formalities, which may exist in one and the same thing, as, for example, the distinction between animality and rationality in man. According to Scotus, the essence of things, as well as their existence, depends not on the divine intellect, but on the divine will. Matter and form. Scotus revives the doctrine of universal matter, which the first Franciscan teachers had borrowed from Avicebron. Ego autem ad positionem Avicebronis redio, et primam partem scilicet, quod in omnibus creatis per se subsistentibus, tam corporalibus, quam spiritualibus, sit una materia teneo. All created substances are therefore composed of matter and form. Scotus, with characteristic subtlety, distinguishes three kinds of materia prima. materia primo prima, habens actum de se omnino indeterminatum respectu determinationis cuius libet forme. Materia secundo prima, quae est subjectum generationis et corruptionis, quam mutant agentia creata, seu angeli, seu agentia corruptibilea. Materia tertio prima, quae est materia cuius libet artis et materia cuius libet agentis naturalis particularis. The substantial form is not, as St. Thomas taught, essentially one. It determines the matter to a higher mode of being, but this determination gives rise to an indetermination or potency with respect to a higher form. Thus, the generic form leads to the specific, and the specific to the individual, so that the more complete is the determination of matter, the greater is the plurification of forms in matter. Omnis forma sive plurificatio est de imperfecto et indeterminato ad perfectum et determinatum, de uno materiali ad plura formaliter distincta. Doctrine of Universals. In the Questiones Acutissime super Universalia Porphyrii, Scotus develops a doctrine of moderate realism. In his metaphysical treatises, he defends the plurality of substantial, generic, and specific forms, formalitates, which have an objective reality and a kind of unity inferior to numerical unity. In this manner, Scotus prepares the way for his followers, who built on his metaphysical doctrines a system of exaggerated realism. Essence and existence. Between essence and existence there is, according to Scotus, a distinctio formalis a parte rei. The principle of individuation is neither matter nor form nor quantity, but an individual property added to these. This property was called by the Scotists the thisness, hechetas of a thing. Scotus denies the Thomistic doctrine that there cannot be two angels of the same species. Simpliciter possibile est plures angelos esse in eadem specie. Voluntarism. The philosophy of Scotus is voluntaristic in its entire spirit. Scotus explicitly teaches that the will is superior to the intellect. Voluntas imperans intellectui est causa superior respectu actus eius. Intellectus autem, si est causa volitionis, est causa subserviens voluntati. St. Thomas taught that the intuitive contemplation of the divine essence in the beatific vision is the principal and indeed the essential element in man's final happiness. Scotus teaches that it is by the act of perfect love of God in the next life that final happiness is to be attained. In a similar spirit of voluntarism, Scotus holds that the natural law depends on the will of God, and that actions are good because God has commanded them, while St. Thomas, true to the principles of intellectualism, taught that natural law depends on the mind of God, and that God commands certain actions because they are good. Scotus maintains that human reason alone cannot prove the omnipotence of God and the immortality of the human soul. St. Thomas taught that these truths are demonstrable by reason. There are many other points of contrast between the tenets of the subtle doctor and those of the angel of the schools. The antithesis between the two great teachers is not to be explained by the, quote, wish on the part of Brother John to contradict whatever Brother Thomas had taught, end quote. It is an antithesis arising out of the difference in the mental temperaments of the two men, the difference between an intellectualist and a voluntarist. Historical position. Scotus is frequently described as the Kant of scholastic philosophy. He certainly resembles Kant in his refusal to accept without criticism any theory, no matter how universally received or how strongly supported by the authority of great names. The resemblance is accentuated by the fact that both Scotus and Kant are voluntarists, both maintaining that will is superior to intellect, and that human reason cannot demonstrate the truths which most vitally affect the destiny of man. But remarkable as the resemblance is, no less striking is the contrast between the two philosophers. Kant appeals to the moral consciousness to prove the truths which reason cannot demonstrate. Scotus, on the contrary, appeals to revelation. Scotus places the supernatural order of truth above all philosophical knowledge, and consequently his criticism is partial and relative to the natural order of truth, while Kant's is radical and absolute. For Kant there is no court of appeal superior to the moral consciousness. For Scotus, the supreme tribunal before which all truth is judged is divine revelation. Scotus inaugurates an age of talent rather than of genius. The influence of Saint Bonaventure, Albert, and Saint Thomas seems to have silenced for a while the contentions which distracted the earlier schoolmen. But now that the great constructive thinkers have disappeared, the intellectual knight-errantry of Abelard's day once more comes into vogue, and minds incapable of constructive effort devote themselves to analysis and controversy. It is among these lesser lights that Scotus, subtle and penetrating as his mind was, must be classed. For while he excelled even the greatest of the schoolmen in critical acumen, he was wanting in that synthetic power which St. Thomas possessed in so preeminent a degree, and which more than any other quality of mind stamps the writer or thinker as a philosopher. Thomists and Scotists. In Scotus, the opponents of Thomism found a champion. From this time forth, the Franciscan teachers followed the leadership of Don Scotus, while the Dominicans ranged themselves behind St. Thomas. The principal Scotists were Francis of Meyron, died 1327, surnamed Magister Acutus Abstractionum, and Antonio Andrea, died 1320, surnamed Doctor Dulciflus. During the 14th and 15th centuries, there appeared also the following Scotists: John of Basilis, John Dumbleton, Walter Burley, Dr. Planus et Perspicus, Alexander of Alexandria, Lecatus of Brescia, and Nicholas de Orbellis. The best known of the Thomists of this period are Gerard of Bologna, died 1317, John of Naples, died 1330, Peter de Palude, Pierre de la Palud, died 1342, and John Capriolus, 1380 to 1444, who was surnamed Princeps Thomistarum. In the course of time, the controversy between the rival schools absorbed the attention which should have been devoted to the development of scholastic philosophy in relation to the scientific doctrines introduced at the opening of the modern era. This, as we shall see, is one of the reasons why scholasticism failed to accommodate itself to the scientific movement. Chapter 42. Averroism in the Schools. When, in the first decades of the 13th century, the Greek text of Aristotle was introduced into the schools, and the Christian philosophers began to compose commentaries on the Latin translations made from it, the followers of the Arabian commentators commenced to give a more decidedly anti-Christian direction to their interpretation of Aristotle. In this way there sprang up two hostile schools of Aristotelianism, the orthodox Aristotelianism of the schoolmen and the heterodox Aristotelianism of the Averroists. The unity of the active intellect, the immortality of the individual soul, the freedom of the will, and the question of fatalism were some of the points on which the schoolmen and the Averroists differed in their interpretation of the philosopher. But the most characteristic doctrine of the Averroists, a doctrine which involved the denial of the most vital principle of scholasticism, was that what is true in philosophy may be false in theology, and vice versa. Towards the end of the 13th century, Averroism appeared in the University of Paris, and was made the subject of several ecclesiastical inquiries and condemnations. Its chief representatives were Ziger of Brabant, died 1282 or 1288, Boethius the Dacian, and Bernier of Nivelles. Among the opponents of Averroism are to be reckoned the great schoolmen who, like Albert and St. Thomas, composed treatises for the express purpose of refuting the doctrines of the Averroists, and controversialists like Raymond Lully, who undertook an extensive campaign against the errors of the Arabians. Raymond Lully. Life. Raymond Lully, Doctor Illuminatus, is in some respects one of the most remarkable figures in the history of medieval philosophy. His whole life was dominated by the idea of converting the Moorish world to Christianity. This he hoped to accomplish by the preaching of the gospel, by the refutation of the errors of the Arabians, and by the scientific demonstration of the revealed truths of the Christian religion. He was an apostle, a controversialist, and a theosophist. He was also an inventor, having contrived, among other things, a logical machine by means of which he hoped to prove all truth. Raymond was born at Majorca in 1234 or 1235. After spending some years at the court of Aragon, he entered the order of St. Francis and devoted the remainder of his life to the conversion of the Moors. He was stoned by the Mussulmans at Tunis in 1315. Sources. Raymond's works occupy 11 folio volumes in the Mainz edition, 1721 to 1742. The most important of his treatises, Ars Brevis, Duodecim Principia Philosophiae, and Ars Magna, were published at Strasbourg in 1651. Doctrines. Raymond Theosophy appears in the doctrine that all truths, including the mysteries of faith, are demonstrable by human reason. The doctrine, however, is not to be understood in the rationalistic sense, for Raymond maintains that reason, in order to attain the highest truths, must be aided by faith. Et sicut voluntas non posset amare objectum primum sine caritate, sic intellectus non potest intelligere primum objectum sine fide. Qui bene scit cognoscere et intelligere resque consistunt in intellectu et sensibiles, optime potest intelligere et cognoscere si voluerit, quod sicut esse dissonum rationi, quod tres dii essent, sic esse dissonum, quod tres personae divinae non essent. The logical machine which Raymond invented seems to have been contrived and constructed on the principle that not only are ideas representations of realities, but the combinations of ideas are representations of the truth existing in real things. The machine was made up of letters which symbolized the elements of thought, and of different geometrical figures such as circles, squares, triangles, etc., along which the letters could be moved so as to form different combinations, each resultant combination representing a conclusion, and each process of movement representing a proof. It is possible that Raymond was led to the idea of constructing a logical machine by his study of the Kabbalistic philosophy of the Jews. He frequently expresses his great admiration for what he calls the superabundans sapientiae, the mystic doctrine of Jewish philosophy. Est igitur Kabbala, habitus anime rationalis ex recta ratione divinarum rerum cognitivus, propter quod est de maximo etiam divino, consecutive divina scientia vocari debit. Historical position. Raymond's contemporaries did not agree as to the value of his contributions to philosophy and theology. Some regarded him not only as orthodox in his teaching, but as specially illumined from on high, Doctor Illuminatus. They commented on his works, and provided for the foundation of special chairs to perpetuate his doctrines in the universities of Barcelona and Valencia. Others, on the contrary, so vehemently denounced his teachings as heterodox that the Inquisitor of Aragon was instructed to draw up a list of propositions from the writings of Raymond and forward it to Rome. It is uncertain whether the propositions were formally condemned. It is, however, generally admitted that were it not for the savor of heterodoxy attaching to his doctrines, Raymond would have been canonized. Retrospect. Before passing to the fourth period of scholastic philosophy, let us look back at the period which we have just studied. It is the golden age of scholasticism. During the 13th century, Christian revelation and scientific knowledge were harmonized in the great synthetic systems of Christian philosophy. The dogmatic doctrines of the patristic period were welded into a more consistent body of theological speculation. The whole range of human knowledge was surveyed, and whatever was found to be true was given its proper place in systems of constructive thought. It was an age of vast creative enterprises in the world of speculation. It was an age on which the Christian philosopher and the Christian historian who have begun to understand it loved to dwell. They realized that it was not a dark age, but an age of enlightened faith, which more than any other understood the paramount importance of the supernatural element in life, and which, while it gave to reason its legitimate rights, was more willing than any other age to give unto God the things that are God's. During the 13th century, the Church triumphed in Italy in the temporary rule of her visible head. She triumphed throughout the Holy Roman Empire in the acknowledgment which emperors made of their dependence on the Holy See. But it was in the Christian schools of Europe, and especially of France, that she achieved a still more honorable triumph in the recognition of the true value of theological science, and in the universal acknowledgment of the principle that there can exist no contradiction between the data of revelation and the truths which human reason discovers. Soon all this was to be changed. The struggles with the empire, the exile to Avignon, and the Western Schism were to disrupt the external harmony in which sanctity and learning had thriven, while the growing influence of the Averroists and the decay of scholasticism were to bring about the final dissolution of scholastic philosophy by establishing the maxim that what is true in philosophy may be false in theology. The 13th century was an age of men rather than of schools. It was dominated by the personality of the great masters of scholasticism. It was an age of great intellectual activity. There was not, as is sometimes asserted, merely one school, and that an uninvitingly orthodox one. The unanimity with which the greatest of the schoolmen advocated the fundamental principles of scholasticism was compatible with a considerable degree of variety as to the details of method and doctrine. Roger Bacon and Albert the Great advocated the use of observation and experiment, and sought to introduce a reform in scientific method. St. Thomas refuted pantheism, innatism, and other errors, and gave a positive development to Aristotelian philosophy. St. Bonaventure formulated a system of Christian mysticism which was destined to become the inspiration of the orthodox mystics of later times. Henry of Ghent furnished arguments for the refutation of skepticism, and developed the exemplarism of St. Augustine. And Scotus inaugurated an age of criticism and formulated a system of voluntarism which should have stimulated the later scholastics to enlarge and strengthen the philosophical synthesis of scholasticism in presence of the dangers which were soon to threaten it. Indeed, it is only the superficial student of the 13th century who can fail to recognize that it was a period of immense intellectual activity. End of chapters 41 and 42. Chapter 43 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Fourth period of scholasticism. Birth of Occam to taking of Constantinople, 1300 to 1453. The causes of the decay of scholastic philosophy were both internal and external. The internal causes are to be found in the condition of scholastic philosophy at the beginning of the 14th century. The great work of Christian syncretism had been completed by the masters of the preceding period. Revelation and science had been harmonized. Contribution had been levied on the pagan philosophies of Greece and Arabia, and whatever truth these philosophies had possessed had been utilized to form the basis of a rational exposition of Christian revelation. The efforts of Roger Bacon and of Albert the Great to reform scientific method had failed. The sciences were not cultivated. There was therefore no source of development, and nothing was left for later scholastics except to dispute as to the meaning of principles, to comment on the text of this master or of that, and to subtilize to such an extent that scholasticism soon became a synonym for captious quibbling. The great Thomistic principle that in philosophy the argument from authority is the weakest of all arguments was forgotten. Aristotle, St. Thomas, or Scotus became the criterion of truth, and as Solomon, whose youthful wisdom had astonished the world, profaned his old age by the worship of idols, the philosophy of the schools in the days of its decadence turned from the service of truth to prostrate itself before the shrine of a master. Dialectic, which in the 13th century had been regarded as the instrument of knowledge, now became an object of study for the sake of display. And to this fault of method was added a fault of style, an uncouthness and barbarity of terminology which bewilder the modern reader. The religious orders, which had given to scholasticism its ablest masters, now devoted all their attention to fomenting the Thomistic and Scotistic controversy, thus frittering away on matters of trifling importance the gifts which should have been devoted to the more serious task of meeting the difficulties that sprang up on every side as the modern era approached. The external causes of the decay of scholasticism were, in the first place, the political conditions of the time. The 14th century was a period of strife between the secular and the spiritual power, of rebellion of princes, bishops, and priests against the authority of the Holy See, and of contest between the rival claimants for the chair of Peter. Religion seemed to lose its restraining power, and moral depravity, sorcery, and occult science corrupted that true sense of the superiority of things spiritual which characterized the 13th century. The universities, too, which had contributed so much to the success of scholasticism, and had received so much from it in return, now began to bring discredit on the scholastic system. At Paris, the course of study for the degrees in theology was shortened, and academic honors were distributed with more freedom than discretion, mere youths, impuberes et imberbes, being through favor awarded the title of master. Add to this that everywhere throughout Europe, institutions inferior to the great universities were accorded the right to confer degrees which had hitherto been the monopoly of Paris and Oxford. In the general relaxation of the spirit of serious study, there appeared a phase of scholastic philosophy which may be said to have been inspired by the principle commonly known as Occam's razor, ensia non sunt multiplicanda sine necessitate, in a spirit of protest against the extreme formalism of the Scotists, who multiplied metaphysical entities to an alarming degree. The new philosophy aimed at simplicity. Soon, however, it carried the process of simplification to the extent of discarding as useless all serious metaphysical and psychological speculation. It substituted dialectic for metaphysics, advocated nominalism, and ended in something dangerously near to sensism and skepticism. The chief representative of this phase of scholasticism is William of Ockham. Before his time, however, the tendencies which resulted in his philosophy appeared in the doctrines of Durandus and Aureolus. Chapter 43. Predecessors of Ockham. Durandus. Life. Durandus of Saint-Pourçain, Doctor Resolutissimus, was born at Saint-Pourçain in Auvergne towards the end of the 13th century. He joined the order of Saint Dominic and was at first a most ardent defender of the doctrines of Saint Thomas. About the year 1313, he taught theology at Paris. After spending some years in Rome as master of the Sacred Palace during the reign of John the 22nd, he returned to France and occupied successively the sees of Limoges, Puy, and Meaux. He tells us himself that he was bishop of Puy. The year 1332 is the most probable date of Durandus's death. Sources. The most important of Durandus's works is entitled Super Sententias Theologicas Petri Lombardi, Commentariorum Libri Quator. It was published in Paris in 1550. Trittenheim mentions several minor treatises, cf. Prefatio to above edition. Doctrines. By his independence of thought and his advocacy of certain principles which his contemporaries considered dangerous, Durandus earned the title of Doctor Resolutissimus. Still, he never exceeded the limits of orthodoxy. Indeed, the independence which he advocated, and which he formulated in the principle Naturalis philosophia non est scire quid Aristoteles aut alii philosophi senserint, sed quid habeat veritas rerum, had been professed before his time and formulated almost in the same words by St. Thomas and the other great schoolmen. Such independence of thought was recognized as the birthright of every philosopher, and the fact that Durandus exercised this right without incurring ecclesiastical censure is the best refutation of the calumny that the Church refused to tolerate independent thinking as long as she could enforce obedience to her commands. Durandus manifested his independence, 1. In rejecting the sensible and intelligible species. The reason which he adduces is a priori rather than empirical, and is based on a misconception of the scholastic doctrine of species. In his commentary on the books of sentences, he first gives his opinion that the doctrine of species was introduced to explain sense perception, and was transferred to the explanation of intellectual knowledge. He then proceeds to criticize the doctrine of sensible species as follows. Omne illut, per quod tamquam per representativum potentia cognitiva fertur in alterum, est primo cognitum, sed species coloris in oculo, non est primo cognita, seu visa ab eo, immo nullo modo est visa ab eo, ergo, per ipsam, tamquam per representativum non fertur in aliquid aliut. Now, this argument is simply relevant. The predecessors of Durandus, so far from teaching that the species is a medium representativum, maintained, on the contrary, that it is merely a medium by which the object becomes present to the subject, what may be called a medium presentativum, that is to say, a medium communicationis. It is owing to a similar misunderstanding that later nominalists and so many modern writers regard the scholastic doctrine of species as untenable. 2. In rejecting the active intellect. This follows as a natural consequence from the rejection of the species. Durandus teaches that there is no more need for an active intellect than of an active sense. Here again, he misunderstands the scholastic doctrine. There is need of an active intellect because, although the object of intellectual knowledge, the universal nature, exists in the world of sense phenomena, it exists there clothed in material conditions of which it must be divested before becoming actually intelligible, and the task of separating the universal from these material conditions is the work of the active intellect. 3. In his advocacy of nominalism. This follows from the rejection of the active intellect. Durandus teaches that the object of the intellect is the individual as it exists, and that the universal exists nowhere outside the mind. Universale non est primum objectum intellectus, nec preexistit intellectioni, sed est aliquid formatum per operationem intelligendi, esse universale, esse genus, vel speciem, dicuntur ensia rationis. Durandus, however, does not openly profess nominalism, that is, he does not teach expressly, as the followers of Occam do, that the only universality is the universality of names. 4. In his doctrine of the principle of individuation. Durandus teaches that the principle of individuation is not distinct from the specific nature of the individual, since everything is individuated by actual existence. Non oportet praeter naturam et principia naturae quaerere principia individui. 5. In his rejection of divine cooperation with secondary causes. This is the doctrine by which Durandus places himself in most pronounced opposition to the current teaching of his time. The scholastics of the 13th century unanimously taught that God is not only creator and preserver of all finite things, but also cooperator in all the actions of secondary causes. Durandus maintains that all the actions of the creature proceed from God, inasmuch as it is God who gave creatures the power to act. But he denies that there is an immediate influxus of the Creator in the actions of the creature. Non oportet quod Deus immediate coagat, sed solum mediate, conservando naturam et virtutem causae secunde. Deus non est causa actionum liberi arbitrii, nisi quia liberum arbitrium ab ipso est et conservatur. The theological doctrines of Durandus are still more at variance with current teaching, and on some points his dogmatic opinions cannot without difficulty be reconciled with Catholic belief. Historical position. If Duns Scotus is the Kant, Durandus is the Locke of scholastic philosophy. His treatment of the most serious problems of psychology and metaphysics is marked by superficiality. He seemingly took no pains to make himself acquainted with the doctrines which he criticized, and his own solution of many a problem stopped short of the point where the real problem begins. Simplicity, even at the expense of thoroughness, appears to have been his motto. Aureolus. Life. Peter d'Auriol, Aureolus, Doctor Facundus, was born about the end of the 13th century at Toulouse. In 1318 he became Master of Theology at the University of Paris. In the following year he was made Provincial of the Franciscans in Aquitaine. In 1321 he was promoted to the Metropolitan See of Aix. He died in 1322. Sources. The works of Aureolus, Quod Libeta and Commentaria in Libro Sententiarum, were published at Rome, 1596 to 1605, in 4 folio volumes. Doctrines. Aureolus was at first a Scotist. Later, however, actuated apparently by the idea which inspired Durandus to simplify scholasticism, he arrived at conclusions which are practically identical with those of the doctor most resolute. He denied the reality of universals, the existence of species and of the active intellect, the distinction between essence and existence, and the distinction between the soul and its faculties. Referring to the doctrine of species, he says, "Unde patet quo modo res ipse conspiciuntur in mente, et illud quod intuemur non est forma alia specularis, sed ipsamet res habens esse apparens, et hoc est mentis conceptus, sive notitia objectiva." The expression forma specularis and the word idolum, which occurs in the same article, both being used to designate the species, show that Aureolus was as far as Durandus was from understanding the role which the great schoolman assigned to the species. Historical position. The doctrines of Aureolus, as well as those of Durandus, prepared the way for the outspoken conceptualism of Occam. End of chapter 43. Chapters 44 and 45 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 44. William of Occam. Life. William of Occam, venerabilis inceptor, doctor invincibilis, is by far the most important philosopher of this period. He was born at Occam in Surrey, about the year 1280. It is said that he studied at Merton College, Oxford, where it is possible that he had Duns Scotus for teacher. There seems to be some doubt as to his having followed the lectures of Scotus at Paris. He taught at Paris between the years 1320 and 1323. After quitting his chair at Paris, he threw in his lot with the opponents of the temporal power of the popes, was imprisoned at Avignon, escaped in 1328, and sought refuge at the court of Louis of Bavaria, to whom he made the well-known promise, "Tu me defendas gladio, ego te defendam calamo." It is not known with certainty where and when he died, but it is probable that he died at Munich in 1349. Sources. Occam's principal philosophical works are Super Quator Libros Sententiarum, Quod Libeta, Tractatus Logices, and Commentaries on Aristotle. In addition, he wrote several controversial works in support of the claims of the states against the Church. His commentary on the Books of Sentences was published by Trexel at Lyon in 1495. For bibliography and list of Occam's controversial writings, see F. Pothast Wegweise, page 871. Doctrines. Nominalism. Occam is best known by his renewal of nominalism. It would, however, be more correct to describe his doctrine of universals as a modified conceptualism. In his commentary on the Books of Sentences, he enumerates 3 different opinions concerning universals, and then continues, "Quarta posset esse opinio, quod nihil est universale ex natura sua, sed tantum ex institutione, illo modo quo vox est universalis, sed hec opinio videtur non vera." In the Tractatus Logices, he formulates his own doctrine that the universal is an intention of the mind. Nullum universale est substantia quo modocumque consideretur, sed quod libet universale est intentio anime, quae secundum unam opinionem probabilem ab actu intelligendi non distinguitur. Nevertheless, it is true that Occam is, in a certain sense, a nominalist. He maintains, for example, that propositions, not things, are the objects of scientific knowledge. Scientia coelibet, sive sit reales, sive rationalis, est tantum de propositionibus, tamquam de illis quae sciuntur, quod sole propositiones sciuntur. Occam, therefore, is a conceptualist who uses the language of nominalism. He does not subscribe to the doctrine that the name, vox, is alone universal, but distinguishing between the vox scripta et prolata and the vox concepta, or the term as it exists in the mind, intentio anime, he declares that the latter alone possesses universality. He is a terminist rather than a nominalist. Occam, it should be said, devoted special attention to the development of the logical doctrine of supposition as formulated in the Sumule of Petrus Hispanus. He would distinguish, therefore, between the meaning of the word and the supposition of the term, and would attribute universality to the supposition as well as to the meaning. But although Occam did not profess the cruder form of nominalism, he may justly be considered the forerunner of the nominalists who appeared at the close of the fourth period of the history of scholasticism. Psychology. Since the only reality is the individual is the only object of knowledge. There is, therefore, no need of an intermediary species. Knowledge takes place by immediate contact of subject with object. It is intuitive. There is indeed a kind of knowledge which Occam calls abstractive. This, he maintains, has nothing to do with really existing things. All knowledge of reality is intuitive. It follows that the active intellect is as useless as are the species. Occam, however, preserves the terms active intellect and passive intellect to designate the active and passive phases of the activity of the mind. Intellectus agens et intellectus possibilis sunt omnino idem re et ratione. Ideo dico, quod non est ponenda pluralitas sine necessitate. The principle here enunciated is known as the law of parsimony, or more commonly as Occam's razor. Occam distinguishes between the rational soul and the sensitive form in man. The latter is extended and is corruptible. Praeter animam intellectivam est ponere aliam formam, scilicet sensitivam, superquam potest agens naturale corrumpendo et producendo, et ideo non sequitur quod haec esset incorruptibilis. It is this sensitive soul which is united immediately with the body. With regard to the rational soul, neither reason nor experience can prove that the principle of understanding is the substantial form of the human body. It follows that reason cannot demonstrate the immortality of the individual soul. Aristotle's authority cannot be invoked because he speaks hesitatingly. We are obliged, therefore, to accept these truths as matters of faith. This leads to the next point. Occam's skepticism. Occam does not deny the possibility of arriving at certitude. The skeptical tendency in his philosophy manifests itself in the attempt to restrict the power of human reason. We have just seen that he relegates the immortality of the soul to the sphere of faith. In the list of truths which human reason cannot prove, he includes the existence, unity, and infinity of God, and the immediate creation of the universe by God. The same peculiar form of skepticism appears in his ethical doctrines. Occam, following Scotus, maintains that right and wrong depend on the will of God, and thus endangers the necessity and immutability of the principles of morality. Eo ipso quod voluntas divina hoc vult, ratio recta dictat quod est volendum. Historical position. The principles which Occam formulated led to materialistic skepticism. Occam was, however, saved from the explicit advocacy of materialism by his belief in the supernatural order of truth. If we exclude the element of faith and take his philosophy as it stands, we must pronounce him to be the forerunner of the anti-Christian philosophers of the Renaissance. He has been described as the first Protestant. And indeed, he defended in his controversial writings the principles subsequently invoked by the first reformers to justify the encroachments of the secular power. In his philosophy, too, his whole attitude is one of protest against the prevailing realism and against the belief that the study of philosophy can be of material aid to theological sciences. In an age when theism and spiritualism were universally taught as philosophical tenets, he protested in the name of human reason that belief in God and in the spirituality of the human soul has no foundation except in revelation. Chapter 45. Followers and Opponents of Occam. Occam's conceptualism and his attempt to simplify scholastic psychology and metaphysics constituted a reaction against a movement which was a source of real danger to scholasticism, the ultra-realism of the Scotists. And because Ockhamism, as it was called, responded to a need of the hour, it was accepted on every side and met with extraordinary success. Its triumph, however, was short-lived. Men soon realized that the danger which Ockhamism introduced was greater than the evil which it sought to remedy. Within the period of 7 years, 1339 to 1346, 3 official condemnations were launched against it, the first 2 emanating from the University of Paris, and the third from Pope Clement VI. During the 15th century, similar decrees were issued, showing that the struggle between the Occamists and their opponents continued until the close of the scholastic era. Among the first followers of Occam were Robert Halcote, or Olco, died 1349, Gregory of Rimini, died 1358, and Jean Buridan, died about 1360. Of these, the most distinguished was Jean Buridan. He was born at Béthune towards the end of the 13th century. Between the years 1320 and 1323, he followed the lectures of Occam at the University of Paris. In 1328, he became rector of the university, and for a quarter of a century occupied the first place among the advocates of Occamism, which system he continued to defend in spite of prohibition and condemnation. No importance is to be attached to the story that he was driven from the university and sought refuge in Vienna. Buridan developed the nominalistic theory of universals and formulated a theory of will in which he maintained that the choice is invariably determined by the greater good, and that the only freedom which we possess is a power of suspending our choice and reconsidering the motives for action. The well-known comparison which gave rise to the expression Buridan's ass is not found in the works of Buridan, although it is possible that he made use of such an illustration in his lectures. During the latter half of the 14th century, Marsilius of Ingen and Peter d'Ailly were the principal defenders of the doctrines of Occam. The former, after having achieved remarkable success as a teacher at Paris, served a term as rector of the university. About the year 1379, he left Paris, went to Heidelberg, and was made rector of the university which had been founded in that city in 1356. Peter d'Ailly, surnamed the Eagle of France, was born at Compiègne in 1350. In 1380, He became master in the University of Paris. Later he was promoted successively to the sees of Puy and of Cambrai. He was made cardinal in 1411 and died in 1425. With these alchemists is associated Albert of Saxony, who died in 1390. In the 15th century, Gabriel Biel, 1430 to 1495, composed a Collectorium in Libro Sententiarum, which is an exposition and defense of Occam's doctrines. Among the opponents of Occam's philosophy were many of the Scotists already mentioned. To these may be added the realists Thomas of Strasbourg, died 1357, and Dominic of Flanders, died 1500, and the theosophist Raymond of Sabunde. Raymond of Sabunde, a Spanish physician, was professor of philosophy and medicine at Toulouse about the middle of the 14th century. His principal work, entitled Theologia Naturalis, is similar in method and contents to the Ars Magna of Lully. Raymond explains the union of philosophy with theology as consisting in the ability of each science to establish all truth, whether natural or supernatural. Whatever is contained in the book of nature is contained in the book of sacred scripture, and whatever is contained in the book of sacred scripture is contained in the book of nature. There is, however, this difference between the two books, that what is contained in the book of nature is contained per modum probationis, while what is contained in the book of sacred scripture is contained per modum precepti et per modum mandati. In this way, Raymond breaks down the distinction which the schoolmen of the preceding age placed between the natural and the supernatural orders of truth, a distinction which is as essential to the true doctrine of scholasticism as is the absence of contradiction between the two orders. The general tendency of Raymond's thought was towards realism rather than towards nominalism or conceptualism. There is also traceable in his writings a leaning towards the mystic school of philosophy, and although he does not formulate the principle amo ut intelligam, he evidently attaches very great importance to the contemplative love of God as a factor in man's spiritual life. Amor complet omnia, quia primo per amorem omnes creaturas ordinavit Deus ad hominem. Deinde homo per amorem conjungitur et collegatur Deo. Solus amor facit hominem bonum vel malum. Virtus non est aliud quam amor bonus, et vitium non est aliud nisi amor malus. While Raymond was teaching theosophical mysticism in France and Spain, another and very different form of mysticism was being developed in the schools of the Low Countries. End of chapters 44 and 45. Chapters 46 and 47 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 46. The Mystic School. The revival of the principles of mysticism was a natural result of the decadent condition of philosophy during the 14th and 15th centuries. The heaping of subtlety on subtlety and the interminable controversies of the advocates of Thomism and Scotism bewildered and disgusted the serious seeker after spiritual light, and drove him eventually to abandon all intellectual philosophy in favor of a life of contemplation and prayer. Many believed with the author of the Imitation of Christ that it is better to feel contrition than to know its definition, and that he is very learned indeed who does the will of God and renounces his own will. However, the condemnation of philosophy by the mystics reacted on the mystics themselves. Being unwilling to enter into the disputes of the schools, and obeying to the letter their resolve to abstain from philosophical speculation, they were unable to detect error when it was introduced into their own school. They judged all philosophy by the decadent systems which then flourished, and in their depreciation of purely rational speculation, they overlooked the fact that without the safeguard of systematic dogma, mysticism is unable to resist the inroads of pantheism and other errors. Thus it happened that the first mystics, who drew from the pure Christian sources, were soon followed by others who drew from sources tainted with the pantheism of the Averroists. We must distinguish, therefore, the orthodox mystics and the heterodox mystics. Orthodox mystics. John Ruysbroeck, 1293 to 1381, may be regarded as the founder of the orthodox mysticism of this period. After having been chaplain of St. Gudule at Brussels, he retired to the convent of the Augustinians at Groenendael, where he gave himself to the study and practice of asceticism. Through Gerhard Groth, 1340 to 1384, the founder of the Brothers of the Common Life, the influence of Ruysbroeck reached the members of the community at Deventer, among whom was Thomas Hammerken, or A Kempis, 1380 to 1471, the author of the Imitation of Christ. Gerson. Life. The most influential of the orthodox mystics of the 14th and 15th centuries was John Gerson, Doctor Christianissimus. He was born at Gerson in the diocese of Reims about the year 1364. After having studied under Peter Dailly in the Faculty of Arts at Paris, he entered the Department of Theology and in 1395 became Chancellor of the University. In 1397 he went to Bruges, where he made the acquaintance of the Flemish exponents of mysticism. In 1401 he returned to Paris, but about the year 1419 was obliged to retire from the university for having advocated the cause of the opponents of papal authority. He entered the monastery of the Celestines at Lyon, and there devoted himself to prayer and study. He died in the year 1429. His works, which were published in 1483, include De Theologia Mystica Speculativa, De Theologia Mystica Practica, De Elucidatione Scholastica Mysticae Theologiae, and many other treatises on philosophy, theology, and canon law. Doctrines. Gerson was opposed equally to the formalism of the Scotists and to the determinism of the alchemists. Indeed, he was opposed to all philosophy except insofar as philosophy is seasoned with piety. In a sermon, De Omnibus Sanctis, he condemns those self-dubbed philosophers who separate philosophy from the practice of religion. Qui se dici philosophos volunt, et non sunt, quoniam dum a religione se cernere putant philosophiam, utramque perdunt. In the treatise De Mystica Theologia Speculativa, he describes contemplative ecstasy after the manner and almost in the words of his favorite author, Saint Bonaventure. Est igitur ecstasis raptus mentis cum cessatione omnium operationum in inferioribus potentiis. Denis the Carthusian. Life. Denis the Carthusian, Doctor Ecstaticus, was born at Rickel, in the Belgian province of Limburg in 1402. After having obtained the degree of Master of Arts at Cologne, he entered the Carthusian monastery at Roermonde. He died in 1471. A complete edition of the works of the Carthusian is being published by the monks of Notre-Dame-des-Prés. The 18th volume appeared in 1899. Doctrines. Denis carefully avoids entering into the subtleties of the controversies which were agitating the schools of his day. Impertinentes subtilitates vitare propono. In the main, his system of philosophy and theology is Thomistic. He considers, however, all speculative knowledge to be merely an introduction to the interior life of contemplation and ecstasy. In the mystic elements of his system, he draws largely from the Pseudo-Dionysius. Heterodox mystics. The Averroism which prevailed during the 14th and 15th centuries, whether openly professed as it was by John of Gent or John of Gendun, erroneously called John of Ghent, or taught more covertly as it was in different forms by John de Mercourt and Guido of Medonta, took the form of an anti-scholastic movement tending towards a revival of the pantheism of the 12th century. A similar tendency towards pantheism led some of the mystics of this time to maintain the identity of the creature with the creator in the act of contemplative ecstasy, a doctrine which was repudiated by orthodox mystics. Some of the first heterodox mystics, such as Eckhart, show little or no trace of Averroistic influence. It was on the societies or brotherhoods of mystics that the Averroists brought their pantheistic doctrines to bear, thus widening the gulf between true and false mysticism. Eckhart. Master Eckhart, or Eckhart, was born in the year 1260. He studied first at Cologne and afterwards at Paris. He belonged to the order of Saint Dominic. In 1326, the Archbishop of Cologne instituted proceedings against Eckhart, who was then teaching in the convent of his order at Cologne. Eckhart repelled the charge of heresy, and in 1327 appealed to the Holy See. He died in 1327. In 1329, 28 propositions taken from his writings were condemned by John XXII. Doctrines. In his Latin work entitled Opus Tripartitum, and in his sermons, written in German, Eckhart advocated a system of mysticism in which he maintained the disappearance of all distinction between the creator and the creature in the act of contemplation. He taught that the supreme happiness of man consists in a deification by which man becomes one with God. Henry Suso died 1366, and John Tauler 1290 to 1361, who were influenced by Eckhart's mystic doctrines, prepared the way for the Protestant mysticism of Sebastian Franck 1500 to 1545, Valentin Weigel 1533 to 1588, and Jakob Böhme 1575 to 1624, which, together with the Kabbalistic mysticism of John Reuchlin 1455 to 1522, flourished in the Renaissance period. Chapter 47. Nicholas of Autrecourt. Life. Nicholas of Autrecourt illustrates by his career as well as by his doctrines the deplorable condition into which Ochimism and Averroism had plunged philosophical speculation about the middle of the 14th century. In 1340, while Nicholas was still a mere bachelor of theology at the University of Paris, he was cited together with 6 other students of theology to appear before Benedict XII to answer to the charge of disseminating erroneous doctrines. 6 years later he was condemned, and in 1347 he renounced his errors. Doctrines. Aho and the editors of the Cartularium publish documents in which is preserved a sample of the sophistical reasoning employed by Nicholas. The only principle which is immediately evident is the principle of contradiction. To this principle, therefore, every proposition must be reduced, in order that its truth may be demonstrated. Now, it is evident that an identical proposition, such as A equals A, is the only proposition to which the principle of contradiction can be applied. It follows that identical propositions are the only propositions that can be proved to be true. The law of causality, the existence of the external world, the existence of the faculties of the soul cannot be demonstrated, because they cannot be reduced to the principle of contradiction. Not content with these conclusions, which are virtually a profession of phenomenalism, Nicholas of Autrecourt goes so far as to call into question the principle of contradiction itself, thus ending in absolute skepticism. Deus est, Deus non est, penitus idem significant, licet alio modo. Idem dixi in quadam disputatione, quod contradictoria ad invicem idem significant. He denies the existence of substantial changes, explaining that such changes take place by means of combinations of atoms, congregatio corporum atomalium naturalium. In his theological doctrines, Nicholas advocates the theological determinism, denial of free will on the part of God, which was formulated by Thomas Bradwardine in his celebrated treatise De Causa Dei contra Pelagium, 1344. Historical position. The doctrine of theological determinism shows the influence of the ultra-realism of the Averroists, while the sophistical method employed by Nicholas of Hautrecourt betrays the influence of the method, if not of the doctrines, of Occam. These two factors, Averroism and Ockhamism, brought about the degeneration of scholasticism even before the dawn of the modern era, and the appearance of the forces which caused the complete disintegration of the scholastic system. Retrospect. It is not necessary to point out the signs of decay and dissolution which mark the fourth period in the history of scholasticism. The effort to simplify scholastic philosophy was no doubt intended as a reform. It aimed at correcting an evil which really existed. The process, however, of pruning the superabundant growth of philosophy was carried to the extent of cutting out the very core of scholasticism. Durandus, Aurelius, and Occam, by setting aside as useless the most essential elements of scholastic philosophy, did more harm to scholasticism than even the Averroists had done. For it was Occam and his followers who, by neglecting the serious study of the great masters of the school, contributed to bring about that profound ignorance of the real doctrines of scholasticism which, at the opening of the new era, rendered impossible the alliance of the schoolmen with the advocates of the new science. The Averroists wrought irreparable injury to scholasticism both directly and indirectly. Directly by their doctrines of determinism and of the unity of the active intellect, as well as by their principle that what is true in theology may be false in philosophy. Indirectly by their peculiar method which was known as ipsidixitism. The Averroists outdid the Thomists and Scotists in their reverence for the word of the master. They gloried in the title of Aristotle's monkey or Averrois's monkey, and when the Renaissance came, and the antagonism between science and philosophy arose out of the misunderstandings of the philosophers and the scientists, the greatest source of misunderstanding was the failure of the scientists to distinguish between the method of the earlier schoolmen and that of the degenerate scholastics who had fallen into the ways of the Averroists and had begun to test all truth by an appeal to the authority of a master. Before we turn to the study of the modern era, it is necessary to give here a general idea of the character of scholastic philosophy. Character of scholastic philosophy. Scholastic philosophy had its origin, as we have seen, in the foundation of the Carolingian schools, an event which was the beginning of an intellectual renaissance of Europe in no way inferior in importance to the humanistic renaissance of the 15th century. The philosophy of the schools resulted from an attempt to dispel the intellectual darkness of the age of barbarian rule, and throughout the course of its development it bore the mark of its origin. The schoolmen were the defenders of the rights of reason, and if mysticism retarded and rationalism compromised the scholastic movement, the success of mysticism and rationalism was merely temporary. Abelard and Gilbert de la Porree were succeeded by Alexander of Hales, Albert the Great, and St. Thomas of Aquin, who, while they avoided the errors into which their predecessors had fallen, adopted the idea of method for which their predecessors had contended, and succeeded in winning over even the most unyielding of the orthodox to a recognition of the just claims of human reason. The attitude of the great schoolmen towards the rights of reason appears most strikingly in the scholastic use of dialectic as a means of arriving at a knowledge of natural truth and of obtaining a scientific, albeit an imperfect, grasp of the meaning of the mysteries of faith. The use of dialectic by the schoolmen was determined by the conditions in which scholasticism developed. Until the end of the 12th century, the schoolmen's knowledge of Greek philosophy was virtually limited to an acquaintance with Aristotle's logical treatises. When, however, Aristotle's metaphysical and psychological works were introduced into Christian Europe, the schoolmen began to construct a system of speculation based on Aristotelian metaphysics and psychology. The problem of universals, which the preceding centuries had discussed from the dialectician's point of view, was now successfully solved by the application of the principles of Aristotle's psychology. The notions of substance, person, nature, accident, mode, potency, and act were developed with the aid of Aristotle's metaphysical doctrines, and a theory of knowledge was formulated from his principles of epistemology. Still, the adoption of Aristotelianism as the basis of a system of speculative thought and the application of Aristotelianism to a rational exposition of Christian dogma must not be taken as the essential trait of scholasticism, for scholastic philosophy was eclectic in the truest sense of the word. While preserving a correct idea of systematic cohesiveness, it admitted elements of truth from whatever source they were derived, whether from Aristotle or from Plato, from the Stoics or from the Epicureans, from the writers of the patristic age, or from the Greek and Arabian commentators. The trait which, even more than the use of dialectic or the adoption of Aristotelianism, characterized the philosophy of the schools, is the effort on the part of the schoolmen to unify philosophy and theology, to discover and demonstrate the harmony of natural truth with truth of the supernatural order. This is the thought which inspired the first speculative attempts of the schoolmen, and which, after having manifested itself in so widely different forms in the philosophy of Erigena, of Abelard, and of St. Anselm, was finally crystallized in the principles in which St. Thomas enunciated his definition of the relations between reason and faith. The day has long gone by when a historian could, without fear of contradiction and protest, represent scholastic philosophy as the subjugation of reason to authority. It is now universally conceded that the phrase ancilla theologiae implied no servility on the part of philosophy, but rather the honorable service of carrying the torch by which the path of theology is lighted. Aho declares that one has but to look at the vast number of volumes which the schoolmen wrote to realize how much value they attached to philosophy, and how inexorably they felt the need of exercising their reason. Indeed, it is only the most superficial student of history who fails to recognize in the Middle Ages a period of immense intellectual activity, and the more the philosophy of that period is studied, the deeper becomes the conviction that the schoolmen were far from failing to recognize the rights of human reason. If then scholastic philosophy effected the most perfect conciliation of reason with faith, we must not take it for granted that the conciliation was brought about at the cost of the independence of philosophy. The schoolmen were as far removed from fideism as they were from rationalism. They attached independent value to philosophy as well as to theology, while they contended that philosophy and theology can never contradict each other. In this way, and herein lies the philosophical significance of scholastic philosophy, the schoolmen established between the natural and the supernatural the relation which the Greeks had established between matter and spirit, the relation of distinction without opposition. This doctrine of the continuity and independence of the natural with respect to the supernatural order of truth is the core of scholasticism. It is by this that scholasticism is distinguished from Greek philosophy, of which the chief defect, as well as the paramount merit, was its complete naturalness. It is by this too that scholasticism is distinguished from the philosophy of the new era. Modern philosophy, post-Reformation philosophy as it may be called, was born of the revolt of philosophy against theology, of reason against faith. It adopted at the very outset the Averroistic principle that what is true in theology may be false in philosophy, a principle diametrically opposed to the thought which inspired scholasticism. Indeed, in the first great system which appeared in the modern era, not only is philosophy divorced from theology, but the mind is placed in complete antithesis to matter. For in Descartes' philosophy, the spirit of disintegration which characterizes the modern era is subversive not only of the work of the schoolmen, but also of the best achievements of Greek speculation. Scholasticism distinguishes without separating. Modern philosophy either fails altogether to distinguish, fideism, monism, or distinguishes and separates, rationalism, Cartesian spiritualism. It remains to point out the difference in character between scholastic philosophy and the philosophy of the patristic era. The fathers as well as the schoolmen taught, as indeed all Christian philosophers must teach, that revelation cannot contradict reason, nor reason revelation. But although the fathers employed reason in order to elucidate revelation, they did not carry the use of dialectic to the extent to which the schoolmen subsequently carried it. In ultimate resort, they insisted on the ascetico-religious rather than on the logical quality of mind as a condition requisite for the attainment of higher knowledge. Moreover, the fathers were, with few exceptions, Platonists, while the schoolmen were practically all Aristotelians. Finally, while the fathers, in conditions more or less unfavorable to constructive effort, effected a partial synthesis of the speculative elements of Christian thought, the schoolmen, in a rejuvenated and completely Christianized Europe, in an age in which every circumstance was favorable to synthetic speculation, completed the synthesis begun in the patristic age, and developed a philosophy which is as different from the philosophy of the patristic era as the Neo-Latin Europe of the 13th century is from the decadent Latin Europe of the 5th. End of chapters 46 and 47.